Welcome one and all to the 2021's Hoggies Estate Wines, South Australia Veterans Cricket Association O50's Grand Final between the Hills Fleurieu Cricket Club and the Eastern Zone Cricket Club. We would like to thank our broadcast partners, Hoggies Estate Wines, Saxon Sports. Welcome one and all to the 2021's Hoggies Estate Wines, South Australia. One and all to the 2021's Hoggies Estate Wines, South Australia Veterans Cricket Association Over-50s Grand Final between the Hills Fleurieu Cricket Club and the Eastern Zone Cricket Club. We would like to thank our broadcast partners, Hoggies Estate Wines, Saxon Sports, Hodgson Prince, Nelson Teamwear, NXI Sports, the South Australian Cricket Association, S&W Seed Company, the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association, Adelaide Starbus, Dartfish, Roller Dice Racing, Sports Interactive, M&G Hotel Group, and 2020 Vision. Please welcome your host, Jeff Pistols Pistola.
I'm Jeff Pistola with you as the Dartfish team get set for a big afternoon of community cricket coverage. We welcome you to Karen Rolton number 2 ground in Adelaide for what will be a historic live stream of the SA Veterans Cricket Association Over-50s Grand Final for the 2020-21 season. It's my pleasure to be joined, a big game for the call by the dulcet voice of the Sunraiser, all the way from Mildura. Welcome to Paddy Simcox. G'day, Pat.
G'day, Jeff. Pleasure to be in town, and thankfully the weather gods have shone on us today because it was a little bit damp early doors yesterday morning and we were a bit concerned about whether the wicket was going to be covered or not, but we're ready to go. Things are looking a treat here at Karen Rolton number 2.
Absolutely, and as I mentioned, a bit of history. It's the first time Over-50s cricket has been streamed in Australia. No doubt it'll be up in your home territory up there at Mildura, but also a number of countries taking this stream. As we just a quick look at here, we as I said, the Veterans Cricket in Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland Veterans Cricket, but also Veterans Cricket in South Africa, New Zealand, India, Wales, Sharjah, the UAE, Pakistan. So
we're going global, Pistol.
I know you've worked with big audiences, mate, but the potential here for over 200,000 people to listen to the stream. So I know there's a few different time zones, so you might be getting up in the middle of the night or whatever to watch us, but certainly welcome to our online stream here this afternoon. And well done to the SA Veterans Cricket Association for teeing that up.
Yeah, look, it's been a big campaign for the boys, as we can see on the screen there. They're starting to get their warm-ups underway, and we're going to start, I think, at about 12:30 Adelaide time, as it were. So plenty on the line here. It's Eastern Zone take on the Hills Fleurieu Combine, and certainly some bragging rights up for grabs, Pistols, at the end of this one.
Well, this is actually the 4th season of the competition since it was formed, and Eastern, the Easies, as they like to be known, they won the first 2. Last year just missed out in the final, which was won by Hills Fleurieu. So the Easy boys are back this season to try to regain those bragging rights, as you said.
Yeah,
and throughout the season, Pat, 1 all apiece.
It's going to be a good game, isn't it? They've got a pretty good squad, the Eastern Zone, no doubt about that. We'll go through some of the player profiles through the course of the day, but yeah, it'll be interesting. A lot of sentiment around the ground. We've been talking to a few people since we arrived, and there's certainly a good feeling about Eastern Zone and whether they can go all the way through and take the chocolates this afternoon.
Yeah, and certainly the popularity of Over-50s cricket has certainly boomed here throughout Australia, but certainly here in South Australia. We actually had the pleasure of a couple of the players on our Stumps weekly show during the week, and just talking about the first Over-50s match in South Australia was actually an interstate game, carnival that they formed the team for, and from that the domestic competition was formed, and as I said, this is the 4th year, 6 teams competing this year, and hopefully a few more in the bud.
Yeah, absolutely. I know there was a bit of talk from my hometown of Sunraiser, maybe putting a full squad in. We've got a few of the guys playing today for the Hills Fleurieu team, so we'll see some of those fellas in action. But yeah, it's great to see it continuing to build, and yeah, if we can get to somewhere near 10 teams, which I know Anthony Telfer has been talking about a little bit, that would be very, very exciting.
Yeah, well, it just shows you the commitment of these guys. I know York Peninsula as a team, they travel over and they also play, I think they play fortnightly games in the season, Pat, and a few home games obviously over there in the York Peninsula, but then you go to the over-60s. I know the southeast region has a team, so it's certainly growing. Veterans cricket, it gives an opportunity for those guys who might have played cricket at younger age, who've dropped out, to get back in the game, but also guys who still playing. There's a handful of players we'll see today who are actually still playing on Saturday in normal competition.
Yeah, it's outstanding that certainly in the over 60s and 70s category, there is still guys playing regularly Saturday and backing up for that fortnightly effort on a Sunday as well.
Well, you do get guys who actually back up in the 60s. I think there's a couple of guys here today who may actually play in the 60s comps at various clubs and backing up in the 50s just to show the young blokes how it's done, Pat. But,
absolutely, I think Peter Judd might be one of those characters.
Well, he comes to mind readily. So, as you said, some great cricketers we're looking forward to. And Timmy Sargent's a guy to watch this afternoon. The World Cup player in the over 50s. He joined us on Stumps earlier in the week, as I said, and looking very much forward to participating in this. And the premier bowler in the competition, I believe.
Still gets him through a good clip, doesn't he? Left arm over the wicket, and geez, he keeps himself in pretty good shape too, doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, mate. Yeah, absolutely. As most of these guys do, but as you said, it's an opportunity for them to rekindle or keep that love of the sport that they have. And throughout the afternoon, we'll be having a few special comments to help us out, and we might just waiting here for the teams in their warm-ups, and we'll be doing the toss very shortly to see who's going to actually take first use of the ball or the bat. And as you, Pat, as you said yesterday, not the nicest day here in Adelaide and metropolitan and country areas, but a bit of rain. But
drop of rain, yeah.
It's quite nice, a little bit cloudy, but the blue sky, thankfully, here at Karen Rolton number 2 ground, which we must acknowledge our First Nation Kaurna people, the traditional landholders. This venue actually known as Gladys Elphick Park. And Auntie Gladys, she was known, the late Auntie Glad MBE, she was a tireless worker for the Indigenous community, so she's been honoured. And I know, as you said, it's been a while since you've been here, and some of the work that's been done. Of course, this ground was used as part of the hub pre-Christmas, November, for the Shield competition, so good facilities here.
Yeah, look, I played grade cricket in Adelaide back in the early 90s, and it's certainly come a long way, hasn't it? There's no doubt about that. It's such a great facility, and really caters for all categories of cricket. We've got women's cricket going on behind us in the background. We've got the Adelaide turf boards up on the main Karen Rolton deck as well. So, look, it's a really good setup here at Karen Rolton number 2 as we get ready for this big game today. Hills Fleurieu taking on Eastern Zone, and very shortly we might get a chance to have a chat to the umpires and the captains of the day for the big game, and we'll get to see how it's going to play out from 12:30.
Yes, we do. As you said, I'll be heading out right now for the toss of the coin. Just a quick chat with the captains if I can, but we might call in. We've got a couple of guys who'll be helping us out this afternoon with a stream, and first guy in the hot seat is Andrew Carthew, who was a captain of the winning Hills Fleurieu team last year. But Carty, unfortunately, out with a snapped Achilles tendon this year, but I'm sure he'll be able to tell you all about it. So, Pat, I'll leave you in the capable hands with Andrew Carthew.
Thank you very much, Pistols. As Carts comes and tries to find a space in the box here, there's not a lot of room to be had, fella.
Thanks, Pat.
Look after that Achilles. Now, did I see you out doing a bit of an inspection of the wicket there a little bit earlier? Was that you?
Yeah, just me dreaming that I could be playing, actually. Just looking really nice. The oval's a treat. You know, it's going to be nice and flat, a little bit soft. So I think
a little bit of grass on top too.
Yeah, and the pitch has got a bit of grass on too. So I think it'll certainly suit the bowlers, and particularly early.
Yeah.
I think Telf will be hoping he loses the toss,
right?
So that he doesn't have to make the decision. Because I think we always tend to bat first.
Yep.
But it could be an interesting pitch early on for the first 10 or 15 overs.
Yeah, I mean, and a bit of cloud cover too would represent some swing in the air with the new ball. You'd think, and I mean, it's just a carpet this outfield, so it's going to stay in pretty good nick right throughout, isn't it?
Well, compared to where I'm used to in the hills, these ovals are just awesome. You don't have to worry about getting a broken nose from the ball coming up and hitting in the face. So
and this is the great beauty for the veterans that can play on facilities like this. You get the opportunity to keep playing the sport you love, and then as you get to the prime or the end of your career, you're almost playing on better grounds than what you had to do.
I prefer the prime of the career rather than the end. I've got 60s and 70s to come yet.
Get yourself set up, no doubt about that. Now, just personally on the injury front, I was having a chat to you just before. You've been about 12 months on the sidelines with the Achilles.
Yeah, July. So what's that? 7 or 8 months now.
Yep.
And we've lost both myself and Tony Hickey,
Yeah.
who was our opening bowler last year and batted 5 or 6 as well. So both of us coming back next year, so which will be like 2 new rookies.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I think we're not far away from Pistols being out in the middle there. I think he's just about set for the coin toss and a chat with the respective captains of Hills, Fleurieu and Eastern Zone.
Okay, we're here in the lead up to what promises to be an exciting game of cricket. We've got the umpires here, Albert Singh and also Michael Stanley, Anthony Telford and also Andrew Carver, the 2 opposing captains. So the coin toss will be here. We've got, as I said, the umpires and auditing, make sure everything's above board. So obviously top team, so you top first. Andrew's heads and it's come up a tail. So Hills Fleurieu winning the toss and we'll have a bat. So Anthony Telfer, we spoke to you earlier in the week on stumps. I know you're looking forward to it. How are the nerves now, mate? The big days are right.
Oh, look, they're good now. Obviously, winning the toss, we'll have a bat and put a decent score on the table and then obviously try and defend it and then win the game at the end of the day.
Reasons for that, obviously, as we talked about before, the inclement weather, but pitch, holding the demons for you, suggest? Or?
Look, I don't think so, Jeff. It's been covered yesterday, so the conditions here at Adelaide are absolutely sensational. Carrying on, so we're just looking forward to getting on and playing some cricket.
So you feel a little bit of extra pressure, as I said, you've sort of virtually finished minor premier, you're going in defending your crown, and you've got last year's premiership winning captain watching in the box today, so because Andrew Carthy, but how did the boys as good as you can get to go?
Yeah, look, we're all ready to go. Everyone's 100% fit with a 3-week break, so we just want to get on and we'll play some cricket.
Right, all the best. All the best. Thank you for your time. Andrew Carver, the easy captain, and obviously the easy boys have been probably in the 4th years of the competition. They've been the sort of the patient winning the first 2 titles, letting it slip last year. I think you even missed out on qualifying for the final. So you guys pretty keen to get that crown back, Andrew?
Yeah, we are, and we've got a good group. The nucleus of the original team is still together, so that's really good. So we know each other's games really well, and looking forward to getting out here soon and getting 10 wickets. That's what our goal will be. So that'll be getting stuck into it, and hopefully that'll set us up so we can bat accordingly when it's our turn.
Could I ask you if you'd won the toss, you would have batted first or you would have bowled? Or?
Yeah, generally speaking, we've done really well defending, so but that won't matter today. Again, we'll just take a little bit of a different attitude towards how we go about it. So the most important thing will be that if we do need to chase, whatever score it is, we'll be up for it. So we'll certainly chase down whatever they set for us.
Yeah, obviously because I think it's 1-1 from right to the season head-to-head, and also the second game when you actually won, you're in all sorts. It's a 5 for not many, and as you said, you bat right down the order. I think Timmy Sargent come out with 47 not out, so as you just alluded to, you've certainly got plenty of batting depth.
Yeah, and the guys are in good nick. That's the thing. They've been really good. Post-Christmas we've been excellent. We haven't dropped a game, and we've been playing well. So, we go into the game confident that if we play our best cricket, that'll be good enough. But again, we'll need to, show great respect for the opposition. The Hills boys have been the pace setter all year. They've got some very good cricketers in there. Their bowling is strong. So, we're going to have to get our, make sure that we stick to our plans. And if we do that, we should be okay.
Well, all the best for today, and how good is it playing in a venue like this, and also the fact worldwide your performances will be on, so you want to put in a good one.
Well, we do. It's the distant memories for me playing out here for Sturt and East Torrens back in the day. So I used to play here a lot. So look, there's generally not a lot of atmosphere out here because the wind blows across. It's just starting to pick up now. So it can be a bit daunting at times, but played here a lot. So it's a great facility these days. So it'll be fantastic.
Thanks for your time, Andrew, and all the best to the Easy boys. All right, pitch report, which has become integral part of, and I believe with the Veterans Cricket they have their own pitch report special man. Alan Doubleday joins us, so they tell me you're renowned for this, Alan. So you've obviously had a little bit of a look at out here, the strip. How do you see it?
It looks like a beautiful strip. I reckon the scoring will be a little bit low today because the ground's a little bit soft and the ball's not going to flow on as easy to the boundaries. but I reckon it's more of a bowler's pitch. It's a little bit firm. I'm predicting a really, really good and close game for both teams, and everyone has a great time and enjoy it. It's a beautiful place.
Yeah, it certainly is. So putting on your captain's hat, if you'd been at the toss, would you have made the decision that Anthony did to bat first, or would you bowl? Not putting you on the spot.
I personally would have bowled first. I like bowling and chasing runs. See how they go that way. But Anthony knows what he's doing. Both captains know what they're doing, so it should be a great day. Great game for everyone, enjoyable.
As I say, Alan, in the final, it's always good to have something in the bank. So obviously that's Telf's thoughts and electing to bat first. But as you said, amazed how the ground has pulled up. Obviously a little bit of cloud cover here. Would that give a bit to the bowlers, you think?
I think bowling from the end down that end would be a great attribute.
As Andrew Carver said, that the wind factor here, as we can feel it.
Yes, it is a little bit strong, so the better bowlers will be on faster, quicker, and the batsmen got to be on their toes today.
All right, and can't let you go about making a prediction. What's your thoughts?
Unfortunately, I favour a little bit the Hills, and I wish them all the best, and both teams a great spirited game. That's my
As we said, it's a great advertisement for veterans cricket here in South Australia to be such a great venue for it, and also being worldwide streamed. And thank you very much for your expert opinion of the pitch.
Thank you, kind sir, and have a great day, everyone.
Good on you, thanks very much. Well, there we have the captain's toss. News is that Hills Fleurieu will be batting first here in the Over-50's grand final, coming to you from Karen Rolton, number 2 ground. So we'll cross back to Paddy in the ice box.
Welcome one and all to the 2021's Hoggies Estate Wines, South Australia Veterans Cricket Association Over-50's Grand Final between the Hills Fleurieu Cricket Club and the Eastern Zone Cricket Club. We would like to thank our broadcast partners, Hoggies Estate Wines, Saxon Sport,
Okay, welcome back here to Karen Rolton, number 2 ground, and teams going through their final preparations for the much anticipated Over-50's cricket clash. Jeff Stoller here with you, so Pat Silcox, and we've been joined by Phillipson of the Adelaide Uni B-Double, affectionately known as B-Double, from the Adelaide Uni Over-50's team. B-Double, welcome.
Thank you very much, mate. Pleasure to be here on this bit of a windy day.
Yes, it has breezed in a bit. We should be able to afford a bit of overcoat for us here, Pat. But anyway, of course, Adelaide Uni played off in the grand final last year, if I'm right, and missed out. But and then this year missing out completely, making the big dance.
Yeah, we played the Hill Zone last year, and we got a touch up from them, and we missed out by 0.14% to get into the grand final. But that's the way it's going to be.
So what's the story here? If you'd made a few extra runs, you would have got
if my teammates actually held my catches, I would have been right.
Now, as we said, going not only Australia-wide, Pat, but internationally. This is very special. And we've got to thank a few special sponsors. Hoggies Estate Wines have done a great job here as the major sponsor. Saxon Sports, Hodgson Prints for the scoreboard, Nelson Teamwear, NXI, Of course, South Australian Cricket Association, which is fantastic to have them on board. S&W Seed Company. And of course our usual Stumps, weekly Stumps cricket program supporters and Adelaide Star Bus. Of course Dartfish, Roll to Dice Racing, Sports Interactive, and 2020 Vision. And a special prize today, we do have a Man of the Match award, Pat, which is a pair of fantastic 2020 Vision glasses developed by Stump's own man Benny Tippett, who's actually busy next door working on the T20 finals, but he being a cricketer, he's devised these sunglasses. Come with 5 different lenses, so wherever the light is, perhaps you should give them to your fielders, Mark. They'll be able to see the ball.
I'm actually a truck driver, so I probably need a pair.
Yeah, well there you go. As I said, not just
listening, Benny?
that's maybe you can get the truck driver of the year award or something like that.
That's why they call me B-double.
Absolutely. Well, there's a time, but so we thank very much Benny Tippett and 2020 Vision. So we might have the difficult job made of adjudicating who we think is the man of the match. So as I said, the players, the Eastern Zone boys here, just going through their final preparations before they set to come in. We're about say 8 minutes away from the start of this game. So Mark, got to ask you. Obviously, you faced both these sides during the year. Who do you suggest is going to win?
I think the Hills, they've been the gun side all year, with their amount of batting and good bowling. But then again, you never know. The Eastern Zone have got a couple of sneakies in Timmy Sargent. With this track, looks like with a bit of wind.
Yep.
He will definitely get a bit of movement around the track and swing that ball big time.
It is quite windy out there. I know you went out there too, Pat.
Yeah, I think it's coming from the Donald Bradman drive in, so I reckon Sargent will be coming from that far end, and he will certainly use that wind to his advantage, no doubt.
Yeah, bowl the big in-swingers to him.
So we do have the Hills Fleurieu batting list up there. Hopefully that's in order. But Anthony Telfer, of course, the captain and the keeper. The batting, Leif Dawes, David Collins, John Mensforth, Stewie Hallam, Craig Lallard, David Wenham, Daryl Fisher, Shane Bradfield, Gavin Reid, Adam Wooler, and Andrew Robinson. So that's the Hills Fleurieu side. And I think we have a few stats there, maybe on the Eastern Zone side, if you want to run through those, Pat.
Absolutely. Obviously, we've got Alan Favell, former East Torrens cricketer here in grade circles.
State game, because very famous name and cricket service.
Yep. We've got Caravan Dave Benson, looking forward to him getting hard out when he starts to tee off a bit later on this afternoon. Andrew Sinclair, of course, a legend in Adelaide turf circles, played a lot of great cricket at Spock over the years.
And of course the current president of SAVCA,
Yeah,
so
holds a bit of weight, doesn't
esteemed to have him in. And also just alluding to the fact the national championships here in November, and perhaps a little whisper, Adelaide Oval could be the venue for the final. Wow, how fantastic it would be, Paddy. You might have to come out of retirement, mate, or get into
You never know. Andrew Ramage, of course, left-hand batsman, and Oz, the left-arm orthodoxes, played a lot of cricket at Adelaide over the years. Peter Judd, not much more needs to be said about Juddy. I mean, where hasn't he played? I mean, he's had a few clubs over the years.
That's why they call him, I think they call him God.
And he's, of course, an Australian representative too. Steve Parsons, a bloke that is familiar to me. Remember coming up against him at Scotch College back in the day.
Yep.
Goes well. We've mentioned Sarge. I mean, he goes without explanation. The best bowler in the competition.
For sure.
Ian Haslett played at Sturt, and he's certainly a man to be looked at throughout the course of the day.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how they do face up against the Hill Zone with they've got some wily bowlers who swing the ball both ways and do a lot off the seam, where it'll be interesting to see how they go.
Absolutely.
Again with the wind.
Yeah, Sam Howard's another one too. He's a very good bowler, can swing the ball both ways. Good operator there. Matt Kelly, university boy.
Yep, heard of him.
Late starter to the over 50s, but he's certainly getting in amongst it, and he's got a grand final to look forward to this afternoon. Peter Feeney will look after some off-spin bowling out of Scotch College, of course. And Andrew Carver played at Sturt and East Torrens, and he still can take a pretty mighty form of catch ball on the stumps too.
Sure can, mate. People think they're over 50, they're too old to play cricket, but when the old muscles start to stretch out, you'll do things which you never did when you were younger, playing cricket, and then all of a sudden, I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
But that's the way it goes.
Just on that B-double, your own background in cricket, I said this is the 4th season, you've been involved with the over 50 since it started, and prior to that, your cricket background?
Yeah, well, I first played hard wicket when I was 14 years old, and for my first year I was 12th man every game, and I was just going to spit it and not play again, but then I thought, no, I'll show some players up, and ended up playing A grade in hard wicket competition. Then went to district at Port Adelaide and Woodville.
Yep.
Yeah, made my first ever 100 at Woodville.
Wow,
in
well done.
D grade. Yeah, D grade it was. But yeah, it's just I love the game, mate. I'd rather play cricket than football. Once it's in your blood, it never gets out, and it's just a thing you always do. You just love the game.
And it's great to have this opportunity to play veterans cricket now, isn't it, B-double? Because you
yeah.
can keep playing on into your 50s and 60s and playing grounds like this. I mean, how good
Well,
is this?
you know, I first read it in the Hoggies column in the Sunday Mail.
Yep.
And I said to my wife, I'm there, she said, I wouldn't want to give this a crack. She goes, oh yeah, why not? So we went out, and when we went to the state champs, we were a team on a piece of paper with 13 guys on it. And everyone thought, oh, we'll get flogged. Well, we played some big name sides in New South Wales.
Yep.
And we just flogged them. And we got to the grand final, faced Queensland, and they flogged us.
Yep.
But it was just, I'm so proud to represent my state in
Yeah,
cricket.
absolutely. And I guess the companionships, the mateships, the relationships you build by playing with different guys and from different eras, I guess, they come together as one. It's just a great environment.
Well, I heard so much about Juddy through Woodville Record Lights,
Yep.
and now I've met the guy. He's just an absolute.
He's a legend.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, we're just about ready to go. Actually, talking about the winners, a little bit of had a guy throwing the bowl of the bowling disc, and it actually blew away for him, but he's retreated. So we're underway here, ready for the start of this SA Veterans Cricket Association over 50s grand final. Looks like it's Anthony Telford, the skipper, is on strike. He'll be joined by Johnny Mensforth. And bowler will be Ian Haslett, opening from what we'd say is the Port Road end, I
He's
suppose.
pushing into the gale, so he's taking a short straw.
So here we go, we're underway. Trust you're enjoying our worldwide coverage. First ball turned around the corner immediately out towards square leg. And Telfer, he'd be quite happy to get off the mark there.
I'm surprised, Telf. Does he always take the first one? Does he beat up?
Oh,
he never
mate.
used to back home. He'd always be keen to look from the other end.
It depends on how you bowl him. As soon as you pitch him on his legs, mate, he'll cane you off the legs.
Yep.
So just don't pitch him there.
And Jed Mensforth, of course, new to veterans cricket in the last season or two. Played a fair bit in Swan Hill, I reckon, before moving to Mildura. Mildura Settlers boy now.
Jed or John?
Well, Jed nicknamed it John
okay,
Mensforth,
Jed.
but Jed is his name back home. But he likes to get after it. He likes to play.
Well, I tell you, 3
aggressive
innings this
fashion.
season. We'll just wait as Haslett comes in. Plays it back down. Out. Home run. He's actually scored in 3 innings this year, Pat. 157 runs at 78.50, and he's made the only ton of the competition. He made 102 not out. Of course, the format, you reach 40, you retire.
Inside edge there, nearly dragged it back onto the stumps, goes down to fine leg. They'll hustle through for a single, just makes it home.
Of course, format, you retire at 40, and then you can come back in after the other guys have had a hit.
And Jed, he actually made the first 100 in veterans cricket in over 50s, and it was the one in worldwide. Never been done before until this year.
Right, so Telfer on strike again. Ball to from Haslett, goes to mid-off and no run.
And he's actually hit 5 sixes in the competition this year, the highest number of maximum. So he's a man in form. He's said only the 3 knocks, but he certainly made his presence felt.
So it could be a wide, possibly.
Just got away from Carver behind the stumps too, so they'll pick up the extra run. So a bit of a sign earlier that there is a bit of movement in the air, B-double, bit of in down the leg side.
Feel the wind coming over from the railway line over there, from the southeast, or southwest. So yeah, you should get a little bit of movement.
Right, so Mensforth is back on strike. Haslett right arm over the wicket.
Bit of an outie.
Just through the gate.
Stumps, yes.
And the skipper Carver behind the stumps, just wondering how it missed everything. But they'll come back for 2, so a little bit of luck there early for the.
You really got to get early wickets in this competition to put the pressure on the lower of the batting side, especially the final, because the final will either make you or break you. You've got to get the early wickets.
So Haslett. Just waiting for adjustment in the field. Wonderful afternoon here, Sunday afternoon here in Adelaide. Where else would you rather be? Laid out point, fielded there, no run. So end of the first over. And perhaps we should mention, of course, the important men out there at the moment. Umpires Mike Stanley and Albert Singh are given the honour of officiating in this final. So it'll be umpire Stanley coming in for his first piece of action. And, I think this is Timmy Sargent, if I'm right, B-double.
Sure is, mate. Yep, and watch the ball fly.
He's a World Cup player, and we had him on stumps earlier in the week, and just his passion for the game, as he said, he's played cricket since he started. He hasn't had a break. He's gone all the way through, and renowned performer.
If he gets on song early on, he'll be very hard to play
So
against.
17 wickets. I think it's the second highest in the comp at 11.06 for the season. So as we said, Goodwood and Adelaide cricket clubs, and Australian over 50 World Cup player. So the Sarge, we're looking to pull rank here, Pat. It's to just
He's got the run up pegged out there, and he's just setting the field. He's just going to move his mid wicket a little bit squarer, and we think he'll be angling into this right hander. Men's fourth here as he comes in from the Donald Bradman drive ends. Tim Sargent, just off the thigh pad and down the leg side, no run.
And Andrew Carver getting a bit of an early work out there. Good dive and take, as you said, B-double. The body doing some things that you don't suggest that might be able to do.
Exactly right.
Although he might be in the Radox buff.
The old
at 8
deep
o'clock tonight.
deep heat works very well in these games.
So Hills none for 5, Telfer on 1, men's fourth on 1.
Putting the gloves nice and hard there, bit of angle, that natural left arm angle across the right hander.
Yeah, went away from him. That's why I said he can bowl them in swingers or the out swingers or the one that just goes straight through. You've really got to pick it out the hand.
Yeah.
But with these windy conditions, it's going to be very hard.
Just need to know where your off stump is for that one that angles across that you don't
sure
sneak
do.
off. Slip and a gully in play. Sargent. And off the thigh pad, nicely worked. Running nicely across the outfield. They might get back for a second. I think they will.
It looks like it's a very slow outfit.
It's quite lush, isn't it? The pile of the
It
carpet
is
is quite thick.
Absolutely, with the style of the grass, as you said, perhaps a little bit of overnight rain, but you think it might have dried. But yeah, it is all hold up. Perhaps not getting the value for the shots that you may well. So none for 7. Hills in the second over, they're 40 over.
Just on the 40 overs, B-double, what would be a target that Hills Fleurieu would want here, you think?
You'd want a 190 to 200.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
that'd be 200. Anything more than 200 I would say be a winning score.
Okay.
Again, it's very hard to make it 200, but once you've got the 200 up there,
It's a good sort of defend, isn't it?
oh yeah,
Yep.
very good. Yeah. As I say, mate, once you've got the runs on board, the other opposition you've got to chase them.
So back with Timmy Sargent again. Left arm over the wicket, he's bowling to Telfer. And Telfer in behind that nicely, well struck to mid-off. Extra cover, no run. None for 7, Hills Fleurieu on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard. As we approach the end of the second over, so a good steady start.
Yeah, it's I think they're just finding their way on what the pitch is doing and what Sarge is doing with the ball. But I think once it gets a bit of shine off the ball, then they'll probably able to start playing some shots.
So Sargent on the way in. Telfer once again lets it go. It's the end of the second over. So on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard, none for 7. Hills Fleurieu in the opening innings of this grand final.
Javette tetraploid annual ryegrass is a late maturing variety that is quick to establish and ideal for grazing. To order your Javette tetraploid annual ryegrass, contact your local rural store today.
So back here at Cowan Rolton, Haas at the resume. Mensforth just fends the ball back down the pitch. So obviously Mensforth, you'd suggest B-double could be the guy who sort of unleashes, as I said, made the only century so far in this competition.
Well, yeah, by all reports, once he got going, when he went back out to bat in his second stint, he just absolutely went crazy. I was watching the highlights on it, and I've never seen a guy hit a ball so hard.
So Hassel in again. This time watchfully Mensforth withdraws the bat.
Being an aggressive player, BW would probably like to bat out of the crease, so the slow outswing bowler with the keeper at the stumps forces him back, doesn't it?
Oh,
So
it
takes
sure
his
does.
tempo away.
Exactly right.
Back foot
time
nicely there to point. No run. So pretty much a ring field set by the Easies, as you'd expect for the new ball.
Yeah, well, I think what he's doing is, because he bowls on such a nice tight line, you can't really play some shots, so that's why they haven't got guys in the outfield.
Bit shorter,
Oh, now,
upish,
yes.
and it'll go all the way for 4.
That's
So
four.
Mensforth is away.
That's a good shot. That's a really nice shot.
Got into good position early, didn't he? It was short,
did.
and he really rocked
Picked
back
it up
and hit
very
it well.
early. Yeah.
So first boundary to Innings. Takes the score on to 11. Hills Fleurieu. Mensforth just showing us what he's capable of. So Haas in again. No run on that occasion. So Haas 11 wickets for Easies this season, boys. 16.82 average at the end of that over.
Tidy return, isn't it?
Because he bowls that little nagging line of length where you can't really attack him unless he does play a bad ball, then you can really hit him. But he just bowls that nagging line of length.
So a great day for cricket here at Gladys Elphick Reserve. We can just hear the bit of jubilation across the road.
turf boys
the turf
getting into it.
T20 final. So I think that might be the completion of a final. So someone's a bit happy. The 3 finals over there today in conjunction with this over 50s. So it's Sargent on the way again. Telfer. There's the ball back out. Fielded. Yeah, so great conditions as I said, and the cricket community out to enjoy some very good games between the some of the current cricketers and the stars of yesteryear are still showing how it's done, Pat.
Absolutely. Now in a 40 over format, I'm presuming 8 over maximum for bowlers.
Yeah.
Double?
Yep.
So with Sarge, would he get through 3 or 4 and then be held back for a later spell?
Well, early on in the season, he was actually coming up now. He had a bit of a calf, so he'd bowl his
Straight through.
8,
Yep.
because you
Hard
do
to
it
come back with a calf, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh yeah, yep, for sure. So I think he will bowl his 8 straight through, and they'll just bring on probably Dave Benson.
Yep.
Whispering death by his own admission. Benno, looking forward to that.
So Sargent at the top of his mark. None for 2 in his second over. Very front on action. Telfer
him.
tries
Oh,
to
he's
get
dropped
through.
him.
Yes. Didn't quite stick there at sort
Point.
of forward point there, wasn't it? It was upish from Telfer, but he's managed to survive that one, and he's.
Well, it actually looked to drop as it got near the field. It actually seemed to drop, and that's why he had to change
He's
his.
quite deep out there, isn't he?
Yeah, well,
It's almost a run-saving position as opposed to a catching position.
exactly right.
Alright, so they're going to bring the fine leg up and move another one on the off. Sargent obviously getting that bit of angle, and the Hills Fleurieu boys a bit upish on the offside. So none for 12, batting first Hills Fleurieu on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard. Telfer is 4, Mensforth is 5. Just assessing his options here, Jed. He's got a bit of room now with no one at fine leg that he can tuck one around the corner. Sargent now will be keen for off stump here, you'd think. And pushed out to mid on, no run.
You mentioned before about some of the injuries. I suppose at that stage you've got to keep the muscles, but it seems to be prevalent. Talking to Telfer and Sarge and Stumps, they were talking about hamstrings and calves. They seem to be the majority of injuries that are picked up, and we might come back to that after this ball. That's that Sarge on the way in.
Wanted a piece of that one, didn't he?
Flash said that one, but thankfully survives. So over 50s, do you have to do a bit more physical work to keep your body right for the rigours of playing cricket?
No, mate, just as I said, put lots of deep heat on there, mate. As soon as you go into the change room, you smell it, and you go, well, there's all the injuries fixed up. But no, you don't get a lot of injuries. I think it's just the guys how they turn wrong. You just learn how to over your experience in cricket.
So, someone
Yeah,
just
okay.
wondering, such a
From
joys
the
of
side
Parklands
screen.
cricket from the side screen. Timmy Sargent just giving it a bit of a glare, I think, as he does to the batsman. Now he's on his way in.
Oh, that's well bowled.
Great shot, Mansfield.
Yes,
Yep.
straight back down to past the bowler.
Might be two, maybe
For
three.
two,
there.
yes. We'll see how they Greyhounds. Yes, Mensforth's up
Just
for it.
pulls up in front of the boundary rope.
Yes, that spectator could have fielded it.
Yes.
So that'll be 3 to Mensforth. So he'll move on to 8.
Actually, it was well bowled and well played because it was actually, I think he was going for the Yorker and he's just managed to dig it out and got it the right spot.
Timed it well, didn't he?
Yeah,
So
very well.
into the
Yep.
over there. Sargent currently numbed for 6. None for 15. Hills Fleurieu on the Hodson Prince scoreboard here at Karen Rolton number 2. So what can we work out those opening few overs, boys? 4 overs gone.
Pretty watchful, I would have thought. There was a couple of opportunities.
As you'd expect at this
Yeah,
stage.
a
of
couple of opportunities to play the shorter ball, and obviously Mansfield did get one away, so they are looking to score. But I
Oh,
think
for sure.
the Easies have bowled a pretty tight line.
Well, they have, and bowled from this end here, it's Hazlitt. He's actually bowling that nice little tight line where he bowled one bad ball and hit for 4. But other than that, his previous balls have been really tight.
So Hassett continues.
Oh, a bit of a
Leading
leading
edge,
edge.
yeah. Just a bit of pace off. I think Mansfield is one of those guys that likes the ball coming on.
That's right.
So a bit of pace off from Hazlitt is just having to find his own pace with the bat. So chance for maybe one of catching the outfield here. Drops it a bit shorter. Trying to tick it around the fine leg, but no run.
They've got the point out, deep point now.
Yeah. In a run saving position. Oh, he's.
Oh,
Did he get a nick on that? Didn't quite
There was a
stick in the
noise
gloves
there,
of
that's for
Carter,
it
sure.
did
but,
sound like a
yeah.
bit of an edge, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Showing a bit of aggression there, but thankfully remains. So Hassett in again from the Port Road end.
Shot.
This time it's
That
it's
sounded
Right
good
down
off the
ground,
bat.
and that's
One bounce.
one
Four
bounce
runs.
4.
So Mansforth his second 4 of the innings. He moves along to 12. He was none for 19 here. Hodson Prince scoreboard. Over 50's South Australian Veterans Cricket Association Grand Final. Coming to you worldwide here on Dartfish Trust. You're enjoying our coverage wherever you are. As we said, you might be watching in the middle of the night in some areas of the world.
Yes. Going
We all
global.
love our cricket, that's for
Going
sure.
global with veterans cricket, you've got to love that. So Mansforth fronts up again. Outside the off stump, leans back into it, but they've got that run saving position nicely there at backward point. Now the big game for Hazlitt is, do I pitch it up, or is it going to go drop kick over my head, or do I try and pitch it in just that bit of a short of a length to try and keep that drive out of the equation, because Mansfield obviously keen to get going. Bit of angle into the pads, and he'll tickle that just behind the square leg umpire for a single. So
Because Hazlitt, he bowls the outswing all the time, maybe he's got to start changing and try and maybe bowl an in-swing it to them to get them
Bit of
to play
variety.
a different shot.
Yep.
So that he's over. So Hills Fleurieu none for 20 after 5 overs.
So we've got a bit of a break, boys. A shout out to the M&G Hotel Group, who were very accommodating for me to come across from Mildura and put me up in the equality on O'Connell. They've got a great range of accommodation options too. Regal Park, Manhattan, Greenways and the Adelaide Pulteney. So head to mghotelgroup.com.au for your next stay when you're in South Australia.
And I suppose you really enjoyed that drink card they gave you too. We thank everyone for their support of the Veterans Cricket Association. So back with Timmy Sargent steaming in.
We took a bit of pace off that and it's gone straight through.
They've got the fine leg down there fielding it.
Well, he just cuts it off. They'll get 2. Pace off delivery from Sarge.
I did notice that, yeah, they're just probably trying to trick him into playing that false drive to get it up high on the back and maybe get a catch in front of the batsman there.
We didn't communicate that with the boys behind the stumps though, because they were none the wiser.
No, that's exactly right. Actually, I think it bounced before the wicket
Yeah,
keeper.
absolutely. Tucked around the corner.
Off.
Yep, straight onto it. And another run time for the Hills Fleurieu Combine. Take them to number 23 in this 6th over.
So you can probably hear the sounds of the city. Isn't it great to be virtually in the heart of Adelaide here for our international viewers, the sirens wailing, people walking through the parklands. Just a fantastic sight here for the over 50 strutting their stuff on the big stage. So Sergeant in again to Telfer.
Good call.
Oh, he's had to dive for the big dive in the end.
Watch out for the hamstrings.
That'll certainly stretch the hamstrings, but Telfer making his ground there. So he moves on to 5, and the tally's none for 24. Halfway through the
Now
6
you've got to
over.
start pushing for the singles.
Yep.
Yeah, instead of just waiting for the 4, you've actually got to start pushing for them and put the pressure on the fielding side.
Field is out deep though on that onside, so there is options there, isn't there? Sergeant again. On to men's 4th. Takes him compactly behind that and squirts it out to extra cover.
So can you relate the game of cricket, particularly this format, similar to footy? You talk about the quarters. So first quarter, first 1 to 10, and you go to second and the third, like the 20 to 30 mark would be very important. As I say, the premiership quarter, and of course you steam home in the run up to the 40 overs.
Well, you've
Set yourself
got
goals.
to start your momentum, what, 10 runs, 20 runs.
Yep.
Sergeant again.
That was a slower
again,
ball
he did
again.
take it off and almost
Yeah.
spooned up to mid-off on the bounce.
Very lucky
safely.
with that shot. It was well bowled by Sarge because he's actually bowled that slower ball again, and he fooled the batsman. The batsman's hit it straight back in the air.
Absolutely. And to your point, Pistols, I guess wickets in the shed in the first 10 or 20 is key too. So you've got that platform to
sure.
really kick on
Yep.
in the second half of your innings.
So Sergeant in again, southern end, men's 4th.
I think actually that went away from Mensforth then because he actually tried to play it. You could see it didn't come back into the batsman. It actually went away from him.
Certainly bowling with good variety.
Oh
mixing
yeah,
up.
you've got to in this format of cricket. You can't just bowl flat strap all the time. You got to chop and change your bowling style every over or so.
Yep.
Because the batsman will get used to it, and they'll just play the way they want to play.
So BW, you talked about perhaps a relative target here. You said 200 at the moment. They're just run rate of 4.
4-0, it's
So,
160.
Hassett continues. Telford plays it out.
I think roughly around about the 30 over mark, then you can really start to go put bat on ball and really hit them hard and score some more runs. You'd want to be looking at 8 runs and over from the 30th over
Last 2.
onwards.
Yep.
Yep.
So Hazlitt again on to Telfer. Struck on the pad, big appeal.
Ooh, umpire Singh asked the question, but
I might have pitched
Takes the
outside
head.
off
Yeah,
stump,
I
I reckon.
think you might be right.
Because he's starting him on the leg side
Yep.
and hoping they'll swing away from him.
so Hassett. And again.
Oh, that's just missed the top. That just missed the bails
Stay down
on the
a
off
bit, that
stump. It did, didn't it? Yeah.
Do you get much? I just noticed the 2 captains there in close proximity. Of course, Carver behind the stumps and Telford batting. Get much banter out there.
Oh, especially from Telford. That's bowling.
There's
Straight
a
through.
shame. So, first wicket falls in the 7th over. It's the skipper Telford departs for 5. Bowled there by Hassett. So, 1 for 24.
The change up there, I reckon, might have angled back into the right hand batsman.
Yeah, because
Did I see that right?
I'm pretty sure it's taken middle of the leg stump.
Yep.
So, we might be able to have a look at that on the S&W Seed Company replay here. So, he's lucky the previous ball, when you think about it. And then, well,
Definitely
Yeah, he
back
came
in
back
next
in
on
yeah.
as well.
But he was actually batting outside leg stump.
So first week down for Hills Fleurieu, 1 for 24 on the Hodson Prince scoreboard.
so
And Leith Dawes is the new man to the crease. What can you tell us about Leith, B-double?
Well, I haven't really played a lot against him. As you said, we only played him twice this year.
Yep.
But
good Hills boy. Hills
Yeah.
Cricket Association, Scott Creek and Mount Lofty. Only just retired from A-grade cricket, boys. Last year he was coach of Mount Lofty. this season, 257 at 64. So
Yeah, I do remember him, though. He's a solid player.
Yep.
Once he gets going, yeah, there's more to it. But he should be in. He's been in pretty good form all year. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes.
Interesting. His first senior game, boys, as a 16-year-old, he played B grade, made 203 not out. Just probably thinking, how easy is this? But that's a long time ago. Let's see, we're in over 50. So facing his first delivery from Haslett. Doors just let that one go through. A little bit of a fumble from Carver, but no damage done.
But he's just bowling that nagging length.
Turned away on the onside nicely, so he's away with probably 2 here as it goes out to mid-wicket. And comfortable 2 for Dawes. So that gets him underway in this grand final of the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association Over 50's competition. 26 for 1 on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard after set.
Bronco forage oats consistently produces superior late season growth, high forage yields and high quality hay production. Contact your local rural store to find out how Bronco forage oats can work for you.
Okay, back here at Karen Rolton.
Change up, boys.
Yes.
Far end. Just waiting for the scoreboard to update there.
Take over from Sargent, who bowled his 3 overs, none for 7, so as we expected, it was pretty hard to get away. But easy boys, opting for a change here. Just waiting to pick up.
Pace off is the way to go, B-double.
Sure is, mate. Yeah, this guy, he's actually a wily old bowler. He just bowls that little, again, nagging line of length where you think he's going to get easier to get away, and he'll soon fool you, and you'll get a wicket. And it comes from a pretty good height too, because he's a tall fella.
Get a bit of bounce, won't he?
Well, yeah, it depends on what he's actually bowling today.
So man's forced to set the batsman.
That's short.
Gets it away.
Stevie Parsons, I think it is.
Stephen Parsons, yes. There's just 6 wickets, 20.83 in 4 matches. Nicknamed as the Nose. Wily and Cunning is the profile on him, so Dawes to face him here for the first time.
Again, through past the keeper.
Oh, that's going towards the boundary, and it possibly that's gone for 4.
So a bit of high bounce there.
Yeah. Yep.
Delivery, but
and he's pushing them through. I mean, it's not like it's that he might be trying to put a bit of turn on the ball, but he's certainly getting a bit of pace through there, and almost a bit of that angle away, wasn't it? Almost
Because
an
of his
arm
height,
ball, yeah.
Yeah, his height. If he gets on the right spot, it'll actually kick, which that ball did.
Yep.
Parsons. And again to Dawes. That's a better ball, that one. A little bit of fumble from Carver, but recovers the ball. Back to Parsons. So 1 for 32. Come at midway mark at 8 overs. Hills Fleurieu electing to bat first here in the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association Over 50's final. Trust you're enjoying our coverage here on Dartfish. Dawes in behind this one, plays it back. So just playing at a venue like this, B-double would be fantastic for the veterans.
Oh, it's your ultimate dream.
That was a long time ago, your childhood.
You know, they're playing a Veterans Cricket Grand Final.
Yes.
Is your that's what you start for at the beginning of the year.
Yep.
You your aim is play in the grand final and hopefully win them. Unfortunately, Adelaide Uni, we've played in 3 and lost all 3.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's disappointing. Passes to Dawes again. Apart from that one loose delivery, Paddy's been pretty much on the money.
Yeah, just trying to
The
take the
nose.
ball away from the right-handed batsman. And they've got that field offside set again. They've got a very deep point, extra cover, bit off, and backward point as well. So they've certainly got plenty of protection on the off. Drops short, and this time Dawes is hitting nicely there through point. But they've got that
Run
control. Yep, just the one
Return.
right over the bails. Takes the score to 33 in the 8th over. In fact, that's the end of the 7th over. So 8 overs gone. 1 for 33. Hills Fleurieu on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard. Good look at those bowling figures. Hazlitt 1 for 14 from his 4 sergeant, just the 3 in that opening burst. I'm sure we'll see him back a bit later on in the afternoon. 1 for 7. Parsons 7 off his first over. So I wonder whether we'll get a change up from this Port Road end, boys. We'll wait and see.
Double change, you suggest?
The easy's going to come in. Looks like Hazlitt,
No,
maybe he's got the
Hazlitt's
ball.
still
He's gonna
bowling,
go
yeah.
get it.
I was surprised they didn't bowl Timmy Sargent all the way through.
I was going to say, do you have the situation where a bloke's bowling and perhaps he's worried about stiffening up, so he bowls right through?
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe Sargent's good to go today, so he's good for a couple of spells.
Back with Hazlitt to Dawes.
Shot.
Timed
Oh,
that well, didn't he?
well fielded.
No run. Good fielding.
Struck the ball well from the get-go, Leith, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Come straight out.
Yep.
Straight out in the middle.
Hazlitt to Dawes.
Oh, he's got that
Check
nicely
around the
round
corner.
the corner.
Could go for 4.
He's timed that
Go
well
full
again.
distance. Yes, it has this
And
time.
the boundary.
We talked about possibly the oval being a bit slow in the outfield, but on that occasion just raced away.
Yeah. Seems to be running all right. To
Perhaps
that,
drying out, I don't know.
Bradman drive in, but a little bit slower at airing, I reckon. But certainly got onto that quickly, into position well.
Quite a reasonable breeze here. We see the advertising hoardings fluttering, so whether that's drying out any moisture that was left over on the surface. So Hazlitt back into Dawes.
Left.
Pass through to Carver.
Bit of length, that one.
It was, yeah. It wasn't short, and it was just on that length where you couldn't drive,
Or get
couldn't
back.
cut it.
Yeah, he was stuck at the crease.
That was short.
It's picked off out to point for a single. Here's Fleurieu 1 for 38 in the 8th over. And that Hodgson Prince scoreboard. Men's fourth is 14.
Okay.
Dawes quickly has got to 8. And they put someone right on the deep point boundary now, haven't they? For men's?
Yeah, and they've put someone in wide mid-off, in between mid-off and cover.
Push another one back just outside or on the ring there. Big single, so they push the field out and they take advantage.
Yep.
Good cricket. Men's fourth. Dawes honouring their call. Got through safely. Medford's on the 15. Dawes on 8. 1 for 39.
They've got to start ticking over the runs now because they're only on 4.42 and over. You really want to get
So
it
by that
5
10,
and
you
over.
want that 50
Yeah.
mark by the 10th over. As
Yep.
I said. Arthur didn't get into Dawes. Pulls up. I think the man riding the bike might have upset his vision, perhaps. Got them all here today. Walkers, bike riders. Back down the pitch. Past the bowler and field. No run. So that is the end of the over.
So he's 1 for 20 now. Hazlitt after 5. Interesting to see if they will continue with him or they'll make a change. You always, as a bowler, B double, sometimes you always sometimes go for that one too many. They're coming out well. I'll get one more in and then they get after you.
I've actually done that plenty of times.
So boy.
Yeah, and you see, why did I bowl that last over?
So back at Stevie Parsons.
And then you get the opposite boys where you can't get the ball out of your hand when you're having a good day.
Oh, yeah.
When you're taking wickets, life is good.
Parsons to continue. Southern end. Men's fourth.
Good bowl. lines that come
Yes.
up behind you and just go bang. They'll get 2 or 3 wickets in a game.
Normally someone at the other end doing all the hard, heavy lifting though.
It sure is.
Parsons. Oh, well
yeah,
bowled.
that's very well bowled.
Good length and just going away from the right-handed batsman. Mensforth on the walk a bit there, wasn't he? Almost walking towards that ball, trying to get it through the mid.
So Parsons' profile, boys, describes him as wily and cunning like a fox. So
The grey
cunning work
fox.
there as he beat Mensforth all up.
So
But, he's surviving.
Again, beats the bat outside the off stump, so he's just got that line and length perfect.
It's actually surprising with the wind coming from the southwest. He's actually managing to bowl from the Bradman end, bowling the little outswings
Yeah,
where
yep.
you'd be expecting him to
Coming
come back in. I think that's what he's played for just then.
So Parsons actually plays for the Hills in the over-60s comp, boys. So different colours today.
Mensforth working that one there, backward a point. Might be two there, the field's been pretty deep, and Jed will get back for a second.
Bang.
Throw. Certainly managed to hold him up a bit, haven't they, Mensforth? He got out of the gates pretty quickly, but
yeah.
now 17 from 29,
Those
so
two boundaries, but
coming to his shell a little bit. 1 for 41, Jules Fleurieu on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard. He's gone this
shot.
time, full of
That's
length.
over cover.
Like what he saw there, didn't he?
Oh yeah.
Might not quite get there, I reckon. It's a little bit slow out towards
Nope,
that
it's
light
just hit
tower.
there,
Just
hit
got
the
there.
ground. He's just got to wait for the bad ball.
Yep.
Because no player will bowl 6 good balls per over for the whole day. You just wait for that bad ball and you punish it.
So we're going along nicely. As you said, he's 21 now. 3 of those boundaries, the only 3 boundaries of the innings so far, coming from Mensforth. So just showing that potential when he goes for it.
Almost premeditated, as we saw there on the SAVCA company replay. Just on his force back into the crease and a bit of push there, not quite. And that will be the end of the over. 10 gone, 1 for 45. Hills Fleurieu on the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association over 50s grand final. That is on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard.
Yes, and a big thanks to Hoggies Wine Estates for their support of the Veterans Cricket, particularly our coverage today back here live at Karen Ralton Oval, number 2 ground, on our worldwide coverage. And Harsett continuing here. Perhaps I thought E-double is for him to bowl out.
I think, well, I mean, is he bowled now? Is he bowled?
He's 6 now, I think.
He'll bowl out.
So to the doors, naturally, off the pad, no run. So
He's not quick and he's not slow, where if he's quick you can sneak the runs off him, if he's slow you can have a hit at him, but he's just on that speed that he's very hard to play.
doors once again watchfully. Plays it out, cover. With a bit of experience, boys. Played at Sturt Cricket Club and the Gladstone Ramblers. I don't know if it's Gladstone in the mid-north of South Australia. Nickname Chalk.
Just time again from doors, can't beat the field a bit on those, so no run. Plenty of options for the easies with the ball though, V-double, so they can certainly throw it around.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm surprised they haven't brought Dave Benson on yet. Maybe they're hanging him back a little bit. And Juddy. In first game.
Field have been set deeper. So Chook. Harsett wanders in.
Down deep mid on for the single. Maybe Juddy hasn't worked out which end he hasn't told the skipper.
I think you'd be telling him that to stop
Chuck Hassett, one of your own kind here, Pat, because he's the sports broadcaster ABC North and West over summer.
There you go.
And calling the footy in the winter.
Nice
Like yourself
tones,
up there
yeah.
in Sunraysia. So end of the over, 1 for 46.
So it looks like Parsons will continue.
Oh yeah, I'd keep him on his end because he's actually not bowling all that bad. So he's had 2 overs for 13, but
Yeah, one would see the eyes, you know. Like
yeah, and,
bad ball.
he's beaten the bat a few times, so he's not bowling all that bad.
So resume into doors.
Oh, again, he's
another
beaten the bat.
cracker delivery.
Wow, that zing through a bit.
Just a little subtle variations.
I'd say from the height he's coming from, you can actually see that little nice spot on the pitch where he's pitching it is making the ball do some work.
Well, cunning and wily, as they said, Pat.
Yep.
He's doing what it says on the
B
box.
double,
Yeah, about it. With Parsons, we go again. On the doors.
he's done
Finishing
it again.
He's gone past the bat, but it's gone through the slip cordon. And that will
Could
just
go
about go. It's going to be a big effort. No,
4.
it is 4 again. So,
That was very unlucky.
absolutely. Hills Fleurieu have been a bit fortunate that they've made a few runs there, getting through the wicketkeeper and slip for buys. I think Sundries, if we had a look at the full box score, would probably be right up amongst the action, I reckon.
Just a replay there, and the S&W Seed Company replay. So I suppose it doesn't matter how you get them, as long as they're in
As
the
long as you
bank,
get 'em,
boys.
mate.
Yep.
That's
So Parsons looking to redeem here. Come in once again to Dawes, who's on 9.
Just drag that one back, roll his fingers across the seam there.
exactly, yeah, mate. Cut into the batsman.
Parsons on to Dawes. Drops it short, tries to force it out on the offside.
That actually
Yeah,
kept it a little bit low.
Bit of invariable bounce at
very
times throughout the morning and afternoon. Pretty quiet out there at the moment, boys.
There's not much chirp.
This time works it down to fine leg off the thigh pad. Another sundry added. Beautiful return from the deep. Takes that Hodgson Prince scoreboard over to 151 in the 12th. And now Mensforth. I wonder if he's waiting for that pitched up ball outside off again to launch into.
Yeah, I think now is his chance to start willing the willow, I think it is.
Just easily
Shot.
works that
Yes.
through backward point. Nonchalantly.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Picks up the single, so he'll take strike for the next over. And we're through 12 on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard. Hills Fleurieu, 1 for 52.
And of course, for the benefit of our international or maybe interstate viewers, of course, this ground was part of the hub used in November for the Sheffield Shield competition, and there was a truckload of runs certainly made in a couple of games out here. So certainly good conditions and a great venue for the veterans as they play for the South Australian over 50s title. And I said, trust you're enjoying our coverage coming to you through Dartfish. Hoggies Estates Wines. Currently Hills Fleurieu 1 for 52, as we said, off 12 overs, run rate 4.33. So Hassett to continue. The 7th over.
Wide
Nice
hand.
catch.
Oh,
He's
no.
dropped him.
Oh no.
He's dropped it.
It's a fairly loose delivery, wasn't it, down the leg side?
Oh.
Probably would have been a wide had it not been struck, and he certainly got some bat on it, but Parsons just didn't quite seem to judge it.
No, it was unfortunate. He did have a grab at it.
Yeah.
It just bounced out of his hands.
Bit of a juggling act, but
Short fine leg, he was in pretty tight there.
once again around the corner, a bit more work for Parsons. This time he grabs the ball solidly at ground level and returns it. Hassett just grabbing the shoulder there. Hills 1 for 54. Have advantage of a definite chance here early in this over.
Again goes short.
Well fielded.
Tell you what, the The ball's following Parsons.
Generally tends to do that when you drop one. There's no doubt about
Oh,
that.
the ball magnet.
Another single to men's fourth. Currently 24. Dawes is at 11. Hills 1 for 55. What's the Prince scoreboard?
Oh, nice lead there
Wow.
from Dawes. Good length once again from Haslett. As we mentioned, looks like he will push through in this 8 over burst here. He's got one more to follow this over, and then I guess we'll see what Eastern Zone will bring to the table.
Exactly right.
Just worked into the pads. Quite
Oh,
question
is it
asked by
right?
the bowler, and he's had to
Oh.
dash back. It's a nice whip by Carver there. Whipped the glove off very nicely, the wicket keeper.
Well, what'll happen there with an appeal?
Gee
And a
whiz.
good shot at the stumps, and Dawes diving just to preserve his wicket. So out of a dot ball, there was a lot of action.
Right, so one more to go in this 13th over.
Filled out the deep square leg now on the boundary.
Maybe the full ball to come plant the seed for the short one. Short outside the off stump and nicely worked by Dawes.
Deep
Out in
point.
front of the marquees out there. He'll pick up a single, deep point. Into the over, 1 for 56, Hills Fleurieu after 13 on the Hodson Prince scoreboard.
So back live here, Karen Rolton. Parsons first ball. Right out deep over point for a single by
Turn.
Dawes. So comfort in we saw there.
Yes.
You know, obviously you got that nice robe that you got there in your gave it to you, complimentary in your bag there.
And a bar tab.
Quality in O'Connell. Had to walk up and down O'Connell this
Oh,
morning as
shot.
Vince Forth leans back into that. Over mid on he goes.
Speaking of walking the field, we'll have to walk in the park needs to get that one. A very good boundary.
Good strike from Jed as he moves to 28. But what a good strip, O'Connell Street. As you could probably dine out on some different cuisine every night of the week for about 2 weeks. And go again a second time. It's a good spot to be, I'll tell you.
Oh yes.
I'm only disappointed I'm only here for a couple of days.
Send you back a couple of kilos here.
Yeah.
Kebabs.
According to the bakery in O'Connell, I picked up this really nice chicken spicy number this morning. Hope he doesn't come back later on in the afternoon as we get back to Parsons. Nicely
well
worked
played.
again.
Down at Benson.
Nicely worked by Mensforth. That was his previously his fourth boundary at Innings. So he moves along to 29. So just going along nicely. It's anchoring the innings at the moment. It's losing the wicket of Telfer earlier. His opening partner, and Dawes in at the moment. Still probably just feeling his way in.
Certainly in no hurry to get things moving out there at Leith. He's just making sure he knows where all the fieldsmen are. Gets himself set again. Just laying back nicely.
League single.
It's back to
Benson.
Benson. Just the one run. So I guess always the question for Mensforth will be, is he going to be the sheet anchor and bat through the 40, or does he start to go the long handle because they've got men in the shed? That's the big question.
Well, I
isn't it?
guess thing is 40. He's got to retire, doesn't he?
Yep.
And then he'd come back later. As we said, he's been the only century scorer in the comp this year, 102 not out. Nicely put
shot.
square.
Back to the square.
Come back for 2.
Good throw.
Oh, good
Really
throw.
good throw. Seeming to show a little bit more intent now in the last 5 minutes, isn't he? Getting on with it, trying to score at every opportunity.
Yeah. I think he's realised now there's like, we're in the 14th over.
Yep.
Yep.
He's 31 at the moment. He's got to really start pushing them to get the other guys in to see if they can back up what he's done as well.
Exactly. Being a reasonable nick at the halfway mark, 20 overs. Drinks break at 20 overs.
Yeah,
He
normally
yep.
does, yeah.
Once again, Benson.
He seems to be
Caravan man.
struggling in the field a bit, Dave Benson.
Right, so another overdone from Steve Parsons through his fourth. As we check those figures, 25, so they're taking him at about nearly 6.5 and over. Men's fourth is 32 from 38, Dawes 14 off 28.
15 extras.
Yeah, they've been
That's
a key ally for the Hills Fleurieu boys so far. 1 for 66 after 14 on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard. As Hazlitt now will get to his final over.
So, of course, men's fourth, Mildura Settlers. What can you tell us about the Settlers Cricket Club?
Yeah, look, they've been a dominant A-grade club for the last probably 5 to 6 seasons. They've had the uncanny knack of pulling in that gun recruit that comes to town. They've always got the ears on the vines quicker than everybody else. Had Mark Cleary, of course, get back home, play some cricket, former South Australian Victorian state player. They move into semi-finals next weekend, pretty well positioned again.
So Arset begins for his final over.
Leading edge.
Wow.
Going away from the right-handed batsman.
There's 2 there. No, it's only getting to 1.
So the recruiting of cricket, Pat, there's a few brown paper bags around the place.
Well, it's just, I
similar
guess
to
you're
footy in that
either
way,
connected
or-
or you're not. And the Settlers back home in Mildura just have always had that look in before everybody else.
Good networking.
Absolutely.
So Arset, umpire Singh just holding him up. Dawes back down the pitch. Arset felt about fielding off his own bowling and thought, no, I'll let someone else bend down. Save the back. This is in his 8th and final over, 1 for 26 at this current stage. Dawes once again down the
Good run,
ground.
good short run.
Yep.
Timmy Sargent throws back the wiki.
Another single to Dawes takes him to 15. I suppose guys who are regularly playing, a lot of them still playing community grade cricket, they have a better understanding running between the wickets. And
Oh, for sure. It is all to do with communication.
yes, of course. You've been featuring a few run-outs in your time there, B-double?
Yeah, I got run out this year.
Obviously not your fault.
No, it never is.
Loved a shot. Square, but the man on the boundary keeps it to 1. Men's fourth. He's on to 34 off 40. 1 for 69, Hills Fleurieu. Approaching the end of the 15th over here. Dawes just pulls out. So he goes down but over the bat. Hustled in. Plays back
Well
down to pitch
fielded.
and well fielded, on this occasion by Haslett. Keeps his own figures looking good.
As you do.
So what happens in that situation when you do get run out, not happy after the game? As Haslett.
Oh, well, yeah, you always blame your teammate who ran you out. But when he hits it straight to a field and you say a run, he goes, no, and you run back, you're out. Well, from a direct hit, you're pretty unlucky.
So a single off the last ball of Haslett's final over. Dawes is 16.
8 overs for 29.
You take that in the grand final, I reckon?
Oh, for sure.
So Hills Fleurieu 1 for 70. Off their 15 overs, Hodgson Prince scoreboard.
4.67 and over.
I guess, back to your point, B-double, bowler like Hazlitt probably would struggle a bit more coming back at the death overs when guys are really going a long handle. So if he can push through and get that 8 in, the ball's newer.
Yeah, but
He's
see,
probably-
because he's got a short runner,
Yep.
he's not using as much energy. Whereas for Timmy Sargent's got a long runner,
Yep.
you're using a lot of energy. But Haas only got like 4 or 5 step runner, so he's conserving a lot of energy. So he could actually come back.
Yep.
If he did have a spell for bowl 4 overs and then come back again, he wouldn't cramp up like a lot of other guys would.
So it's Parsons to continue from the southern end, which will be his 5th over here. None for 25 at this stage. So Dawes down square. Deep point. Comes in field. Single. So as you said, B double in the middle here, the 16th over, so they'll be looking to get the 20 perhaps without no loss, so they'll still have plenty of wickets in the bank and then just really unleash.
Yeah, you'd want to be at least 100 by the 20th over to make it a real competitive score.
They need, what, 29 odd runs, 4 and a bit overs.
Yeah.
This Wolf turns it, a little bit of indecision, has to scamper in the end.
Oh no, I'm backing
All
up.
overthrows, so what could have been a bit of a disaster there turned into a bonus.
Well, that's
Come
when
back for 2.
those extra runs, you put pressure on the fielders.
Yep.
And that's where the mistakes get made.
Pressure
And
builds pressure.
That's where you run. Exactly right.
So men's for 36 not out. Parsons in again.
Full.
That's where it had to go.
That's
Just manages to squeeze it through the cover fieldsman
A
there.
little slow up. I'm pretty sure.
She was tight at the end. Tight at the end.
good piece of fielding there.
Back for a second.
And that's where you need in this format of cricket in the outfield, the communication between your two fields, do the relay throws.
Yes, yes.
Because some of the guys can't throw back properly. And
Yes.
you always stick that run. So if you get somebody who can throw the ball better,
Yeah, for sure.
relay throws.
Parsons in.
Sort of like that one.
So do you do a lot of work on that with your training, like the fielding aspect
Oh,
of the
well,
game?
we don't train, but in the field we do communicate
We
with
don't
a lot
train,
of-
we might come back to that. Parsons comes in. So no training. I suppose you play every fortnight, so it takes you a fortnight to recover the body.
It sure does. Sometimes it takes 3 weeks to recover. But no, we don't. We talk about it before the game, like with the relay throws,
Yes.
which is guys with dodgy shoulders.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the relay throws come in handy because it can actually put pressure on the batsman as well.
Yeah,
Because they think,
absolutely.
oh, this guy was not going to throw. You do a relay throw, and there's been run-outs this year where because of the relay throw, people have not thought about it and they've been run out.
Yep.
So as we predicted here, Pat, a change of bowler because Harsip bowled out. So we'll change you at the Port Road end. For the easies. Carter Hills Fleurieu sitting on 1 for 75. Doors on 17 and men's 4 for 38. Howard to come on. Sammy Howard, 8 wickets at 11.50 this season so far, boys. So it says bowls genuine outswingers. So yeah. Nickname of Howie. And Sturt Cricket Club experience back in the days.
A bit of Sturt connection in this competition. It's an interesting mark that they wouldn't have got with the off spinner Peter Judd, or they elected to put a bit more pace back on the ball again.
That's actually surprised me. I thought Juddy or Benno would have come in by now. Benno doesn't seem to be moving around the field very well.
No.
So maybe he's carrying a bit of an injury. And Juddy, well, I thought he would have had a burst by now. Maybe they are saving him to the end.
Howard starts up. Nicely struck by Doors down the middle for no run.
Whoop, whoop.
Nearly got one and turned 5 there as he's heading back to the top of his mark.
That's what you need, sconning your teammate.
Oh.
So that breeze still strong out there.
Yeah.
Like I said, the advertising fluttering in the distance. Doors tries to take something around the corner. Good work behind the stunts by the
Oh.
skipper and Carver. Doors assisting with the fielding there as well.
The only way they'll probably get him out is say handled ball.
Yes, yes. I was going to ask the question, is that sort of yes, gentleman's game? Maybe perhaps 30 years ago when these blokes were playing, they might have so Howard in again.
Boys,
Oh,
Mr.
Stormy's
Williams,
working on the
leg
leg
boys.
side. Maybe a bit some bat on that. Certainly run away pretty quickly to the
One for
boundary.
four,
Obviously
and
did,
he's
yes.
off the bat.
Four off the bat to Doors. His first boundary of the afternoon. Takes him on to 21. Neds Wolf up there in 38 on Concord.
29
Hills
off
Fleurieu 1 for
37.
79.
It's a really good partnership here for the Hills
Yeah.
Combine, isn't it? Sets them up
Yeah.
nicely for the final 20.
Well, they're 21 to get to 100. They need 3.5 overs to go, so they really should get to 100.
Yep.
And they still got some good batting in the shed with Dave Wyndham.
Yeah,
And
Dave
they hit the
Wyndham,
ball
yeah.
pretty well. So as you said, Hanley placed here for a for an assault in the second half of their innings.
So Howard in the 17th over. Yeezy's looking for a wicket here. Just takes a bit of pace off, but nicely worked by Dawes down to 5 lengths for a single. Always quick to hustle through for that first one. Leith always looking for the second, but I'm not sure his partner's that keen on it. So now Ned's fourth, not quite ready to go. Sitting on 38, so there's 2 more to go to get to that retirement mark of 40. And in behind it nicely there. Into the over from Howard, 5 off the first, and it's 1 for 80 after 17 on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard.
Paddy, did you need your jacket? You want a jacket? You're right.
Is Cardi around?
Javette Tetraploid annual ryegrass is a late maturing variety that is quick to establish and ideal for grazing. To order your Javette Tetraploid annual ryegrass, contact your local rural store today.
Oh, here he comes.
Right, back at Karen Rolt, number 2, this South Australian Veteran Cricket Association over 50s grand final. Hills Fleurieu taking on the Eastern Zone. Hills winning the toss, batting first. And they've set a pretty solid platform in this opening session as we get close to the drinks break. It's the loss of Anthony Telfer. As we see men's fourth now. Strike to Parsons, operating from that Bradman drive end of the ground.
He's just had a look through cover to see the gap there. That's black.
Just defends it to mid-on, and there's no run. So the field's starting to spread deep now. We've got the deep point, mid-on, fine leg, and certainly got them out. So opportunities for singles to be had. Turn the strike over. Wait on Parsons again. Just having a bit more air, and well negotiated once again by Men's fourth. On for 81, Hills, the 18th. What's Jed going to do with this one? He's just sat on the last couple. So what he likes this time, Parsons almost got a hand on it in the return catch.
You're going for 2.
Going to get back, that might be him done at the 40 mark as well. So Men's fourth.
40 off 48 balls.
It's
Not bad.
a good start and gives him a chance to come back later if required. And see a change out in the middle here for Hills Fleurieu. Looks like David Collins might be our man heading out to the middle. The conversation there is Jed just informs him how it's playing and what it's doing out there. Does that ever count for too much, you reckon, BW? You can always tell the incoming batsman is doing everything, but
Well, it depends on if he got out early, so you don't take any notice of him because he hasn't been out there long enough to look at the ball and look at the pitch. But you do more of what the bowler's doing than what the pitch is. You don't know what the bowler's doing. Innings, outies, straight ones. So it's, then you take more note of what the bowler's doing than what the pitch is doing.
100%. What can you tell us about Dave
Yeah,
Collins?
Dave Collins, know a bit about him. Plays in the Hills Alexander East Hills from Woodside Cricket Club. Hand, nickname of Bacon. Over 50s, played in the Nationals in Perth. Unlucky not to receive a baggy green. Pretty good form this year, just playing B grade comp in the Hills East days. 558 runs he scored. And in the vets here this season, 167 at 55, so in pretty good nick.
It's a good year.
Dave Collins, as he faces his first ball from Parsons, just allows it to pass outside the off stump. So yeah, a pretty handy cricketer in his day.
Well, this is the first left-hander who's come out here to bat now. So what are they going to do for their field places?
Yes.
How are they going to bowl to him?
A bit of variety, as you said. So Parsons into Collins. No run. Has actually hit 21 fours over the course of the season. B double, the most in the competition at the end of that over. 18 gone. Hills Fleurieu 1 for 83. We talked about perhaps that 100 mark. So they got 2 overs
off.
Yeah. So Collins so just come to the wicket 0. Get the goal and Dawes on 23.
So
His old footy number, Leaf Dawes.
Once you get to 100 after that 20 overs, it does put pressure on the fielding side.
Yes.
They do start to get tired, and it's more of a psychological game.
Yep.
If you can get the better of them, well then they put their heads down, and you'll notice when a fielder or a bowler, if he's having a bad trot, his head will be down when he's walking back.
Yep.
If you're having a good spell, he's always up.
Howard again.
So the situation now, B double, obviously Colo just new to the crease, a couple of overs before drinks where we have a break, so he just settles himself down with Dawes probably worked.
Yeah, I'd give himself
That's when he's
2
settled.
overs.
Yep.
2 overs, and then start playing some.
Yep.
Take the singles
Yep.
in your first 2 overs, and have a 2. But then after your 2 overs, you should have your all in.
So Dawes certainly settled, 23 or 41.
Good run, well run, good pressure.
So that will certainly wake any sleep out of Collins. A quick single like that, you just come to the crease and suddenly you're called through to be like Usain Bolt.
Yes, the muscles aren't fully stretched. You go, what are you doing to me?
So Collins just marking his guard.
So he'll be bowling actually in swingers to the left hand because he's been bowling outies to the righties.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see how they play.
Does a lot of work too for junior cricket in the Woodside Club, David Collins, so passing on his vast knowledge to the juniors. Great to see.
Well, it stayed down a bit, that one, didn't it?
Mm.
Couldn't get up where we expected.
Yeah, probably
Ready to launch into the offside.
3/4 stump height.
Yeah. Going to move one across, which is interesting. If he's angling into the body there, they're going to move another one on the off, so more real estate on that onside. Pick up some runs.
You've got 3 on the leg side.
Yep.
So you don't want to pitch it on a leg stump.
No.
Some big gaps out there.
Off the pad there. Just in the lead up to drinks, before you leave us here, B double.
Yeah, one.
The concept of veterans cricket having come in, I think the over 60s were first and over 50s as I said, and I think even over 70s. What a great concept it is, because let's face it, without it being in existence, there would have been a whole lot of blokes lost to cricket.
Well, that's right.
You know,
yeah.
once you'd retired from your normal stuff, where did you go?
Well, you can't go anywhere. It's a good
Put your
shot.
power behind it for no run, but then misfield allows Collins to get off the mark.
It just keeps the guys involved in cricket
Yeah.
and stops them from just going home, sitting in a chair and doing nothing. Where you go out,
Becoming a
on
normal couch
and-
potato.
Exactly right. But you come out on every fortnight, and it's guys you haven't seen for a fortnight. It's just great
Yeah.
fun to catch up with them again.
And also so important, as we know, the issues of mental health these days. It gives a lot of people a bit of a cause,
Well,
and
it
you
does,
know, and to check up on your mates. As we're back with Howard. To Dawes, around the corner, fine leg will field that.
And the good thing, talking to the guys with the York Peninsula, they came in this year. It was great fun, and plus it was good because I love fishing over there. So I was
Yeah.
asking more for their fishing spots, and the silly buggers actually gave me some of them.
Ah, so you're going to be taking the B double over next time to
Well,
put all the
mate.
fish in that you catch.
I won't tell them I'm coming over. But no, it's just good that country guys, especially farmers, because some of those guys were farmers, and it's just it's
An
a
outlet
break
for
of it's a relaxed time to have some fun with their mates, and it is fun. We always have a good laugh after the game of cricket,
Yeah.
and it's a release.
So it's a great concept. I said, I think 2007 it first started in Victoria. I think Pat was the first idea of veterans cricket, and obviously floating over the border.
I think Graham Yallop actually played
Okay.
in the veterans cricket.
So I change a bowler here.
There's Juddy.
It will be Peter
There's
Judd.
Juddy.
Is it Peter Judd? Just wait for confirmation on the scoreboard. But it's one for 86, Hills Fleurieu at the moment. 19th favourite, the last one before Drinks to be bowled. Doors on 25, Collins just at the
it's not
crease.
Juddy, no.
It'll be Andrew Ramage.
Andrew Ramage.
Yep.
Doors turns it, no run there. So as you said, it's just a great thing, the physical side thing, the mental aspect of
It's just a release point.
Yep.
And guys these days do need a release point. You know, they're working 40, 50, 60 hours a week, and they just need that little, a burst breaking point to get rid of work all week.
So Ramage with a bit of a history at the Adelaide Cricket Club, so he might have played a few times.
Yeah.
Just the 4 wickets for the season, boys, with 29 average. So
There's a leg spinner.
Got a bit of a top edge on that one. It's going to just land inside the boundary. 1 bounce and 4. So timing was good from Dawes there. Got down on the knee there. Played it very nicely. And the boundary to tick that Hodgson Prince scoreboard over. So get to 90 as we see the replay there on the S&W C Company replay. Really well played there by Dawes. He's moved to 29 now. Collins is 1. Ramage again. This time full on outside the off stump. Dawes defending, no run.
So be 1 ball to go, boys, before the drinks break.
So they're on 90, so
Yeah,
they're alright, they're going alright. There's 4.5 over.
but as I said, wickets in hand. Dawes again,
Oh, that's right.
very fine. Places
Go for
down.
4.
Andrew. Oh, a bit of
well,
fancy
Phil.
footwork there, signing him up for Adelaide United. Great work there.
Whoop, it was
Relay
sneaking
throw,
around.
Down for the
Dawes,
third.
oh, was be touch and go, but
Just
club
made it.
home and just made it. So
So it's 93.
3.
93. So
It's not
drinks
too bad.
break here at over 50s grand final. So Mark Finlayson from the Adelaide Uni Club, thank you for joining us.
No worries,
we'll get you
mate.
back a little bit later on. We'll let you go and relax a bit. And thank you very much. And still your prediction at this stage? Any change?
Hill zone.
Still Hills.
Yep, by 40 runs.
See what you reckon. We'll get you back a bit later on when the Easies are having the run chase. But thanks for joining us at this stage.
No worries, guys.
Be
Thank you very
double.
much.
So change the commentary here. Jeff Bastola with you. Pat Silcox for the Artfish. Trust you're enjoying our worldwide coverage. Exciting stuff here, Pat. That we're going out. Some people in Wales will be sitting up having a coffee watching it in the middle of the night. Dubai, all over the place.
Yeah, it's been a good stand of the cricket too so far, as we've seen a really good platform laid by the Hills Fleurieu Cricket Club, with still some good batsmen in the shed to come. So the halfway mark, 93, and as we heard from Mark earlier in the broadcast, that target score would be around that 190-200 mark. So got themselves in a reasonable position at this stage, but still probably another 4 or 5 overs from Tim Sargent to come this afternoon. We haven't seen Peter Judd in operation yet, so still some quality bowlers in the Easies.
And even Dave Benson, the self-professed whispering deaf. I think he's struggling a bit. It's Andrew Carthew, injured Hills Fleurieu player, but the reigning premiership captain actually. Carty, welcome back.
Thanks, Nola.
And
Nice to be back, mate.
And how have you seen the first 20 overs?
Look,
Putting on your captain's hat again, would you be happy if you would?
Yeah, very happy in our position. I think the boys have batted very sensibly, and our running between wickets has been superb. Both Jed and Dawsey pushed the ball around, and I was saying to Telf, if we can push those 3 or 4 runs and over when we're not having good overs, and then the boundaries are a bonus. And so both Jed and Dawsey did a great job with that, and having Jed back in the shed, one of the real secrets to over 50s cricket is to get somebody retired It takes a little bit of pressure off the lower end, knowing that you've got a guy the calibre of Jed to come back in and swing hard late. So, yeah, no, we should be really looking forward to 200 plus, I think, today.
Yeah, that was the figure we sort of tossed up, Pat.
Yeah,
I think it was.
and
Yeah.
I think they summed up the field really well too. Like you said, they found gaps. The field's been placed pretty deep on occasions. They've been able to knock it around, and it takes the heat off to go for that big shot.
Yes.
Not put pressure on yourself. So those shots will come, and obviously, as you mentioned, they will be a bonus. But to get to that nearly 5 runs and over mark, with not really having to go the long handle just yet, puts you in a pretty good place.
Yes, and look, Dawsey is another guy that will bat for his 42. He'll make sure that for the guys that are coming in, Dave Collins and then Dave Wenham, both of those guys are very fast scorers, hard runners as well. So that will really put some pressure back on the Easies as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they come out when they bring Sarge back on. Sarge is obviously the key to the game from here. If they can sort of keep him at bay when he comes back on, that really sets us up as well. So very, very pleased with the situation at the moment.
So Hills Fleurieu 1 for 93, 20 overs gone, another 20 to come in their innings, and as I said, trust you're enjoying our worldwide live stream, historic live stream, first time O50's cricket has been live streamed not only in Australia but worldwide. I suggest we've got to thank some very wonderful supporters and sponsors, of course Hoggies Estate Wines for making it all possible, Saxon Sports, Hodson Print, Nelson Teamwear, NXI, and of course the South Australian Cricket Association, S&W Seed Company, and of course the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association, and of course our regular Dartfish Stump supporters, Adelaide Star Bus, Roll to Dice Racing, Sports Interactive, and 2020 Vision, and of course Pat, the man of the match this afternoon. We might call upon you also, Cardi, and also B Double to have a bit of input. These wonderful new product sunglasses which Benny Tippett's developed, the cricketer himself, so he's hands-on development. Sunglasses with 4 or 5 different lenses you can use to suit the shades of the day, so
well, I did
very
hear
good prize.
Jed may have needed them a little bit earlier today. I was speaking to him as he was coming off partway through the day, and he was having problems early on when there was a bit of cloud cover, and he said the first over or two he didn't see it. Saw it pretty well after that, but the first over or two was pretty tough.
Well, I tell you what, there was a little bit of sun out before, which was quite good, but I tell you, it's come a little bit chilly. The breeze out there is quite significant, I'd suggest, as Andrew Carver spoke about before, about the effect the breeze can have at this ground. So, and also a little bit chilly, suggesting the late afternoon here.
The Adelaide doctor might come into play.
Well,
here we go.
Hopefully the Dartfish crew fit us out with the wind cheaters, mate, because we might need them.
Interesting to see Juddy coming on straight after drinks as well. So another critical moment in the game.
Yeah.
Juddy's background in veterans cricket, full stop, both in over 50s, being the state captain throughout the over 50s as well. So really solid and consistent performer. So our boys will have to be on their toes for the next 5-10 overs.
Yeah, of course, the end will be liking to a little bit of breeze to push in a bit of drift. We're going to sort of mesmerise them, as he loves to do.
Australian over 50s player.
Starts off with a bit of a harsh tracker just to get a few cobwebs out, so I think Dawes will take that as he pushes it down a bit on for the single. So Hills continue to tick it over on the Hodgson Print scoreboard, 1 for 94.
Yes, Leith would have been very happy to have that first one from Juddy. Puts the pressure back on Colo now as well.
Just look at his CV here, Adelaide District Club, Sturt, and then turf cricket for Paynham, Grange and Uni over 60s. So, yeah, much travel man. Actually had the pleasure of interviewing him before he went the tour of England. So, as we said, he's done it all in cricket.
Yes, and he's a great guy too.
Yes.
Fantastic ambassador.
As most of them are over Cardi.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Dave Collins.
He's also a guy that's found success too over his journey. Wherever he's played, he's always been successful. Knows how to win games of cricket. That time he's just angling into the pads. Collins, he's worked it nicely down a deep fine leg. They'll get at least 2. They'll probably do them, I reckon. So Collins moves to 3.
Yes.
6 for 1.
I think he's been.
Sorry, mate.
I think he's also been involved as a coach at district level with success.
Yeah, coach Sturt,
Am
yeah.
I right in saying? Yeah.
I was going to say, Pat, there's not many 3s running the over 50s.
Get a little ahead of himself.
When Tilf and I opened the batting, that was one rule we had: no 3s.
So Judd into Collins.
Oh, I like the look of that one, nice and full and into the pads, and he strikes it beautifully through mid-wicket region, mid-on for a boundary. So maybe this is the attempt from the Hills boys to get on top of Juddy early. Put the pressure back on him. I like it.
Yes, we're well set for that as well. You know, one down with 20 overs to go. You know, it's always handy to have wickets left in the shed at this time of the game, and you know, if these guys can push through the next 5 or 10.
Yeah. Whereby if you were 5 down, you'd have to play him on his merits and get right in behind him, and that's exactly what Juddy wants. He can just get him on that 10-cent bit and choke you to death.
So Collins, you know, the bat. So it comes in. Well, he's one of these guys in form, Dave Collins, because as I said, he's averaging 55 in this comp, and also playing B grade in the A&H comp for Woodside. He 558 and 11 innings, so he's averaging 50 there. So
Not a bad season, 700 run plus.
yeah, so he's seeing the ball very well.
And he certainly missed some games with the 50s as well, as we were rotating players around.
Another boundary way this time as Judd drags that one down and into the leg side, and Collins cashes in. So a really good start here for Hills as Judd has gone for 11 and he's opening over, and just getting that run rate up around that 5 mark is what they're looking for.
So left in the shed, Andrew Duffy, the injured premiership skipper from last year. I suppose as you look at Dave Wenham, very capable. I think he was the 3rd highest run scorer in the comp. Craig Lallard, he can throw the bat a bit, so you've got a bit to come if needed.
Dave Wenham has been the over 50s cricketer of the year the last 2 years.
Right.
He's a very quick scorer with the bat and a very handy off spinner.
Well, that's handy to know because 21 overs and we haven't seen him yet. So
Yeah.
good to have him just on the side ready.
And one of the few guys that can still throw the ball from the boundary, so he'll often pick out run-outs for us as well. Got a very important one in last year's grand final, in fact, throwing in from the boundary. So yeah, someone to keep up our sleeve nicely.
Okay, so on the Hodgson Print scoreboard, Hills Fleurieu at 100's up. They're 1 for 104 off the 21st over here. Leaf Dawes 33. Dave Collins, reasonably new at the crease. He's moved on to 11 off his 10 balls. So yeah.
I think the last over from Juddy was interesting how important the left-hand, right-hand combination is.
Straight up the line.
He just dragged a couple of balls to Collins to the leg side, and Collins was able to put them away. So if we can bat for another 5 or 10 overs with a left-right-hand combination, it's going to be really.
And the field, the old bloke's going to swap over the hat, so wears them out a little bit.
Yeah.
So Ramage to continue.
Oh, gee, that's a crisp shot off the bat.
Yeah,
Races out to mid-deep mid wicket, picks up the single Dawes. And if nothing else, I reckon the last 5 or so overs, the easiest to just drag that ball down the leg side, and certainly Hills have cashed in.
Dawes on 33, as I said, moving closely. I like that 40 mark, so we've got the possibility here seeing Collins and Wenham big strike makers. So, yeah.
And good runners between wickets, both of them as well. So it'll make it exciting for the fielding side.
And hopefully exciting for the people watching us worldwide here in the Dark Fish coverage. Trust you're enjoying our coverage. South Australian Veteran Cricket Association over 50s grand final from Karen Rolton, number 2 ground here in Adelaide.
Collins back again and working nicely out there. Deep cover, picks off the single, so run rate really ticking over nicely at the moment. Collins at 12 now, Dawes 34.
And you guys may have mentioned earlier, but how lucky are we to have facilities like this in this state, or in this country?
Ramage again. Dawes just trying to work it back on a point. It's got cramped up a little bit there. Ball coming back into the right-hander.
You're probably right, Cardi, because it's the appeal and the profile of veterans cricket. I'll come back to this. So Mars comes in. No run. As the profile lifts, you find you're getting to play on more sort of the better areas, or the more high-profile venues.
And certainly for
And of course, with the over 50s, I'll come back to this. Dawes has a swing, miss. And of course, hopefully the plan with the O50's National Carnival, which will be held here in Adelaide in November, the grand final at Adelaide Oval. Imagine that.
yeah,
if that comes off.
we may have to bowl sinks a few
Yes.
half volleys, and being the CEO of
Yes,
I
because the
think
benefit
he's
of that,
the
the president of SAVCA is actually playing for the easy side today, the eastern side.
So we perhaps won't get him out first or second ball, and a few half volleys to get him a few runs, so that we do get the final on either the Karen Rolton, or I imagine if we were lucky enough to get at Adelaide Oval itself.
Well, that's right. But as I said, perhaps when you first started the concept of the competition, you were sort of playing on sort of maybe a couple of suburban grounds. You know how it is. But as a, you know, now you're here. Next steps over the road at Adelaide Oval, perhaps.
And certainly for the country lads, and me being one of them, the opportunity to play in some of these premier grounds in and around the state. You know, they're just pristine. The ball runs. It doesn't bounce up it in the face. And
Yes,
playing some decent turf decks.
Yes.
So you know, most of our boys are from the country, so not used to facilities as nice as this. So yeah, very lucky.
So Judd to start the 23rd over. Hills are 1 for 106. Collins on 12 facing Judd. Turn the ball. Shows off the pad.
Similar experience playing in touring country when we go from Mildura to go down and play in Melbourne, so you play at the Albert Ground, it's Punt Road, Oakland Junction. I mean, it's just really good stuff.
Yeah.
So Judd again to Collins.
Timing again good down the mid on, no one there, that'll be 4. Anything that's pitched up, right on it.
Even from here you could hear that crisp that shot. And talking about the venue here, I know over the years you said, Pat, been a while since you've been down here, but the development here, we've got the new pavilion, etc., being used as a hub for first class cricket. And just today we've got obviously the Adelaide Turf T20 competitions in the main ground. We've got our own ground here, and under 16 SAVCA girls playing on the 2 ovals to our right. So real hub of cricket.
Great shot from Collins. He is absolutely clubbed that
magnificently.
back square. He is really in the zone, isn't he?
Wasting no time.
Absolutely, and this is the way bats best. You know, anything loose, he likes to have a decent swing at it. But really nice cricket shots.
Great shot there on the
through the
S&W
line.
Seed Company's replay. So Collins has raced on to 20 now, 14 deliveries, doors for 34 or 55, and 1 for 114 midway through the 23rd over here.
Well, this time he's gone for 1 too many. Just a little bit straighter, trying to hit through mid-wicket, and he's been bowled by Judd. Finally got the result. It's cost him a little bit, but it's a big wicket in the context of the game.
I think Judd, wily Judd, would have thought, oh well, you did it to me last ball. He's going to try it again. I'm just going to do something a little bit different here. And as we see in the replay,
there,
S&W,
straight through the gate.
Straight through the gate. So Dave Collins departs for an entertaining 20 instead of 14 deliveries.
It's interesting, Juddy was just a little bit straighter with that one. Sort of pushed it across, didn't angle into the pads, and found Collins still was expecting it to come back into him, and it didn't.
So if that's right, we have Stewie Hallam coming in. Andrew, would that be right?
No, that looks more like Dave Wynnum.
Yeah, I'd say at this stage of the game.
Stewie will come in at some stage. He had a amazing game last year. We played a game against the Victorians and needed 19 off the last over. And Stewie he's a very traditional number 11 and managed to get onto a couple, and we got up on the last ball. So he will come in and throw the bat at some stage, and that will also be an entertaining moment in the game.
So nickname of Deadly, Dave Wynnum, Rapid Bay down the Yankee Ladder. Great Southern, correct. That's 287 runs at 71. That's his
Going,
season.
isn't it? Yeah.
Third overall in the competition run scorers. And,
I think Dave has said that at one stage that he's missed about 2 or 3 Saturdays of cricket in the last 50 years.
It's a pretty impressive record, isn't it?
yes, I've got that written down in his profile. So loving it.
Yes.
It says actually 8 Saturdays and 40 seasons, so you've got a bit.
He's keeping account of what's going on. Some good cricketers to come out of that great southern region. I was lucky enough to spend a little bit of time, had a bit of time off work with Mount Compass actually.
Oh yeah.
Right. Did a bit of work with those boys. That was good
shot
fun.
there already.
And he's away.
Making his
away
presence, making his presence of his second deliveries faced his hit to the fence.
So what era were you at Mount Compass?
I only trained with the boys. I was actually doing some renos on my parents' place. So I was spending 3 or 4 days back in Adelaide and then going back to Mildura to play on the Saturday. So I used to go down Tuesday, Thursdays with the Compass boys.
Obviously you wanted too much.
Yeah. Probably would have been 6 or 7 years ago. Some names that run around. I mean, Alex Numm, who's still playing in the lower grades down there, he was captain of the A grade, I reckon, at the time. And he would have had the Darlets boys there. A few more might come to mind through the course of the broadcast, but quite a good setup. We thought the training was up on the top ground. We didn't train on the main ground. notorious for that slope as it is. Yeah.
So Hodgson Prince scoreboard. Hills on 2 for 118 off 23 overs. Grammage to continue.
I think Shane Brown might have been one of the main men back in those days, orchestrating trading, looking after the squads. Timing again from Dawes. Hasn't had too many, haven't found the middle of the bat this afternoon.
No, very reliable. And it certainly puts a value on his wicket too. He's not going to take unnecessary risks.
And of
Yes.
course, something you were involved in your time in Mildura, Pat, of course, the famous Willow Fest.
Yes, it's certainly had a great history over the years, albeit that the orchestrator is now running the SAVCA, so I'm not sure how much longer we'll see Willow Fest in Mildura, because Telf was the heart and soul of that organisation. Hopefully we can keep it going. Of course, COVID brought it to a bit of an end at the end of last season, but interesting times. Just an interesting aside was, I've had a text message with one of your blokes that's out with an Achilles injury asking me if I'm available for the Sunner Asia side April 10-12. Tony Hickey sending me a text message. Great to have you on board this afternoon, Hick. I'll get back to you on those dates. I better clear it with the boss first.
Good on you, Hick, too. We wish you were here as well. Fun story about Tony Hickey last year. When we made the grand final, the week before, came down to the calculators who was going to be in the grand final.
Yep.
Tony Hickey found himself at a conference on the Gold Coast.
Get back to live action. Ramage bowling there to Wenham, who's pushed it out to deep cover for a single.
Good arm, good return there.
And just showing the dedication of some of the over 50 boys on the Sunday morning of the grand final. Hick jumped on I think it was a Jetstar plane, so took a bit of a chance.
Get it, yeah.
Thanks to Jetstar for sponsoring.
Grammage comes into Dawes.
Good shot.
That's through.
Lovely shot.
Filled it out in the deep. Keeps the 1. 2 for 122. Sorry, 123.
Arrived at, we were playing at Gazer, arrived at the ground about 5-10 minutes before with a suitcase and his cricket bag.
Oh, Wenham.
In the air,
There's a chance
tough
here.
one underneath it. Oh, I reckon there's Parsons
Just not having a good day with the overhead balls as he's dropped the second one, and a bit of a life there for Wenham.
just got himself into a position where he just wasn't stable on the feet.
Yeah.
He's still going backwards with the flight.
Sun over.
Always tough. Yeah, a bit of sun to contend with. So a bit of a get out of jail card for the Hills boys. They'll take that though as we get through the end of the 24th and check that. Beg your pardon, Hodgson Prince scoreboard. Dawes to 37, Wenham is 8, and he's got those in quick time, Andrew, off just 5 balls.
So it says like Tony Hickey got out of jail with the air flight?
Yeah, so he managed to make it down to Adelaide fine, and he rocked up, put his suitcase in, quickly changed into his whites, and I threw him the ball and said, "You've got the first over, mate."
Wow.
Gave him
Straight
5
on
minutes
the
to warm
spot
up.
too. Would have been straight on the spot too, knowing Hick.
Yeah. As you know, Pat too, one of the fittest men
Oh,
playing.
absolutely.
It looks like he could still run around in
Yeah, it was.
pretty decent standard footy.
Yeah, yep. He played well and truly into his 40s, definitely at a good level. So he's still involved back home in football circles.
So Judd to continue from the Port Road end, northern end, having picked up a wicket in his last over. 1 for 23 currently, bowling to Dawes on 37. Watchfully, Judd across to field his own bowling.
Dawes still looking very solid too. Be nice to see him get those next 3 runs to get to 40 as well.
So Judd in again.
Through mid on, pick up a single. Just the one on offer. 2 for 126 and the 25th.
There's the sun breaking through from the clouds. A little bit butter out there. A bit more warmth for the players. Still a bit of a breeze.
Not so much warmth in here though.
No, you got that.
Breeze is rattling through. Wait for Judd again.
The Dartfish crew have left the heater behind for us, which we often
There's
need,
much
which we
room
often need in footy season
Yeah,
too.
you
but
would.
Pat.
Not much room in the back for a header though.
No.
To investigate as Wenham hits the full ball down the mid off. They're going to look for 2. Dawes keen on it. Oh, he still thought about it, but a good return from the deep. Forced him back into his crease hastily. So single there for Wenham.
Good to see a bit of aggression there from Judd too. Just shows how competitive the game is for the 80 overs the boys are out on the ground.
Umpires conferring here.
world when you're a junior cricketer.
Have a run on a misfield.
Yes.
Boys are getting a bit excited there.
But also a bit of communication.
Yeah.
Will we, won't we?
Timing
Lovely
exquisite
shot.
from Dawes. He's pushing it back to mid on for a single. The score goes to 2 for 129. The full Wenham who scores through extra cover. So he's certainly teaming up beautifully.
One of the interesting dynamics, having been out in the middle of this oval, the boundary to our left is about 55 metres,
Right.
and the boundary to our right is about 80 metres.
Yes.
Yeah, it did look a long way when I was shadow batting out there at 11:30 this morning. I
And
thought,
obviously, depending on which strip you're using, it gets longer or shorter. Judd from the ball, his third over. Played back down the pitch, no run, so 2 for 130.
So interesting with the.
So I thought we were going to break there. Continue, Andrew.
No, interesting to see the Easies have basically protected that shorter boundary the whole day. Our boys have managed to push out and make sure they're getting ones, but yeah, it's going to be very challenging to hit boundaries to the right hand side of the oval. You probably know the directions, Nola. That's what's the western side of the oval.
Yes. It's Parsons.
Sargent
Thought
back
that he was
for
going to go, but it's the Sarge.
Sydney Sargent's going to come back to try and break this partnership.
So if ever he needs to pull rank, it's got to be now, the Sarge.
Yes.
So
Yes, big moment in the game. Probably the two best bowlers, Judd and Sargent, bowling in tandem.
So we talked about we're getting towards this third quarter to use a football scenario. As we talked
Absolutely.
about it the other week, Andrew. So 25 overs gone, 2 for 130. Dawes on 39. Suggests we won't be seeing much more of him. Not that he's going to get out, but he'll probably be retiring. And Wenham on 10.
It's interesting, Nola, I do tend to look at cricket games like footy games.
Yes. Yeah. So Sarge on his way in. Start of a new spell for him.
Oh, Wenham straight into it. To the mid wicket. Do you think we get maybe 2 overs in this burst from Sarge and that'll hold him back for them? Will they try and push through his full quota here, Andrew?
I would think they'd hold him back 2 or 3 now and then have 2 or 3 back at the very end.
Yep.
If he can pick up a wicket or 2, they may be tempted to roll him a little bit longer, but if not, they'll definitely want him at the end.
Yep. Tom Wenham swings down towards deep fine leg mid wicket region. They're going to push back for 2. Early loud call, and the Hills boys on the sidelines show their appreciation for that.
Interesting technique, because he's got that sort of crouching batting style, and his back lift doesn't seem to be a big flourish, is it?
No, very like a wood chopper.
Exactly, I was going to say.
Kind.
Very much so.
Quick hands, gets the bat speed through the ball.
Times it well and runs hard. Doesn't waste a run.
It's a good combination, isn't it?
So Sarge on the way in.
Full ball and he's down the ground over mid-off. That's
Time,
well
right?
timed again. And that will probably get to the boundary as we watch it on the monitor. Tickles over the rope, so foolish outside of stump from Sargent, and Wenham's not holding back. He's
See
going
you
to take
in
it
the
on.
replay from S&WC Company, and taking full title of that. It's Wenham. So Sargent, the premier paceman in the competition, won't be liking that too much, so it'll be interesting to see his reply here. As Hills move on to 2 for 136.
Suggesting he might be a couple of kilometres faster, Jeff. What do you think?
I was going to just suggest maybe dig a couple in, and he certainly answered there. That's as competitive as ever.
Always nice to see a fast bowler respond that way, isn't it? As you said, a little bit quicker, a little bit shorter.
Well, now we know what's in the pitch now, don't we? We've been wanting to know that question and answer that question all day. Tim's certainly given it to us right there.
If Tony Hickey's still on the broadcast, he would have loved to see that. Would have enjoyed seeing one up around the gills.
So a good battle here. We got the leading paceman against one of the leading batsmen in the comp.
It's gone high. It might
Sky
just
this
clear
one.
mid on.
Getting
Just
back
get
his
enough on it.
Parsons. 17, and Dawes on strike on 39. So looking to that retirement figure of 40. Hills 2 for 137. One ball remaining on the 26th over here from Sargent.
Two nice little cameos from Collins and Wenham at well above runs a ball.
Struck on the pad, appeal. Umpire has a look at it.
Stanley.
Angling down leg side.
Bit of finger movement there, but reaching for the counter. As a bowler, I suppose you always get a bit excited when you see that umpire, and then just click. Sorry, no. But end of the over here on the Hodgson print scoreboard.
The Hills boys have been quite happy.
Judd resuming the attack. Ball played out. Cover. No run. Because Hoggies Wine Estates have sampled it during your travel with veterans cricket.
Oh, absolutely. It's one of the joys of veterans cricket. I heard you talking a little earlier about mental health. I think it's a really important and underrated part about men north of 50 getting out and enjoying each other's company over a wine or two.
What going to
Lusty swipe there from Wenham. He's timed it out to that 80-metre boundary, as you called it, Andrew, and he has managed to find it.
Yes, that was a very
well.
very good shot, wasn't it? And it's probably 10 or 20 metres past the boundary.
Yeah.
I was going to say, talking about mental health and that sort of stuff, but perhaps going to Hoggies Estates Wineries might give you a bit of a sore head the next day.
It would be worth it.
So Judd going for 4 runs there. Wenham's starting to settle in. He's raced on the 21 off his 15 deliveries. So the battle resumes here. Judd to Wenham. Played back down the pitch. Fields his own ball.
One of the really nice things about the Hills Fleurieu team, we have people from Mildura and also from the southeast.
Only the good things come out of Mildura.
Some good wine in both those parts of the world, Andrew, no doubt. There's the quick singles taken. Wenham hustles through.
And as Dawes approaches his 40, it's probably worth looking at the next batter in. It's probably going to be Gavin Reid, who's from Pathway.
Yep.
Okay.
So he's certainly enjoyed sampling and sharing some of the lovely wines from down there.
We'll bring a few up for you today.
Most weekends we end up with a dozen nice wines when it comes up.
So Judd into Dawes. One run away from that magical 40. And he'll bring it up.
Push it hard. More bad throw.
And the perhaps throws. No, well back up there by passing. So that's the run. So our equation is 40. And yes, he got the call. So Dawes leaves the arena for retiring on 40. And Hills a 2 for 143 on this. Hodgson's print scoreboard. Tell for 5, men's for 40, Dawes 40, Collins 20, Wenham 22. Contributing batsman at this stage because men's fourth, and Dawes able to come back in. We need a dramatic collapse. You'd suggest Andrew Carthew at 27 overs, 2 for 143.
We've got some lusty hitters in the next. Reedy is a solid. He's one of the guys that can open for us and has opened a lot of times. So he'll work it around and bat with the tail. I think Dave Wenham will keep going how he's going, but Sarge to Reid will be a good challenge.
So Reid's first ball, as mentioned, nicely clipped away, square, for a single. Gets him off the mark. 118 runs at 29.50 this season. Only 5 knocks and a high score of 62 not out. So obviously there are those occasions where guys do come back in the bat.
So early in the season we were fortunate enough to play at Strath.
Yep.
Beautiful facilities out at Strath now as well.
Yep.
And Jed retired at 40. and came back in and managed the first 100 in over 50s
Yes,
that day.
yes. Sargent on his way. Pulled around the corner there. Wenham.
Not too sure if Dave's going to get too many of his own half now. Tim's decided that half track length is probably where he wants to be.
Yes.
I want to see him disappear down the ground.
That's great control, Sarge.
Yep.
He's going to pitch it up to Reedy, but I think you're right. Wenham's going to be paying most of the back foot for the rest of his innings.
So Reed on strike as Sargent in from that Bradman drive into the ground. Oh, just past the outside edge. Just a little bit of angle, natural angle away from the right hander. Reed just trying to work it through that vacant slip cordon.
I'm surprised the Easies haven't put in a slip for the first few balls of Reedy to try and pick up that wicket with Sarge bowling.
Yep.
They would be very upset if one goes through that area at catchable height, I think.
So played 3 years for the South Australian Outbacks side in the National Country Championships. Reed, he's on strike here. Sarge. No run.
Yes, another cricket nuffy, Reedy as well. He would be happy spending 24/7 talking about cricket as well. Perhaps 24/6.
Okay.
Saturdays is for wine.
So Sargent in. And again. Nicely struck down the mid-off. No run. As we get close to the end of this, the 28th over. 2 for 145, so that run right up over 5, which is really good work after
Yep.
that solid base that was laid in the first 20, isn't it?
Absolutely. We talked about looking for that total for round 200 because their highest score against Easies this year was then round 2 when they made 198. Won the game by 30 odd runs.
There's a bit of a go at that one outside the off stump, but it gets knocked down there by the cover field, and that is the end of the over for Tim Sargent. 2 for 145, 28 gone on the Hodgson Print scoreboard.
Interesting you mentioned that, Noel, of the 198 in the first game. The second game we batted first again and made about 189 or 187 from memory, and lost in the last over. So the games between these sides have been very tight, and a score of 200 is going to be hard to chase down. But anything less than that, the calibre of the Easies batting will certainly make it hard for us to hold them back.
So Judd to continue here with his 5th over, has 1 for 34. Bowling to Wenham is 23 off 18. Of course, Reed just a single, just coming to crease 5 balls face. So Judd will be keen to get another breakthrough here for the Easies.
Good batting again from Wenham, finding the gap there through the offside. Gee, Andrew, you'd have to be happy for taking Juddy for more than 8 and over after his first 4. That's
Absolutely.
a great result, isn't it?
Yeah, normally he's a 2 to 3.
He's a runniser.
Yeah, and over, and Colo certainly made the most of a couple of loose-ish balls he bowled early, and now Wenham and Reed and Dawes have all picked him off, which has been really nice to see.
So Reed defends it out.
The Easies have brought a couple of fielders in from the deep. The ones are going to be a little bit harder to get now for Reed.
Carver scampers away through that ball from behind the stump, so no run. So much tighter over here from Judd.
Just clears a bit off field, but there is some coverage there, so I'll get back for a second. First real sign of intent from Reed. The ball just pitched up a little bit more that time by Judd, so it was in his zone. Took the challenge.
I think Easy needed Joel Garner to be fielding out there. He would have taken it just a bit high for the fieldsman.
I'm sure Joel Garner spent some time training out here back in the 90s.
Yeah, or maybe early 80s.
Absolutely.
80s,
Yeah.
He's run with the Redbacks.
Back with the square.
Might pick up 2 there.
Ooh,
The poor
that's
old
racing
bloke
there.
down there at Deep Wickets had the massive
Yeah.
haul to get 50 metres to that one.
He's done a very good job.
Just
Keeps it to 2.
speaking of Joel Garner, before they redesigned Adelaide Oval, they used to have the museum in there, and the season he spent here, the McDonald's Cup, and South Australia had that uniform looked a bit like Ronald McDonald.
That's right.
I'll come back to it as Judd comes in to read. No run, this is filled in. And I remember taking my 2 young boys at the time down to the museum to have a look, and they had his uniform pinned up in the water. It's just absolutely massive. It looked like a spinnaker or something off Australia 2 back in the day. But yeah, Joel Garner, what a massive man he was, and one of the great characters in the world cricket scene. So end of the over there from Judd. Hills Fleurieu 2 for 150, 29 overs gone. Wenham 24 and Reed on 5. But yeah, Joel Garner just used to lope in and do the business.
Could have been a very handy footballer. I think the Crows would have liked to have been able to draft him about now.
Absolutely.
So back to Timmy Sargent in operation. It'll be 6th over, so we sort of feel that if he doesn't get a breakthrough here, they might just pull him up and keep a couple up the sleeve here at the Eastern Zone. Wynnum's on strike. Where will this ball land? Fuller and squeezed out the back door. Not quite where David wanted it to go. He'll take the single nonetheless. Where's the 25?
I think
2
he-
for 150.
I think he was looking at disappearing it towards the side screen's actually behind him there. So, as you said, full of surprises, the game of cricket sometimes.
Sarge certainly surveyed that scene for a while too. He's just turned to walk back now. He spent a lot of that time watching Wenham jog down for 1.
Sarge into Reed. Good athleticism there from Sargent and his follow through to get down to ground level. Didn't quite stop it. Probably took the pace off it. There's Parsons backing up. Presented the single.
Bit of voice starting to come back for the easies too in the field.
Yep.
Just taking the wicket. They've probably just turned the momentum in the last 2 or 3 overs. Kept it a little bit tighter.
Yeah, the leg side. Quite get anything on that one.
Swing and a miss there, yeah.
Now, being a 40-over game, Andrew, what are our constraints with wide balls down the leg side? Are they pretty lenient on that sort of stuff? Or?
The general guidelines in the over 40s, so the over 50s, is you get 1 down the leg side.
Yep.
The second one becomes
Pitch.
a wide. Yeah.
Yep, that's fair enough, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a good rule because you should also be able to score some runs off anything down the leg side too.
True.
So Sargent in again to Reed. She turned it again. Carver got a glove to it, knocks it down. Batsman scampers through for the bye.
I think he might have been a bit lucky to get away with that one, Sarge. The second one down leg.
Yeah.
Having said that, I think they're too tight on that in some of the the state and T20
really?
comps.
Yeah.
Only have to be off a couple of inches and they call it.
Well, community cricket, you see the bye tally and the wides, it's just unbelievable sometimes. Depends on the umpire, of course. Sargent again. Swing and a miss. This time by Wenham. And a bit of high play out there, Sargent to Wenham. Good to see.
Yeah, helpful advice coming from the other end, no doubt.
Yes.
So, it might be getting older, but the competitive juices are still there, Andrew.
Yes, yeah. I think the one thing that doesn't lose its speed is the tongue. the batters and the bowlers are a little bit slower, but the wit is very quick.
Yep.
Sargent in for his last ball. Is this over? Clark's there. Softy bat.
He's coming back for a second. Wenham there, sent back by Red. So into the 30th over.
Leg behind it was off the pad.
Karen rolling over. 2 for 153. Hills Fleurieu. 10 overs remaining. And it's on the Hodgson principle.
Talking about that, the banter, I suppose when you get to this age group, is it more sarcasm, the comments made, or is it Richie Digi as it used to be 30 years ago, really having a crack at someone?
Look, I think it's more
Depends on the
smart
person.
wit, sarcasm. It
Yeah.
certainly comes into it a lot more. It's certainly always good banter. There's no,
But
personal.
at this stage, everyone would have heard,
Yeah.
all before, if you know what I mean.
Yes, it's hard to come up with original lines.
Therein lies the challenge.
I think you mentioned someone like Graham Yallop was involved in imagine sledging a bloke as captain in Australia.
Yeah.
And, someone like Jeffrey Dimmock who played this year. Sean Tady's now playing the competition. Just say to Tady. That's right.
Space, so why not have a go? Light it up.
He's only bowling off a couple of steps too these days. So jump to resume. Ball played back down the pitch.
I think I'd still be more cautious with Tady. I'd be out rather than as it's coming in.
Yes. For international, online has made more of a name for himself in the Adelaide Hills competition as a batsman these days. Sean Tate made a couple of hundreds. So Judd comes in.
Another big strike from Wenham. That will go for a boundary mid-wicket. Couple of bounces.
It's a long hit.
So
Just all timing though, isn't it? Batsman
Yeah.
and timing. It wasn't an out-and-out slog. Just timed it really well.
So he's raced on the 29 from 24 deliveries. So got the prospect of perhaps another retirement coming up here, which would be good for the Hills, I suppose.
Keeps his head very still when he plays those shots.
He does,
That's
yeah.
the secret.
So Judd, can he have an answer here?
Just dropped it in the mid-off for the single. So once again, taking advantage of a few gaps in the field there to continue that run rate ticking over. He moves to 30. Score at 158.
Just good, sensible cricket.
It is.
Push the field back, hit a boundary, and then make sure you then get the one the next ball.
So Judd coming into Reed. Over there.
Reed's just taking a little bit of time to get his eye in and find the centre of the bat.
Judd again. That's better by Reed. Better timed. Hit on. Single. Reed's on to 6. 2 for 159. So Judd final ball of his 6th over. Wenham.
You'll have to have a talk to the captain.
Yeah, he will.
He's not used to not being the captain, Juddy,
No.
and he'll be probably not turning his back to look at Carver. I don't think in his next couple of balls. Just take his hat off and grab the ball.
Absolutely.
So just while there, Andrew, a conference between the two Hills batsmen, Wenham and Reed. What would you think be their, it's easy from here, what do you think their discussion would be? We've got wickets in hand at 2 for 159.
I think they're
9
probably
overs to
talking,
go, so just go for it.
or what show we're going to see at the Fringe tonight.
Well, you'd know all about that.
Yes,
Actually,
yeah.
want to relate that to us after last year's success as
last
a
year's
captain?
last year's success, we ended up being a few very old gentlemen back on the dance floor at the Fringe. we were extremely fortunate. Actually, it was the last game that was completed before all the COVID lockdowns. So the over-50's final, I think, was March 8 or 9 last year.
Yeah.
Ended up being the last weekend at the Fringe as well. So.
So the Fringe and Adelaide
Timing.
Festival we're currently on at the moment here in Adelaide, in South Australia, so it's world renowned.
Yeah, great spot to go and have a watch a show, have a few drinks, just a general chat, and look, we found our way to the dance floor as well, and there's some very ugly dancing.
Right, so Sam Howard back into the attack. This time he'll come downwind. Very open action as he gets put out towards extra cover for no run.
So hopefully you didn't still have the pads on and everything. Dance floor.
There may have been a few whites still on.
Well, are they still white? Touches of red over from some of that Hoggies wine, no doubt.
Absolutely.
So Howard, and again, Reed tries to swing him, an appeal there, but umpire Stanley having none of that.
Howard's another one of those cricketers that's built up a very solid career from playing quite a lot of district cricket in his younger days, and just continuing on having the opportunity to play at in this age bracket as well. I'm not sure what his stats are. You probably have them, Nola, for this year.
Just 8 wickets at 11.50 and just 17 runs from his 2 innings as he comes through. No run off that. So, but it describes a man who gives 100% like we all do.
Yes.
Loves his cricket like we all do. And trust you're loving our worldwide stream wherever you are. As I said, Wales, Dubai, even Rimple.
It's getting out there, mate. It's getting out there. As we wait for Howard again. This time Reed strikes it nicely out towards deep cover on the bounce and picks up the single. And the score moves to 2 for 1, 6-0 in the 32nd.
Off the bat, I thought that was destined to be 4. I hadn't realised they had someone out hiding on that far western boundary.
Probably thought it was one of the people in the crowd there, because a fair few people, as I said, various games around the venue here at the moment. Tries to swing that, comes off the body. No run. As both the bowler and wicketkeeper converge on the ball.
Wenham will feel that he missed out there. He certainly lined that one up towards mid wicket, just getting on the body.
To that short boundary too. But easy to push mid on back. Yeah, I think that's probably a good move.
So Howard in again.
Full balls, he hits down on the ground. He'll take the opportunity for a single. Push back.
Howard a bit of fancy footwork trying to prevent the run, but fielded just a single. So 2 for 161. 32 overs gone. Well, Pat, your question has been answered. Peter Judders, continuing. Why wouldn't you? He's such an experienced bowler. He can change the course for every delivery. Puts that one through, swinging a miss there, and didn't miss the stumps by much.
No.
Quick glove work too by Carve.
Absolutely. Had the bails off, but Wenham in his ground. He's on 31. Reed on 7, 2 for 161. Hills Fleurieu, opening innings of this over 50's grand final.
He's looking to try and push him through that offside. Got it pretty well covered there in the ring, and then protection on the boundary as well. So just trying to think his way through how he can come up with a run scoring opportunity here. Judd bowling it beautifully too, just outside the off. Quicker ball. This time he's nicking through the vacant slip cordon, and with a bit of extra pace, I might just about he'll just pull up inside, but he'll get back for 2.
Chase there by Parsons. Wings it back.
You can see the experience of both the bowler and the captain here, isn't it? The offside field is packed. There's 3 on the boundary and 3 in tight, and Judge bowling full outside off makes it very hard for the guys to get boundaries away.
So Judd in again. Wenham. To the deep. Underarm to back. Relay throw. It's a fascinating battle here. It's a bit like chess in this format of cricket. It's got all the blokes who've played a lot of experience and playing their own nous against the opposition, so to speak.
Flaying again, Red uppishly, but just clears the field there at deep back point. Certainly, I think Andrew, the last few overs, has seen Peter certainly varying speeds, and he's reined it back a little bit. I know he did go for quite a few in those first 3 or 4 overs, but certainly seems to have it back on track now.
So last ball of his 7th over coming up. currently 1 for 49, so been a bit expensive, but as you said, he's wilted in a bit.
And it took the valuable wicket of Collins too.
Yeah. So end of the over for Judd. 1 for 70, 1 for 49, I should say. 2 for 165. Hills Fleurieu on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard. So what have we got? 7 to go here, Cardi, as I said, is the captain in waiting. 165. We're talking about a target of 200. So they keep on currently 5. Surpass that pretty well.
I'd like to see us be, that 6+ and over from here. We've got wickets in the shed, and that 6 and over from here would push us, closer to 210, and that really should be our target. That'll really put the pressure, particularly early on the easies, to stay in touch with the run rate.
So Sammy Howard returns for his 4th over, none for 10 currently. Into Reed. Through to the keeper. No score.
I expect we'll see a bit more urgency out of the and might see the batting lineup get mixed around a little bit. I think the next few overs, I wouldn't be surprised to see Stewie Hallam padding up, coming out and having a couple of lusty blows.
Loves to thrust them around, Stu.
Yeah.
Just started there in the approach from Howard.
Did you play against him at all in your Mildura days?
I played with him, thankfully.
With him?
I played one game against him, but more with him. He's the bloke you want on your side, not against you. He's a very competitive man, Stu. Loves his cricket. He's got plenty of thoughts about the game, too, which at times people don't really want to hear, but he'll still put them out there. But he's really embraced this concept. I think he was getting towards the end of his career back home, and this has really brought him back to life, not only at this level, but on a club level as well. So he's got himself fit again, got his love for the game back, as a lot of the blokes have.
Yes, I think Stu was saying he lost 5 or 10 kilos at the start of this season.
Yep. Read almost the return catch there, back to Howard, just on the minutes.
Another solid over from Howard too.
He certainly enjoyed downwind, hasn't he? Struggled a little bit from our end earlier into the breeze, but coming downwind now, and coming out really nicely.
Speaking of wind, I think it's picked up a little bit more. It's Howard always at the crease.
Reed goes downtown, long blow, clear the mid-off fielder, and we'll go the journey, Nathan Willen. Just into the road now, so Reed had been bogged down for the last 5 or so minutes. That time it was in the right zone for him to hit through.
So 12 off 24 for him, Pat.
Handy boundary.
And on the other end, 34 off 33.
And Wenham was 20 off 13 or 14, so they've ranked him as well.
Yep.
Howard in.
On the left side. So it'll be interesting to see what they'll do at the back end here, East, because Judd's nearly finished his complement, and Sargent has 2 remaining, so I'll have a few overs to push through here at the end. Howard certainly will be one they'll look to.
Well, as I said, he's been a bit of one of their strike men. Benson, we haven't seen him this afternoon, so whether he is into it, wait and see.
This time,
It's
lovely
not
strike
beautiful,
from
is it?
Reed. Mid-wicket was uppish, but there was certainly a gap in the field there and took advantage of that line just straying into the pad. So good over again for Hills as they go to 2 for 173. Replay on the SWC company screen there is really nice placement there from Reed. He's starting to up the ante a little bit now.
Showing some real intent.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely showing some real intent.
Got some great sponsors, of course, haven't we, to bring this coverage to you, this Dartfish stream. Hoggies State Wines, Gavin, of course, a good lover of his cricket. Saxon Sports, Hodgson Prince, who've got the scoreboard for us this afternoon. Nelson Teamwear, NXI Sports, the SAVCA, of course, helping us out here, and hopefully going forward for the carnival later in the year will get us the venue that we're all are dreaming about. Of course, our regulars too, Adelaide Starbus, Roll the Dice Racing, Sports Interactive, 2020 Vision. Of course, our man of the match will win a very, very handy pair of 2020 Vision glasses. We go back to Judd in his final over. Wenham hitting strongly over cover and clears the rope.
We've been wanting to see first of the afternoon.
First 6 of the day.
That will be him returning to the sidelines. What a way to bring it up, Andrew.
Oh, absolutely glorious shot, wasn't it? He just cleared the front leg, swung through the line of it, and to the short boundary, nevertheless, but still probably cleared it by 20 metres. Just timed beautifully in typical Dave Wenham style.
Well, I tell you what, boys, this is going to be interesting as adjudicating, as you alluded to, the T20 Man of the Match award. When you look at the bat, you have Dawes, Mansworth, now Wenham have certainly done their bit with the bat.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Wenham will certainly have some important moments with the ball too, and that's where he's been such a valuable cricketer for the Hills Fleurieu team in the first 2 seasons of the over-50s compies. Good with the bat, good with the ball, and good in the field, so very good all-round cricketer.
So for our South African people online, we've certainly got a bit of content there as Andrew Robinson's made his way to the crease, I believe. Andrew, former South African player. University of Port Elizabeth as Judd Robinson in the floppy, Richie Richardson style hat.
Yeah, means business with the floppy
yeah,
on.
Yeah.
No mucking about.
Must have been a little surprised that Stuart Hallam didn't Pat come in at this stage.
Okay.
He could have been an interesting 3 or 4 overs.
Yeah, he does tend to fancy the floppy as well, so I was a bit confused. I thought it was Stu that was walking out, but it is in fact Robinson, who will face up against Judd. He's getting through the end of his final over. Lusty swing of the bat, finds the gap beautifully, just plugs a little bit in the outfield. Might quite go all the way, but it will certainly be good enough for 2. So certainly it's game on now for Hills, isn't it? Final overs of this 40 over stint, and they're going to start to go hard.
Well, it suggests here that he doesn't bowl, so his impact is made with the bat. So
Yeah, Robbo. Yes.
yeah. So it says he can quickly.
Certainly the 6, 7 and 8 for Hills are all in the side for that speed. 7, 8, 9 with Reedy going up to 6 are all good hitters.
A lot of specialist fielders.
Yes, or no, it's good hitters. They're in the side that they certainly can hit the ball.
So Robinson. Back pretty square.
2 again.
Pretty deep. Will it get
well.
to the rope?
That's going to be very deep. Is Reed going to come back for 3? No.
Long throw from there, but look at that, straight over the bails.
Bit ambitious there, Drew. Come back for 3. So Robinson already making an impact. 2 off 2. Perhaps as though the bat surveys the field. That's Judd about to come in.
Again in his own, and that's going to beat the 2 fieldsmen there on the onside. Really clean off the bat and struck beautifully. So another boundary for Hills. Fleurieu, Robinson certainly getting amongst it as we go now to the S&WC Company replay. Just opens that front leg, seems to be the way to go for the boys at the moment, and timed it to absolute perfection.
And definitely playing his role at the moment with 3 boys back in the shed. You know, this is where it's very handy that 40 and retire. The guys down the order can come in and play their shots.
Have a good licence,
yeah, absolutely.
So what's Judd going to do here? His final ball, 1 for 63.
Probably gone for more than you'd expect normally. So Judd, final delivery.
And this time he's just angling across the right-hander and through to the keeper. So an eventful over, a good one for Hills Fleurieu as Judd finishes his 8 over spell. 2 for 187, 35 gone on the Hodgson Print scoreboard. Reed 16, Robinson 8. 5 overs to go, boys. Starting to heat up.
Well, I like the look of Robinson here, Pat. Looks like he's going to take the game on. As I said, Reed at the moment 16. He's starting to get the feel of the game off 26, is it? 28? Yeah. So they said fireworks over this last closing overs.
And Reed's doing his job. He's in the side to bat at 6 to bat with the tails, make sure that we don't lose wickets in clumps, and doing what he needs to do. And Robbo's definitely come in and shown the right intent. It'll be interesting to see whether they bring Sarge back on next over into the wind.
Yeah.
Perhaps Robinson will bat with the intent of perhaps one of his past heroes, the great Lance Klusner, to give the ball a bit of a hit.
Well, let's hope it doesn't finish the same way as the World Cup.
Yes.
With Klusner.
Absolutely.
the classic run out.
Wow. Yes.
The underarm back to Gilly and the bails off.
Damien Fleming. I
remember sitting at home in my bedroom at 4 a.m. watching that. Couldn't believe how that unfolded. Remarkable scenes.
So So wherever you're watching in South Africa, welcome along to our live stream.
Sorry for bringing that up.
Together with our everyone else watching throughout the dartfish coverage throughout the wide world. Is Howard again, nicely guided away.
Well played again by Reid.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Andrew, important role, because to have two new men at the crease and two goers doesn't always work out, but to have that someone measured that can just knock them around and push the gaps, turn the strike over. Very important at the stage of the game.
I think that'll be the script here. Reid just picking out the gaps, as you said, Pat, and Robinson looks like he's the go-to man, just wielding the axe
Yes.
out there with
And
authority.
with Lallard and Helen
Yes.
still to follow, they're also good axe
Well,
wielders.
if it's a big collapse, you've got the top three batsmen to come back in as well. So about 5 overs to go. That'd have to be a dramatic collapse here for them to get another hit. But you never know. But Robinson down over the bat.
Interesting field here. It's set by the easiest.
Yeah, still adjusting it.
4 deep on the leg side. In fact, they're going to bring a mid on up to cut off that single on the on, and now push a deep mid on back, bringing a mid wicket. But certainly some open spaces on the on.
So 2 for 188.
What I'm sure we won't see is Robinson pushing for one short on the offside. Yeah.
No.
Edging
Oh, it's through.
Again towards third man, so
Come back for
misfield
2.
get the second. Nice return from the deep. Probably try and tempt Robinson with the ball going away outside the off stump, trying to get him to hit across the line, I guess, is the method here for Howard. He's got good protection on the offside. And this time he's got the result he was looking for. 4 at the base of off stump. That's a good place to be in the death overs. And Robinson departs for 10. So some good bowling from Howard, who, as I mentioned earlier, boys, as we watched the SAVCA company replays, enjoyed this run downwind right on the money
Yep.
there.
Yeah, beautifully bowled by Howard.
Yep.
In that spot, very hard to score off of anything full on the off stump.
So I guess to be expected as you move into the final 5 overs and batsmen back in the pavilion to come out. So see a bit of the bat being thrown there. So entertaining little cameo there from our South African men.
And this is the moment, Pat, we've been waiting for. Stewie Hallam's
Stewie Hallam.
has been moved up from number 11.
Is that right?
He would have been talking himself up all morning, I've got no doubt.
Sure, he's been in Telf's ear the last 5 overs. Should I pad up yet, Telf? Should I go and have a bit of a swing?
So Stewie Hallam, only the 3 innings this year, boys. 52 aggregate, 17.33. So yeah.
Certainly demonstrates he's not going to die wondering.
But has the distinction of hitting, representing South Australia, hitting 19 off the last over against Victoria to win the game.
Yeah.
Out in Gambia.
Down at Mount Gambier, yes. So
yeah.
we were fortunate enough to be playing in that game, and we thought we were gone, and Stewie came
Well,
out. And
just shows it. Competitive and loves winning. So see what he can do here. Put his presence on this game at the moment.
we'll let him get through his first ball, and I'll sort of walk through the over a little bit of that 19 runs.
Alright, Howard in now to Hallam. And Hallam's flicking
there
over
they
mid wicket and straight in the
Pick the
business.
gap
and goes.
nicely, boys.
So very similar shot to how we started that last over, actually. Only there's probably not a lot of need to have anyone on the offside at the moment. But the first ball went for 4, and then the second ball went for 6.
SAVCA company replay there. Nice little flick over square. So, yeah. So, run rate 5.44 for the Hills Fleurieu at the moment. There's 3 for 194.
5.5 gets us up to 220, which is
It's a good score,
very defendable.
Good score.
It's always good when you've got accountants in the house.
And I haven't even got my spreadsheet open, mate.
Just waiting for this ball to return. Now it's back into the field of play. Saw Stewie there playing a few forward defences and playing straight out. I don't think we'll see much of that in real play, but
So a bit of discussion also of the field placings there with the easy boys, but looks like they're going to go with what they've got at the moment.
we fancy his chances on that short side, I think, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. He'd be very disappointed that was only 4.
This time he's up and threw a bit off this time. And just sort of held back on it a little bit, but manages to find another gap and 2 more runs. After a really good start, 6 from his opening 2, 3 3 for 196. Here's Fleurieu. More remaining in this 36th over.
Yeah, the lower order is really ticking it along nicely too.
So Howard, going for 6 so far. He'll be happy with that. And Dom Paul's about to pass through.
Working on his average, I think there.
He's one of those sort of guys, you just don't know what's going to happen next, and I think he does either. That's the beauty of it.
Yes, I was talking about the over. He got to the, I think he hit 14 off the first 3, and then decided he could work 1s and 2s. And that was just not his game.
So Hodgson's print scoreboard here. The opening innings of this SA Veterans over 35 cricket grand final coming here from Karen Rolton Oval in Adelaide. Hills 36 overs completed. There's 3 for 196. So toss of the coin we discussed with the captain, Anthony Tilford. Giving the toss and letting the bat. He was looking for around the 200 mark, so he'd be pretty happy at the moment. Still 4 overs to go and at 5.44 run rate. As the academics in their broadcast box told us, it might be 220.
220, I think that's the goal now.
And Stevie Parsons
back on.
in the attack.
He's switched ends as well, so he'll come into the breeze. Overall 2 here to finish up, so that might free up Sargent to come back in the other
Sarge
end.
has obviously said I'm only bowling with the wind.
Yeah. And if the maths are right, I reckon there'll be 2 more to come from that end. That'll be perfect for him.
So Parsons none for 33 off his previous 6.
Red leans into it, can't find a gap. Well struck, but straight back to the bowler. Interesting to see if they're still moving in the air. So the ball. The outswing in that first session. As I mentioned though, with Hallam out there, anything's possible. He'll be thinking that he can get up the other end. You want to wind back the clock.
Pretty space for him on the onside though.
Yeah, interesting offside field too. The in and out on the offside with the 2 deep, straight on the onside. Definitely can't afford to do anything short because it's just the gap square on the onside.
Oh, and he's done just that, and he's got away with it, hasn't he,
Got
Steve?
away with it.
Wow.
Wow.
Reed just couldn't quite.
Reed looking towards the boundary, but the ball virtually at his feet. Just outside the off stump there, so mistiming that big time. But anyway, Parsons was happy with that because we said that the height that he gets from his delivery.
He got away with one there, didn't he, Parsons?
He dodged the bullet. It's been a good over so far. 3 dot balls. Working into this breeze. Full this time and off the QN this time from Reed, but he'll manage to pick up a single. As we saw it earlier, I reckon, Andrew, that pace off the ball seems to have been the way to go throughout the majority of this 40 over session.
And it's been interesting, Hills will rely a lot more on spin. So both Reed and Wenham will probably bowl their 8 overs and off spin. So I think that off pace, it'll be interesting to see how they go. And I think particularly coming up from this end into the wind, the long boundary to the onside.
You can protect that, can't you?
Yes, yeah.
So skipper, keeper, Carver just adjusting his field there. Allen down over the bat. Parsons happy with the thing as well. So as he comes in, swing and a miss there.
He's just about done his back there, I think, Shuey. I think he may have even been through the shot a tad early.
Yeah, could be right. Parsons, final ball, his 7th over.
One hand off the bat, the player to cover. Now for a singles, he hustles through. Counting balls, Stewie. He's got the strike for the next over. Exactly what he was looking for. So after 37, 3 for 198 Hills Fleurieu in the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association over 50s grand final. It's on the Hodgson scoreboard. We expect to see T Sargent to be back in operation from that Bradman draw, I reckon.
Yes, he's walking in, taking
Sargent back into attack. 6 overs, none for 17 currently. Field being adjusted.
Interesting to see what's in the Dobson, where he's got the ball across the right hander with a bit of extra length, or does he try and bowl that back at a length?
Won't be too many matches, guys, that he's gone wicketless. As I said, none for 17 currently. 17 wickets for the season.
Goes full. And
Well, he
strikes
must have heard me.
Yeah. No surprises there.
You asked for it, so he delivered. Good boy, Tim. So pretty comprehensive there as we look at the replay when it comes up. S&W Seed Company. Yes, well, not much doubt about it.
No.
Try and work it away on the onside again.
Critical our boys make the most of these last 3 overs though.
Yep.
We don't want to go for 5 or 10 runs. We need to at least push on that to that 220.
Craig Lillard coming to the crease because still active with Macclesfield Cricket Club. 9 innings this year, just the 94. Sorry, 4 innings, 94. So 31 he's averaging
Yeah.
at the moment. So
Puts-
pretty handy to come in.
Puts a price on his wicket, Lau does. And,
Fierce competitor.
his job will definitely come in this afternoon when I would expect he'll take the new ball from with the wind. Probably hull him into the wind, but yeah, it'd be nice if we can get 5 or 10 runs here.
So Lillard facing the music here from Sargent for his first delivery.
Ball takes off. Back to the bowl.
Chance here for overthrow. So dangerous single turned into a handy 2 to score. With that brings up the 200 for Hills Fleurieu. 4 for 200. Second ball to 38 favour. So Lillard chancing his arm off the very first delivery.
But at 4 for 200, I think we can afford to have a crack at everything.
On the high.
So this one will be safe.
Cover. Looking to try and
Come back
turn
for
it away on
another.
the leg side, but he's managed to push it out on the offside for 2. He'll take it, but not where he wanted it to go.
You mentioned a fierce competitor as he was in his football days, football club, so the Mackie Footy Club, where he spent some time as coach as well. And as I said, still having a trundle for the Mackie B grade in the Eastern Hills competition. So he's going all right at the moment. 4 off for 2.
This time he
Right
struck
up
it
there,
nice.
but he got it away. A more technical shot, that one.
Out of the textbook.
So 4 for 203. Brings Reed onto strike. 18. It's been there for a while. 31 deliveries.
Yeah, certainly Reed and Dawes have been the backbone of the innings. It's really important to have guys that can bat balls and
Yeah.
do that, so both of them have played their roles extremely well.
Swing and a miss from Reed as he looks to try and hit through the offside. A couple remain in this over from Sargent, and that will then leave us a couple to play out in this 40 over opening session of the grand final for South Australian Veterans Cricket Association over 50s. Hills Fleurieu, Eastern Zone. Karen Rolton, number 2. Hope you're enjoying the Dartfish live stream wherever you're watching in. Great to have you on board. Sargent once again top of his mark. Oh, change of pace. Umpires
ball there.
No
above
ball.
waist. No ball. Tim's going to argue the point, I'd reckon, on that. Has he retracted his statement, the umpire?
Umpire Stanley.
Not sure what's going on there. I'm not convinced that's a no ball.
No,
More
He
signals.
was certainly early on the call, wasn't he?
it's very early in the call. I don't think he took the slow ball.
I think out of the hand it certainly looked high, but it didn't. Certainly dropped as it got to the other end of the pitch. But
Umpire Singh. Can you both umpires?
just trying to get confirmation as to whether that will stand. I don't think it will. Keep an eye on that scoreline as we finish the 38th over. And it's 4 for 203. Reed 18, Lallard 5, Sargent 1 over to go. And at 220 as Andrew Carthew was looking for, still a chance, but they'll need to do some work. I think this is over.
This
the key
over,
over.
yeah.
Live, Sam Howard comes off the pad of Lallard, deflects away and they skeeve it through for a single. Wilkes Fleurieu. Just that previous ad there, the Comfort Hotel there. It would have been a bit hard for you to get out and make a time here for the game start time. The bed there, very comfortable.
The M&G Hotel Group. It's one of the biggest hotel rooms I've had to myself that I can ever remember, to be honest. Could have had one of the teams joining me there last night, but I was up early. I was ready for the game. I think I was out of bed about 5:30 as it turned out. Just down the leg side from Core. Just
we like to do here on Dartfish, so we know what's going on.
So how
That'd
was
be
the
unusual.
breakfast, mate?
Oh, actually, I walked down to the. But halfway through, it's in the bag, ready to go for lunch. So
Howard
highly of that.
in the ring. Umpires Singer's having a thought about that, but
Must
he's
have been some pad on that down the leg side. Otherwise, he's been very
a
generous.
little bit lenient. So Howard in again. Once again, leg side delivery. Umpire Singh this time says no, going to pin you this time. So
Guinness is at the Wellington watching the Adelaide United victory games.
pardon my ignorance, how did that go? Adelaide United.
Victory got up, I
3-1.
think.
No.
Victory.
No, Adelaide 3-1.
Adelaide got up.
Adelaide.
As through Carver the ball goes this time for maybe some sun. Fleurieu. Leg buys is the call.
Yeah, Victoria really struggling this season, aren't they? Which for a club of
I was going to say to you, Pat, being a South Australian boy living in Victoria, how do you find that?
Yeah, well, I just pick and choose my moments. That's all I can say.
Right.
Front runner when I need to be.
So Howard. Single. So yeah, the international viewer, Victorians taking in the stream today. Hope everything's going all right with the COVID situation up there as Howard comes in. Big swing there by Lallard.
It's just making it very hard to get underneath.
It's a bit easier to get away than
Just use the pace.
So Howard in again. Lallard trying to work
Same
him.
result.
Skipper Carver takes the ball. So the end of the Howard over.
209 for 4. It's on the hot seat. 39th from Sammy Howard, who got through his 6 overs, 1 for 29, so pretty good spell.
Yes. On the flurry here, 6 or 10 off this last over. Short boundary, to push us over the line.
So just talking about the wide situation. 8 is the biggest infringer. 2 then that over the Howard and Haas with 1 early. Yeah, calling them when they're there. But as you said, there have been games where there's been depends on the umpires.
Yes.
Sargent get the ball wide. On to Reid. Good start. Reid drives. There, just for the single. Reid moves on to 19.
You were mentioning the Victorians. Cricket, I think there's 50 teams of over 50s now playing in Victoria, which is just an amazing contribution.
Yeah. Hurts us, but we've got to pay credit to him. And good to see. Sargent comes in.
Hit down. And there, again, just the judgment, just that breeze is holding that ball up
because living in obviously it was mainly centred in lockdown situation. Must have been a bit hard to take, but
Yeah, well, certainly for our region. Back in March, April last year, and then nothing after that. And then that most recent 5-day lockdown where we went to stage 4 was hard to stomach.
bit indecision. There could be a chance of a run out, but Reid getting back there. But, yeah, it must. You had to follow the guidelines.
Yeah,
Yep.
yep,
You know?
yep.
And of course, as you know, Drew, we had the situation with the here in Adelaide, but
Yeah, I think governments around Australia have done an awesome job, but
Yeah.
those poor border districts
Yeah.
that get
So-
unfortunate.
so Lallard strike to Sargent.
Oh, lovely. Good effort down
Tell
there.
you
Yeah.
what, right in front of the members pavilion, temporary members pavilion. That was a great attempt to catch.
Bobby Ramage out there, isn't he? He did a great effort.
Beautifully timed though by Lallard too,
Just
wasn't
missed it, but yeah, great.
it? Just flicked it off his
Timing.
Everything outside off to make sure that that short boundary was protected. But that time he was in the zone for Lallard. Didn't like it. Oh, the edge, I reckon there. Of the
Yeah,
speed by the fielder.
Sargent on the ground. He's just getting the top edge of that.
Nonetheless, for Hills Fleurieu, 1 ball remaining, 3 off that target of 220. Can they do it?
Come on, Reedy. It won't be a 3, it'll be 219 or 221.
Where's he going, Cardi? Where's he going to go?
He's going.
So Sargent with the last ball of the innings.
Off pace ball, couldn't quite connect, but he'll pick up a single, leg by. And that will finish Hills Fleurieu on
So Hills Fleurieu complete the first. Alley 4 for 218. Let's just look at the 40 retired. John Mintz 4 for 40 retired. David Wynnum 4. And for the bowling figures, Pat.
Eastern Zone. Ian Haslett opened up and got through his 8 on the bounce, 1 for 20. It was really good in his second spell. 6 overs, 1 for 29. So 219 is the target set for Eastern Zone if they're going to take out the SA.
Good little cameo. Gavin Reid with 19 not out at the end, and Craig Lallard with 12 off 10, sort of as we said. Skipper on the sidelines, Andrew Carthew.
Start of the day, we take 218, we've been taking it every day of the week. So, and I think our bowling is probably our strength. Spinners in Wenham and Reid, that 218 is going to be pretty hard for Benno and those guys at the top of the order to score quickly. So, could be a really good and interesting second half of this day.
Competition, and these are only two sides who've won the title. Eastern Zone winning the first 2. Go to glory, and then of course Eastern Fleurieu back. Eastern Zone.
Yeah, he's certainly the best team in the first 2 years of the comp, and you know we created such a high level, and between us and Uni, they've dragged this up a little bit. So nice to have a chance to play against them this week.
Mark Finlayson, Pat, he's been around the Adelaide Uni runners up 3 times. By what do you say, 14 runs or something?
Yeah, yeah.
So
East, Uni, and us, the last couple of years have been very competitive every single time we've played each other. And as
on stumps earlier in the week. There's 3 of them based around normal or regular cricket clubs, being Grange, Brighton, and also Adelaide Uni. That's like in the situation of Hills Fleurieu.
A couple of the guys from the Finns, the O50's, so and George Healy was critical, and
because the over-60. They obviously thought, oh, there's younger blokes who can play. Yeah.
Gary Bilney from Kennedy as well.
Yep.
Yeah, both of those were very. Yeah, we were fortunate enough. I got. And he finally did, and never regretted it once. So it's been great. And then we were very lucky to get to the boys from Mildura as coming in and out of, as Pat would know, come in and out of Adelaide for work. So for them to come and have a game with us has been awesome.
Sunraysia, Pat.
Well,
if they're successful today, you're going to climb.
More didn't hark back to his Sunraysia roots and want to get the name tag in there, but it's great to see, and certainly as we mentioned, but it just comes back tenfold with obviously playing at this sort of level.
And I think the Sunraysia Riverland team at some stage in next tour. Fleurieu at some stage in the comp, so they can get another 4 or 5. I'm really keen. And
Tommy Badger, another one of our guns from back
he played a game for us as well. So that would be.
Guys, we'll break in play. Obviously, the innings change here. We might take a break here in our live stream. Coming back when the eastern zone come in, they're chasing. When that play recommences.
Ideal for grazing. To order your local rural store today.
superior late season growth, high forage yields and high quality hay production. Contact your local rural store to find out how
maturing variety that is quick. To order your Javette tetraploid annual ryegrass, contact
Bronco forage oats, forage yields and high quality hay production. Contact your local rural store to find out how Bronco forage oats can
Duvet Touch.
Bronco Forage Oats consistently produces superior late season growth, high forage yields and high quality hay production. Contact your local rural store to find out how Bronco Forage Oats can work for you.
Duvet Tetraploid annual ryegrass is a late maturing variety that is quick to establish and ideal for grazing. To order your Duvet Tetraploid annual ryegrass, contact your local rural store today.
Welcome back to Karen Rolton number 2 ground for the resumption of play here in the SA Veterans Cricket Association over 50s Grand Final. As Eastern Zones turn with the bat to see if they can better Hills Fleurieu's innings total of 4 for 218. So once again, trust you're enjoying our worldwide stream through Dartfish. Brought to you by Hoggies Estate Wines, Saxon Sports, Hodson's Print, Nelson's Teamwear, NXI, South Australian Cricket Association, S&W Seed Company, and of course Adelaide Star Bus, Roll the Dice Racing, Sports Interactive, and 2020 Vision. Jeff Pistola here with you. Paddy Silcox with me, and also have been joined once again by Mark Fennison at B Double for his expert comments in the run chase by Eastern Zone. So Andrew Carver and Dave Benson will be taking up the willow for Eastern.
Craig Lallard, I reckon, in the attack.
Craig Lallard
Opening
the bowling. First ball played out, no run. Just waiting for the score to come up. So just noticing a little bit of the break there, Pat. Perhaps the wind rising a little bit, so it could supply a little bit more difficulty.
I was speaking to a few of the Hills boys. Short from Lallard there, wide. Yeah, I think it had switched around a little bit too since the break as well, because I know Stewie Hallam down here with us at fine leg was going to come from the far end, but I think that breeze has just changed around a fraction. So it'll be interesting to see how the Hills guys will defend this. They've come out with an attacking mindset, 3 slips for starters. The outside guy stomping through to the keeper. They've got the runs on the board, I guess, haven't they, Mark? And they can really go aggressive in these first 5-10 overs, trying to get those early wickets.
I think that's what you've actually got to do now, is really tie these guys down to put the pressure back onto the batsmen, and then you put the pressure on, they start making mistakes, and that's when you get your wickets. So as we get in the bowl,
Nice aggressive through an open
covers.
extra cover region. There should be at least 2 in that.
Oh,
That's
no,
4.
it's actually
almost
gone for 4.
Just about, has it?
Yep.
It has gone, so good timing there from the Easies.
Well, the ball's nice and hard, so it's going to come off the bat pretty quick. But once the ball gets soft, then it's harder to score boundaries.
Yep.
So Carver, the skipper of the Easties, Easies, he's plenty of experience there. Sturt and East Torrens, second overall in the runs this season, 288 runs at 96. 45 highest score. Another good shot there, but next point, but cut off there, so no run. So plenty of experience, 8 innings. He's had 5 not outs.
That helps the average.
Yeah, so it helps his average, as I said, 96. So he'll be looking keenly to set his side on a good, successful run chase here. Over pitch there by Lallard, and more played by Carver.
Just angled into the pads, bit of in swing there, and it's again the timing almost getting it all the way to the boundary. Once they get back there, they'll be happy with the 2. So a good start in the Eastern Zone. 5 in this first over already. Now run rate is up just over that 5 mark.
Keep that up, we'll be home early.
Out of the wind.
Yeah, absolutely. They said pleasant conditions here, and I said trust you're enjoying our worldwide stream here on Dartfish. This the first live stream of an over 50s cricket match in Australia. So Lallard in again to Carver.
Oh, that's bowling. That's bowling.
Just got the leg stump.
Yep. It cut back into him. It squeezed him up and just clipped off the bails on leg stump and middle stump.
Get a chance
That's
to have another look at that one again, Pistols. Just actually back.
Yes.
Cramped him up for a bit of room, didn't it?
Went in between bat and body.
Yes, and WC Company replay there. Perfect start for Hills though, after Carver was aggressive in his first couple of shots.
Well, you'd be
Got
pretty
that
happy
early
with that. As I said, the second highest run score in the competition. You got him back in the pavilion
It's a huge
in the
result.
first over,
Yeah.
Pat. So good work there for Craig Lallard. Looks like it was actually the last ball of the over too, I'd suggest. Or maybe one to come.
Yeah, nice. Stewie Helms handed his hat into the umpire, so
There's one more catching up. So yeah, so Stewie Hallam coming on the bowl. So obviously well versed with him. So how do you rate him as a bowler? He's actually captured just the 4 wickets this season at 13. So
he's very consistent. He bowls good line length. He's one of those. He's a hustler. He'll hustle back to his mark. He'll get through. He'll try and rush the batsman. He'll get back, and then he really gets through the crease quickly as well. He got himself in some pretty good shape. He really got on the fitness campaign leading into the start of this veteran season, and he's in really good shape.
It'll be interesting to see how Dave Benson goes now with the loss of the early wicket.
Yeah.
Is he going to go into his little clam, or is he going to start playing some shots? So it'll be interesting to see what he does.
So Dave Benson, of course, well known in the Hills Football League area, past Blackwood player, president, and also coach, and 217 runs this season at handy average. Pat, 72.33 in 5 digs. So Benno's certainly capable of wielding the willow. Didn't see any of him with the ball, whether he was under injury. So set to make a bit of a statement here with the bat as he faces his first delivery here.
A bit of outswing.
Has a really high straight arm release
Yeah.
point, Stewie, and he can certainly swing the ball away. But he's good off the seam as well. So.
But he's got the perfect breeze for the outswinger coming from the southwest.
Yep.
Perfect for an outswinger to a right-handed batsman. And they've got the 3 slips in.
And the attack, Hills Fleurieu, wicket already. Hallam in again. Nicely bowled.
Because Benson representing the SA Over50's side this year. So
Yeah, and he represented the first time we went over to Sydney as well. And so was Juddy and Timmy Sargent. So they've got a good crop of South Australian players that went over there, and a good crop of the Australian cricketers as well.
Hallam in again to Benson. Benson turns it back with a square, chase for the square leg fieldsman, so they will come back for the second. Felt quick enough to get 3, but they're settling for 2. So Benson off the mark. He's at 1 for 9. After a handy start from Carver, but he's gone. So Hallam from the Port Road end, or northern end of the Karen Rolton number 2 ground.
Keep right to the stumps there
Yeah,
too.
tell his
Yep.
game. That's why he's got a bit of a dodgy nose, because he said he got whacked in the nose, and that's what bent it all up.
Has got good hands though.
Oh, very good. He got me out stumped in the grand final last year, so no, he's very quick.
We talked about this earlier too, having the keeper up to the stumps with the fast or medium bowler. Just it means you've got to step back in the crease a bit, takes you out of your comfort zone.
Comfort zone, exactly right.
Oh, Benno.
Winding up, Benson.
Big wind up, yeah.
But you can't afford to do that early in the innings. You've got to really, because you only face 2 balls, 3 balls, and you can't really do that sort of shot when you've only faced 2 balls. You've got to
Got to play some.
build yourself up.
You'd like to play yourself in that mark.
Oh, for
Get
sure,
yourself set.
yeah. Because you'll play a silly shot and you'll
Go
get
from
out
the
and
get go.
well, that's right. That's what number 10, 11 and batsmen do.
So Hallam might fancy his chances if Benson's that sort of style. So Hallam, last ball over. Benson this time. It's off the hip, out towards square for a single. So he'll retain the strike. Maybe he has got his eye in.
Well, if I was the Hills zone, if he's batting down the other end, the grab and drive end, I'd be putting some of it like a 3/4 out to mid wicket. Because if he hits skies, it, the ball's going to hold up.
Yep.
It's not going to go over the boundary, so you can just try and put someone there. But you never know in the game of cricket.
So it's 1 for 10 after 2 on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard. It's just trying to build something here similar to what the Hills boys did in that first 10-20 overs. Try and keep wickets in the shed. So now faces up to Lallard, who just didn't quite have him coming out as he would have liked in that first over. A little bit stiff. Dropped a couple short. I'm sure he won't want to do that to that short boundary.
No.
With Benson on strike.
But I've just noticed on the scoreboard, on the scorecard, that Juddy's not batting, not in the lineup.
Interesting.
Hmm.
Guess they've missed him there. We'll check that shortly.
Yep.
Lallard digs it in short here. Benson
Oh,
tries to
he's
pull
gonna
it, gets
get
the top
aggressive.
edge, and it'll run down for 4. But again, Lallard not quite getting his length right. But certainly going to have a go at it.
Well, as I said, mate, he'd be trying to get your eye in, but obviously he wants to get aggressive real quick and put the bowlers off their line.
Just getting back, D-Double, what you were saying, do they play the format of 12 players and you have a batter in the bowl?
Does he know potentially?
Yeah, well, that's I
Perhaps
thought it
that's
was
the
with the
situation.
fielders, but yeah, I thought it was just with the field, not with the batters.
Yeah, we'll wait for that. It's Lallard back again to Benson. Ball Benson plays it back down. Field there, so no run.
Well, I think you can play the 12 and have a designated batsman
Yeah.
in the bowler, but you would have
Okay.
thought that Peter would have been the best batting
Well,
lineup,
yeah.
so unless he's got an injury for the fielding session, so yeah, interesting.
So Lallard comes in. Second over. Already a wicket taker.
Full of Benson and into that one and down the ground he goes. The way he's running down to the non-strikers would suggest he's happy that he's got enough of that
That's
before
gone
he's
full.
done that. So he's going to try and take it up the hills Fleurieu right from the outset. He's got off to a great start. I was over at the pavilion having a chat to the Hills guys. I think they almost felt they maybe hadn't been a bowler short. They've got the two openers. They rely a lot on Wenham and the spin through the middle, but they bowl so short. So I'm interested to see what they work with their rotations through this 40 over innings.
Oh, I'd probably after this ball, I'd bring Wenham in probably in the first 10 overs just to see what he does with
Pace
the
off.
ball.
Yep. Well, we saw that work okay for Easties, didn't they? They
Well,
took a bit of pace off it. It was hard
Exactly
to score.
right, yeah. I'd bring him on from the Brabham Drive, the Port Road end, just to see if they can try and hit him against the
So Lallard again. Benson off tip. About to square. Cut off there. So no run. So 1 for 18. So pretty handy start. Still 6.35 run rate. Obviously it was over 8 in the first innings there. First over, Pat. But, loss of the wicket sort of reined that in. Lallard again. Benson defensively plays it out. The offside, no run. And that's the end of Lallard's over. So 1 for 18 off the 3.
Yeah, good finish in the end. He certainly got taken to the first couple of balls, but he finished fairly strongly. Got his length right, I think.
Yeah,
Mark, that
and
was the
it-
key. Early, wasn't it?
Yeah, you've got to, especially with Dave Benson, you've got to not give him the opportunity to drive or pull the ball.
Yep.
So you've got to pitch it in between those two lengths.
Bit of a back
So he
of the
just
length,
has to,
isn't it? Yep.
to block.
Yep.
Where he tries to cut, and it's going to be hard to cut because like bowling from this end, the ball hasn't been kicking up high. It's only a lot of the balls were going 3/4 length high
Yep.
of the stump. So you've got to be very careful. You try and play a cut shot, and the ball will keep low. If it's on the stumps and you miss it, well,
Good night.
you're back in the change rooms. Yeah.
Right, so back with Stewie Hallam, the bowler Andrew Ramage, left-hander.
Get to face a ball. This season 106 in his 6 innings, an average of 17.67.
Right, so here we go with Hallam. Good start for left-hander, stands on the off stump. Again, Telfer up. Right on the crease there.
You don't just step out of your crease with Telf up to the wickets, because he'll just quickly knock those bails straight off.
And obviously the combination over the course of the season where Stewie's comfortable with Anthony being up, they've got that combination working well.
Oh, exactly.
Now, a lot of
right.
fast bowlers don't like to see the keeper standing up. It's a bit of a
No.
hit to the ego.
That's right.
But,
and you tend to bowl to the leg side a little bit
Yeah.
more.
Good lengths again from Hallam.
See that length is where you can't drive and you can't pull the ball.
No.
So it's a dot ball, and the more dot balls you have in 40 over cricket, the less runs you score. So every dot ball's a good ball.
1 for 18, Eastern Zone, in this 4th over. Checking that Hobson scoreboard, chasing 219 to take out the South Australian Veteran Cricket Association over 50's grand final. Very watchful Ramage at this stage. I'd say he'd be the man they'd want to build as being the anchor man around that number 3 spot, while Benson will go the attacking route. Certainly plenty of voice from the Hills in the field at the moment. They're up and about. Forcing him back into the crease, pushing out to extra cover, no run. So good start from Hallam.
I suppose similar if you hark back to the Hills innings, Pat, you had Medsforth come in as the run chaser after Telfer went early and Dawes more the anchor role. So you'd be transferred out to these two batsmen here. Benson would probably be the dasher. And as I said, Ramage would be the anchor man. He's facing here, tries to turn that ball around.
Right umpire is going to, no, in fact it's got through the keeper, so they'll pick up sundry there. Signal to me it was actually off the glove of the bat.
Yeah. I think what they're going to do is try and tie Dave Benson down to make him play that false shot.
Rush of blood.
Yeah, and every player gets it. You make a lot of dot balls and you get frustrated and you try and hit the ball and you'll get out. It only has to be pitched on the stumps and you're gone. So it'll be just a matter of trying to tie him up.
So Hallam, Benson glides that one square, no run. So into the over for Hallam. None for 4 off his 2. And the Easies are 1 for 10, chasing 219 for victory. I'd say still pleasant conditions here.
Yeah,
sun shining nicely here in Adelaide.
Had the clouds break up a little bit across the broadcast, haven't we? So it is nice blue skies.
Nice little biting wind out there though.
All very nice, very biting.
Yeah, will we see a change after Lallard's a little bit loose in those first couple? Maybe we will have a change here, will we?
No, it still looks like Lallard, yeah.
Bredman drive in. Bit of a numbers game for a dasher like Dave Benson, isn't it? Because he'll be counting balls, he'll sort of play out a couple and then he'll think you'll need to go to the next one.
Yep.
He'll always think about that next ball. So
They've actually closed the slips up a little bit now. First and second, I reckon they're starting to close up. And some brotherly love.
I suppose what I'm working on here is Ramage hasn't faced Lallard yet in this game, so perhaps a surprise factor. But Lallard has a wicket to his name, so I suppose the captain has a bit of faith in him. Digs this one in a bit shorter. Allowed to pass through to the keeper.
two slips in the gully, point extra cover in the mid-off on the onside. In fact, a short extra cover in the mid-off, so they've got plenty of protection on the offside for the left-hander. This time short, and Ramage is straight into
Could
that.
go for 4.
And it looks like it's going to speed across the turf nicely on that outer side. So boundary for Ramage, and it's 23 for 1. And again, Lallard just dropping that fraction short, and just can't afford that on a pitch like this, can you?
No, but the previous ball when he bowled it short, it actually came off very slow. And once you see that, you think, okay, the bats have got plenty of time to come back and pull it. For example, that shot straight there, he had plenty of time to wait for it, and he played it to perfection.
Bit of length this time.
He pitched up,
question.
a pill.
A bit of bat on the pad, but certainly a bit of length there.
And that's the length you've got to bowl, that nagging length, where he had to play forward. He couldn't pull back, he couldn't drive, so you've had to play that dead bat shot.
Puts him in no man's land, doesn't it?
It does,
As his shot selection, yes. So Lallard follow up.
Got a curve that time, I reckon, out of the hand too, so gives himself that chance to swing the ball when you do pitch it up, and certainly dropping the ball short when you've got two blokes on the leg side is probably not what the skipper's looking for.
No, exactly right, yeah. You know, you've got the guys on the offside for the protection, you've only got two guys on the onside.
So a bit over by Lallard, only the one boundary off it. Comes in once again, had the pass through, better length ball.
Seems to take 2 balls to get him stride and loosen up, and then by 4, 5, 6 he's in the zone.
Yeah,
the first couple
exactly
just
right.
a little bit short.
The muscles are all stretched and the bones are out of joint.
The overs aren't long enough for him.
That's the old
I was
oval
going
overs.
to say back to the old format. So here he is, his last ball of his third over. Lallard once again. Turn around the corner. But no run there. So end of the 5th over. And Eastern Zone 1 for 23, chasing 219 to win.
Current run rate is
ball there as he's ready to charge in for his third over. Always came for a chat, Stu. I'm sure him and Daryl Fisher talking about what might be on after the game tonight.
I did see some nice ice baths in the change room.
Yes.
So, but the old fellas in this game of cricket will be needing some.
Looking after them there.
Oh. So Hallam in, Benson. Oh, defensively. I suppose the only time you used ice back in your day, B-double, was to put the in the esky.
Oh, exactly, mate. I'm not that silly. I don't hop into ice baths. That's for silly people.
Modern technology, how the game has changed. But still pretty basic. Knock the stumps over, you win.
Yep.
So Benson on strike.
Just changed his length up there a bit. I think Benson's waiting for the next full one to get down the ground, but he just changed it and pulled it back.
So do we find a bit of responsibility on the shoulders of Benson? We know he's a bit of a dasher, but the loss of Carver in the first over, said one of the highest run scorers.
He's just got to take it nice and easy. Yeah, he's just got
to just
ease himself into it.
Pull his game in a little bit, his natural attacking flair.
Oh, exactly right.
Hallam again to Benson, this time
I think he nearly got a suntan on the roof of his mouth then because his head went up and the ball went down. But he's got to not go for the big shots yet.
Pick the right ball,
he can't do it every ball.
Yeah. You always feel if you're in opposition that he gives you a chance every ball.
Oh, yeah.
Just the way he plays.
And if you frustrate him, you'll get him out.
Yep. So Hallam again. Benson's time.
Tell's looking at that one to see how close it missed the stumps.
As we said, a little bit of breezy, just playing havoc with our notes here.
Yeah.
But overall, a brilliant day. I trust you're enjoying the coverage worldwide stream here. Historic O50's cricket live from Adelaide. Hallam, and again to Benson. Plays it defensively back down the pitch. Bowler fields his own ball.
Giving him nothing really, is he, Stewie? He's just on the spot every
That's
ball.
right, and that's all you've got to be with batsmen when they're aggressive.
Yep.
Just pitch that line and length and just tie them up.
Well, it's working. The run rate dropped back to 3.84 or 94 there, so 5 and a bit required. So Hallam doing his bit early in the chase here for Hills Fleurieu, seeking to retain the crown, which they won last year. Hallam into Benson once again.
Good take by Telf.
Draws the bat, lets it go through to the keeper Telfer, so end of the over.
Just gone for the 4 runs and 3 overs, Stewie Hallam at 1.33, so he's made an excellent start in this grand final.
That's right.
Mallard 3 overs for 19. So let's see what they'll persist with here, or the Lallard continues, or they maybe look to bring one of the slower bowlers into the frame at some stage. Looks like Lallard will go again into his 4th. So adjustments in the field for the left-hander.
You know, if the pitch has still got a bit of tackiness in it, maybe the spinner can come on now and try and get a bit of spin, see what the ball does do.
Yep. Just waiting for the Hills boys to get themselves set in the field. Umpire get us back into action shortly. Craig Lallard into his 4th over. For 23, Eastern zone. Again, drags that first one down short. Ramage has just got it around the corner. Fisher will chase.
Single.
Gets in behind it. I'll pick up a single there. So 24 for 1, and that's on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard.
So once again, the sounds of Adelaide in the background, boys. The sirens roasting around.
Sounds like Adelaide Oval.
Might be the ambulance on the way for a few sore hamstrings later in the day.
I reckon so. Looking at the outfield, it just looks so much like Adelaide Oval.
Yep.
With just the greenness and how level it is.
So Lallard again to the aggressive Benson. Benson tries to pull and does it around the corner.
For a single.
So the regulation, 2 stiff short ones out of the system, so hopefully Craig's
Yes.
in the game now, good way through the over. He got away with those first two, let's be said.
Well, he's very lucky.
Benson could have well and truly put that one over the trees.
But again, it didn't get up all that high.
No, true.
It was probably hip high.
Yep. Still he's pushing it across the leg side. Umpire has a look at it, says it's okay. That might be an interesting point, Mark, I reckon. With this pitch later in the day, it might start to stay down a little bit.
Well, it was doing at the other end.
Yep.
We noticed like, in the 30th over, the 35th over, it was keeping low.
With Lallard again. Time just takes a bit of pace on it. Ramage is pushing through backward point. Can't beat the field. And again, no run. So 1 for 25. Ramage is 5, Benson 12. And Hill's doing a good job in the last couple of overs to pull that run rate back. 3.75 currently. So the ink is applied. I'll have another wicket here. And the onside. Mid wicket, again, no run. And certainly plenty of voice out there for the Hills boys. They're up and about.
And that's what I didn't hear from the Eastern Zone. There wasn't a lot of talk out there. And talk about bowls, and it does gel aside. And that's when you start to play really good cricket.
Great Lallard. Fallen again. Swing away from the left-handed batsman. He couldn't find a gap. Again, seems to be the ball as he gets through his fourth over. It's 1 for 20.
20.
Allen has just fallen in his 3 overs, so after 7, it's 1 for 25 on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard.
Just saying what a great concept the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association. You must take our hat off to those because they've been involved heavily with promoting this and also setting up the promotion of the game, and as we said, internationally, as it's throughout Victoria, New South Wales, Queensland, fellow veterans watching it, but also internationally, boys, New Zealand, India, Wales, the UAE, Pakistan, so well done for that innovation by the Veterans Cricket Association here in South Australia, which are part of this.
A lot of credit goes to them too, mate, because you know, we're Australia, we're an island away from everyone, and to get it out across the world is just, it's great.
Fantastic. So Hallam again starts a new over to Benson. No run. Yeah, fantastic. As I said, we've talked already on the stream about the popularity and the profile of veterans cricket. It's getting people involved,
Exactly right.
isn't it?
Yep.
I know myself in the past been involved coaching the Super Rules as it was, Master Rules. I'll come back to that as Hallam comes in. To Benson. Oh, that's played here. Umpire Singh.
Not out.
Umpire Singh had a look at it, but
A little bit of bat there too, potentially.
Yeah.
shakes the head. Says, as we see on the S&W Seed company replay.
Down leg side.
Yeah, leg side on. Jelf was pretty happy. But yeah, it's convincing guys to get involved.
Yeah, and you know,
Over 35's footy, and once they come out and play, they love it. And
yeah, well, you get a lot of guys who have played so after this ball here.
Hallam, Benson.
Bennett and covers, good stop. You know, a lot of AFL footballers, they go into depression once they've retired
Yeah.
from football,
Yeah,
and that's all they know is football.
yeah,
Where guys who have retired from normal cricket come out and play over 50s, over 60s cricket,
yeah.
gets them involved.
I think, as you said before, sitting down on the couch, and Andrew Carthy said also the mental side of things.
And it gives you a couple of hours away from the wife for a couple of weeks as well. But that's a different story.
Hello, all the ladies viewing out there. It's Dave Benson swings that.
He's getting frustrated.
Yeah.
He wants to get after it.
Exactly right.
Pretty see Hallam hold his yeah. Just frustration there, or how did that miss, or how lucky was I, unlucky there not to get a wicket. So Benson survived. He's on 13. Ramage on 5. But yeah, as you said, that mental health aspect.
Yeah.
So,
It keeps your mind ticking.
and
Instead
people
of,
around there, you know.
well,
so-
that's right. You know, you sit there and go, oh, I'm bored. Well, if you're playing a bit of cricket once a fortnight, it's good fun.
Some blokes just love that team environment. I'll vouch for that. I mean, I'm not a gym junkie. I'd much rather be doing it with other guys.
Yeah.
Stewie Hallam again. Warp road end. Ramage this
Leg
time is
side.
nicely through for a boundary. Much needed one for the Easies as well. They moved to 1 for 30.
I was going to say, Pat, good chase around the boundary, did all the hard work, and just slip went over it at this moment. So all in vain, unfortunately.
And the best thing is we can laugh about it because we're not out there.
Exactly. It's easy from here.
Oh yeah.
Handy boundary there. And it moves on to 9, 1 for 30. So Helen, last ball, the 8 for coming up.
Stewie will know that he won't want to get that leg side angle again with the short boundary.
Yeah,
so he's
he
looking
just
to push across.
He plays well off the leg side.
This time he's dragged it down, but he's going to
well
get away
fielded.
with it. Didn't quite get it where he wanted there, Ramage, and nicely fielded at mid wicket. So in the 8 from Hallam, he's 4 overs in at none for 9. We're 1 for 30 after 8 on the Hodgson pre-score.
Run rate of 3.75, so it's staying there. Not happy.
Bronco forage oats consistently produces superior late season growth, high forage yields and high quality hay production. Contact your local rural store to find out how Bronco forage oats can work for you.
Back here live, and as we're talking about in the Hills Fleurieu innings, Pat Harsett, would they continue with him? We've been discussing with Lallard, but Craig Lallard once again with the ball, so coming in for his 5th over.
Just heard Anthony Telfer there just instruct Stewie Hallam just to take a break there, so they're going to hold him back after his 4 overs and leave him for a bit later on. But maybe Lallard's the sort of guy they want to get the 8 through on the bounce.
Maybe he'll seize up if he has a rest, so yeah, bowl him through like a Harsett. So Benson on strike, 13. Lallard the only wicket taker so far for Hills, Fleurieu. Once again worked
Well
on
played.
no run out square.
It's an interesting conundrum because normally as a bowler you like to bowl early with the new hard ball. It shines harder to bowl at the death, but then when you've got a guy like Benson that comes out is swinging like a guy that would be at the death, sort of caught in between a rock and a hard place, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's always harder to hit a swinging ball unless the guy bowls the same ball all the time.
So Lallard in again. Benson.
If you've got a British bowls seam, you can play him all the time. If you get a guy who bowls, swings the ball both ways, you've actually got to try and pick what one's he going to bowl in swing, is he going to bowl out swinger? You don't know until he's actually released the ball and you've got that split second to work out what shot you're going to play.
Lallard again. Pitches up, Benson just tries to rock back and ease that through point. Probably not quite the shot selection he's after there, and he bruised that fact, I reckon, after. That's probably where he needs
That's the shot he should have played.
through cover.
So I've got the situation here with both captains and the wicket keepers. Does that give them advantage when they're assessing their bowlers, as you're talking about whether I keep a bloke on or do I give them a spill? The fact that they can actually see if the bloke is actually doing something with the ball or has the opportunity, and we'll come back to that. It's Lallard in again.
Looks for this inning. To your point, Jeff, I guess he's seeing it more than what you would if you're fielding in the
That's what
covers.
I mean,
On the same side, I guess, when you think about it as being a keeper and a skipper, that you're in the game every single ball, so mentally it's a lot more draining. I mean, I know you're switched on when you're in the field, but when you're thinking you're going to get the ball every time, it's a different aspect, and that's why I guess you need credit to Tim Payne for the job that he's done for the Aussie side for the last few years.
But yeah, getting back to your point, a bit of a throwback. The wicket keeper, being the captain, he can tell what the bowlers are doing. He can pick what sort of ball they're going to bowl, and if they're getting tired. So it does give them a good range of what to do next.
Yeah. Yep. So Lallard. And again to Benson. Looking for a
Good
single.
play by Dave.
So end of the over for Lallard.
Dave's on 14 off 30 balls. And Andrew Ramage 9 off 18 balls.
So we'll get you to put your captain's hat on here, Pat.
Right.
Lallard, you keep him on, or you think they'll bowl him out? It said 1 for 21 off 5. He was quite expensive. I think he's one for 15 off 2,
He's
so
pulled
he has
back in the last couple of
reined it
months.
in, yeah.
I guess the key factor will be
change.
there's going to be a change with Hallam coming out. But when the Hills combine decide to go with the spin assault, I guess they may well look to bowl their spinners in tandem.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I think it is when I'm bowling now.
Yep. So that'll be the key factor, I guess, and whether they want to hold their opening bowlers back for another charge later on in the midsection of the game, the 25-30 over mark. But certainly, when I'm into the attack now,
With his wide brim hat on, he'll actually bowl with his wide brim
bowls
hat.
with the floppy. I like it.
Wow, that's something different.
So he's going to bowl to Dave Benson. So this will be interesting here. What will Benson look to do?
Have seen those photos of the great Larry Grimmett bowling with the cap on, but it's probably on the statue of him. But I've never seen a bloke in a white floppy.
Benson almost offers the return catch, but manages to get it down the ground. And the ball's fielded, and just a single. I wonder whether Benson might look to do the same that Hills did to Judd, just get after him early, get him out of that comfort zone. Don't let him start to land him on a dime.
Well, he's faced 32 balls, so by now
Yeah,
he should.
his eye would
He's got to have his eye.
even though you said he swung early, but his eyes should be in by now.
Well, that's exactly right.
And the fact here, Wenham is took the most wickets in the competition, 18 at 11.5. So
Very
as you
good
said,
bowler.
if they can be aggressive towards him and knock him out the attack, they've taken a big step.
But then when you try and knock him out the attack, that's when he gets his wickets.
Of course.
Yeah.
So.
No, he's a very good bowler, very good off-spin bowler, and he does bowl the occasional arm ball.
Obviously, the good all-round cricket. That's why he's won the best cricket in the comp.
Yep.
2 years.
Full ball to Ramage, who works it down towards deep mid on. Off for a single. And he's very quick shoulder through the ball, isn't he,
Yeah.
Dave? He certainly pushes the ball through.
I was going to say, yeah.
And again. This time Benson again takes the straight route down towards mid on where the ball's filled. So he's ticking it over nicely at the moment. The Easies. Just looking to just get a bit of a platform set here so they can launch at the back end of the innings after the 20 over mark.
I'm just wondering here, boys, because that breeze, will that be affecting his flight? Can get strong there at occasions.
That might have been the arm ball there you're
I
talking
think it was,
about.
yeah. It's just gone straight. Yeah.
Probably hasn't really given them enough flight to be worried about the wind. He's just trying to push through and contain at this stage.
Yeah, you're quite right. He's not pitching it up, so to speak, in the air. Last ball of his first over.
Shot.
Nicely placed there. Gets a gap. We'll find at least 2 out towards deep mid off. Ball's retrieved.
Relays road. Good arm.
We'll throw back in there from out the deep. So that is the end of the 10th over. 1 for 36 Eastern Zone, chasing 219 for victory in this South Australian Veterans Cricket Association O50's Grand Final, coming to you all around the globe on the Dartfish live stream. Pat Silcox alongside of Jeff Pistoli, Mark Finlayson. Hope you're enjoying the coverage this afternoon.
That'd be lined up at Redcliffs, you reckon, that they're watching?
I'm not
Sitting
sure
on the banks of the river?
Well, I don't think the market's on today, so there might be a few tuning in that. But I think it's the first weekend Sunday of the month, have the Redcliffs market.
What else goes down on a Sunday in Mildura? Anything exciting? Given that everyone should be home watching the stream.
That's right. Well, there's plenty going on.
So the answer to our question, yes, Craig Lallard to continue.
Oh, good delivery. That
Benson,
really cramped him up.
He had to turn around real quick to see where that ball went.
Do know we had the City Heart markets on this morning from 9 till 1, so after that, then maybe down the river, throw a line in. That'll be the go.
You're a frequent visitor to markets up there? What do you buy up there in the
normally
oranges?
Just have to follow the boss around with the kids. That's the way it normally works.
Fantastic.
Oh,
Angling
those
across
guys with a big swing.
Nothing angling down the league side, but certainly signalled his intentions.
Benson perhaps living a bit of a charmed life at the moment, boys, but as we know, that's the way he plays. He's 16 off 35. Lallard in again.
Oh, missed
notification, so
there.
he'll come back for the second, Benson. So misfield there. Reward for Benson.
They have done a good job of keeping the strike rate at about 50, haven't they? After he got away early and really reeled it in.
But that's what you do. If you contain a player, then he gets frustrated because he knows he's not making runs in his own mind. He looks at the scoreboard, and that's when things start to go a bit crazy.
So Lallard again.
He's failed to put that full toss away,
Got away with that one, didn't he?
and he's showing it too.
Not happy.
And well fielded. Point. So Lallard 1 for 23 currently. We're getting his 6 over, 2 deliveries to come.
We'll bowl again, Mike.
Almost
They
squeezed that
play
one
that
through,
well,
didn't
yeah.
he?
And you just tell by the body language and the comments there from the Hills Fleurieu boys, they realise Lallard bowling pretty well here.
Yep.
Just
Yeah,
Benson-
they've been giving Dave Benson a bit of stick too.
Yeah, just to say,
quietly.
realising he's a chance, and as you say, getting into his head maybe. Benno himself a pretty aggressive type of character, so he'd
Very.
be looking to fire back with a bit of action with Willow. That one cannons into the pad. Last 40 over. So 11 overs gone here, Pat, and on the Hodgson print scoreboard, 1 for 38, so a run rate of 3.45. So for the last few overs, it's just flooded around that 3.5
Yep.
rate, hasn't it?
Well, we spoke in the first session, didn't we, Mark, about trying to hit that 50 after 10,
That's
and
right.
100 at 20, so
Yep.
they're a bit off the pace at the moment. So
And getting to the 200,
Yep.
200 plus, that's a good score in a 40 over game.
Mm.
You know, you get that in a normal 50 over match is 200. That's
it's a par score, isn't
yeah.
it? Yeah,
The 200 in 40 overs.
Yep.
That's a very good score.
absolutely. Yeah.
And as they say, if you make them, they got to chase them.
And the key too to these sort of games, it's not always about taking wickets. Yeah, wickets are important, but if you can contain, put the pressure on, and then that middle order come out and have to try and get to 7, 8 runs and over,
brings on the wickets.
and then the wickets come. Yeah,
That's
exactly.
right.
Wenham once again as Ramage pushes out to extra cover for no run. Got that field ringed up, a bit of protection on the onside, out in the boundary. Had to go through to the keeper. It was well bowled.
I think it's Andrew Carver, the skipper of Easties, alluded to at the coin toss when we spoke to him about the batting depth they have as Wenham comes in again.
Trying to sneak a single. No. Well fielded.
Yeah, we spoke about one of the earlier games this season. In fact, when Easton did beat Hills Fleurieu at their last meeting, they were something like 6 for 63, 7 for 113, and end up winning the game, chasing 160.
Yep.
As he said, they bat right down the order.
It can easily be done.
I think Timmy Sargent that day got 47
40,
not out
yeah,
to get him home.
I looked on the internet and I thought it was the wrong cricketer. I thought they must have had a ring in or something.
Misprint. Is that right? Tim, of course, more renowned with the ball.
Oh, for sure. But then tail enders, they can have a good hit. They have a good day,
Oh,
and they just like me with tail enders. We slog.
And from the fielding perspective, sometimes those last couple of wickets are the hardest to crack. You
Oh,
think you've
they
got them
sure
over,
are.
you're over the line and they just hold you up, and then the pressure mounts. Like,
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Right, so into another over here at Karen Rolton, number 2, 1 for 38, Eastern Zone after 12. That's on the Hodgson print scoreboard. Ramage 12, Benson 18, and of course they need 219 to win, gentlemen.
And Wenham's bowled 2 overs and 1 for 5, so that's 2.5 and over. So it's pretty economical. And that's
Now-
what you need in these games.
now Mark is of course, Adelaide Uni player, because hopefully this is the precursor to a bit of dartfish action later in the year when cricket season comes around again. Because the National O50's Carnival scheduled to be held here in Adelaide in November. How much are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, well, I'll be 59 when it starts, so I've had another crack to see if I can get a gig. But
What, until you get dropped to the over 60s?
yeah, that's right, exactly right. Yeah. Then I will feel young because I'll be 60, and the rest of them will be 67, 68.
But what they're talking about is the fact that South Australia might have 5, 6 teams.
Yes,
wasn't it?
yeah, that's what I
because
heard,
being
yeah.
a home home situation, as Dave Collins is going to be coming into the attack. So yeah, something to look forward to there.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the veterans cricket are looking for ovals at the moment.
Yep.
To play some games on there. So,
and hopefully, if things played out right, as we said earlier, Adelaide Oval might be in the mix.
That'd be the pinnacle of any cricketer's forte to play a game of cricket on Adelaide Oval.
First ball from
Just
Collins
gone
is
for
sent
4.
out wide, and 4. Collins was just a 3 wickets at 58, Pat, so sparingly used.
Yes.
Yeah, as we talked about his form with the bat, quite good, perhaps as a bowler. Yeah.
Bit of a part-timer, you might suggest, with figures like that. But,
Well, he's got something to work on after that first delivery.
Yeah. Interesting point of view is that they sort of let things slip a bit here, and Benson gets away, but then all of a sudden they're back again, aren't they?
That's right.
They're doing the job from our end. Hallam and Wenham have certainly done a great job, but they just haven't
That's
quite had
a
it the
wide
same at
ball.
the other end as
Well
good.
done. That was a good effort by Telf.
Yeah,
They
well.
could knock that one down.
I think these bowlers tried to slip that one through a bit quicker,
Yeah.
and it might have
Yep.
just lost a bit of control about it.
Yeah. It's time Benson
Oh,
is necking through the end.
no.
Slim cord, no one's home there.
Yep.
That will go all the way.
You see the look on Collins' face. Normally on a Saturday, that's a wicket for me.
Absolutely.
But no slips, as you called, through to defence. So 8 off his first over.
And I think Dave Benson and Telf might have had a few words to each other.
Interesting how early they had that 3-2 slip field, didn't they?
That's
They
right.
really went, but now they've
Yeah.
opened it right up and
Yeah.
certainly given them a few opportunities to certainly score.
So sort of B double. If you're going to set the field for me, I'll hit it through there.
Well,
Benson.
you should always have a first slip.
Yep.
If a guy does like cutting, well, that's when when you've got that chance of getting a catchy first slip.
And then one flicked off leg for a single. Benson moves on to 27 off 42, and 1 for 48 is the easies.
Left-hander on strike, so just a few adjustments in the field.
Now they've got a first slip in for the lefty and a gully.
Potentially maybe going away from the left-hander, you think, with a field like that. Work through there to point by Ramage, no run. He's 12 from his 27, Benson 27 from 42, 1 for 48, here in the end of the 13th. Good lines this time from Collins. He certainly hustles them through, doesn't he? Back to his mark and
Yep.
gets it straight down the other end. Just trying to maybe sneak a couple of cheap overs through here very quickly.
Yeah, just a couple of
That
quick
bit of
ones.
scoreboard pressure.
Telfer did
leg
well.
side.
Did well to knock that down, but by
Must have come off the bat. No,
Nice.
leg buys is the signal from
Yep.
the umpire there. So the end of the first one from Collins, cost him 10. And after 13 it is 1 for 49 Eastern Zone. Here on the Dartfish live stream of the O50's grand final for the South Australian Veteran Cricket Association.
Wenham bowl on this end.
back here at Karen Rolton. It's Wenham to continue from the Port Road end, following his third over. Ramage comes forward. Just saw that commercial break there from one of our sponsors. The top 6 things to do in Adelaide, Pat. So, just for our international people when they come to Adelaide, what would you suggest?
There's plenty of great locations.
And don't say take the road to Mildura.
No, I won't say that. I mean, you can obviously have a look at the newly renovated Adelaide Oval if you haven't been there for a long time. What a great facility that is. We've got the zoo, the casino, of course, the convention centre. Cooper's Ale House is always a nice one to visit. So plenty to see and do in the lovely state of South Australia. As Wenham just pushes that one down the left side. Ramage not able to take advantage of that short boundary there, unfortunately, because there is a gap aerial there at mid-wicket. Just couldn't quite connect. Wenham is certainly pushing through the
obviously you'd suggest they do start to comfort in.
Well,
Got your high endorsement.
Full ticks for the O'Connell venue. That's what I can vouch for. They've certainly done the right thing. It's all automated these days. If they send you a text message with a code to get in the door, there's no plastic cards to lose when you go out and have a couple of lemonades. It might be
Really?
might be nice for those teams visiting if they choose to use the entry hotel group come the carnival later on during this year. They'll be safe to know they're not going to lose any keys.
Ben's gone for a swing.
Oh, it's got
Field out
through.
there.
It's misfielded.
Maybe well hit the boundary. Times it well. So all of a sudden, the scoreboard ticking over nicely for the Eastern Zone.
Gone up to 3.9 and over, from 3.5 to 3.6 to 3.9. So they're just going to keep it ticking over now.
Henson closing in on his 40, of course, too, at 31. So interesting to see who they have next assigned to come out to the middle, Eastern Zone. It's Wenham once again. Quicker delivery. Henson back foot tries to put it through the high point. Can't find a gap, and we're through another Wenham over. 3 overs, none for 10.
You can see,
None for 54.
you can see he's a bit disappointed with his effort there. We could see in a few runs Wenham, as we said, what a fierce competitor he is. Because obviously being the leading wicket taker this year, he's coming for a little bit of stick. But, so it's interesting. So it's all based around your phone getting back to the accommodation.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
don't
they
have your
get
key, which went a long time ago.
Yep.
Back in our day, double bed. Then you had the plastic card, so you
Yeah.
don't even have that these days.
No, just a little 4-digit PIN number, and you just punch that in on the door, and in you go.
So what was your PIN number?
I don't know if I can reveal that on.
Has it got a bar on the Is there a bar in the?
No mini bar in the room, just a couple.
Oh,
of
no
bottles
mini
of water.
bars.
Would you put it on your tab?
Put it on your tab.
Just put on the dartfish.
Yeah, tell Phil to pass that for me.
I'm sure Johnny Douglas would appreciate that.
Yeah.
So-
My one and only dartfish shop opportunity.
So Bacon Collins back in after conceding 10
Inside edge.
off his first over. He's getting a second chance. The skipper having faith in him. That's a better ball, dot ball, so he'd be happy with that. Obviously, square races away. Well fielded there. Still going to get through for 2. Ramage. Collins.
There's a catch.
Up to
And it's
mid-on,
out.
take it.
Well bowled, well caught.
Actually, the fieldsman did not have to move there, as we'll see
No,
in a minute on the S&WC replay. So you see Collins coming in. It's just pushing him in. Bang.
Just a bit of a twist of the bat there,
Yeah,
late.
he
Tried to strike.
looks like he tried to play on the offside.
Yeah, and just twisted in his hand, didn't it? So
Yeah.
forced him across to the leg side. Didn't quite get the connection he was looking for, but important wicket for Hills Fleurieu, just to keep them just ahead of the game a bit at the moment, the 15 over mark.
So second wicket falls. 2 for 56. As Ramage departs. Very good catch. Well, Bradfield didn't have to move much.
They're the
Straight
ones you
down the
like
throat.
in the
That's
field, come
absolutely.
straight at you.
And they'd be pretty happy the fact when you looked at Easy in the field, they dropped a few chances.
Yeah,
He was
absolutely.
virtually taking the first one that comes their way. So new batsman in. It's Andrew Sinclair,
Yeah.
because the president of SAVCA boys. So
Yeah.
Well, as they say, catches win matches. You drop 'em,
They do.
they can cost you a game. Now they've got 3 slips in.
And what did we hear from Andrew a little bit earlier, Jeff, as we wait for this one? They look after sinkers and maybe give a
That's right. Yeah.
away, so they're
Don't give him too many,
Literally,
but
Get in the good books.
in prospect, yeah.
our 4 knocks this season previously, 111. Nelson, he scored 37, so pretty handy. He's made a 40 not out, so yeah.
Oh, he's gone aggressive for second ball he's faced and it's gone for 4. Set up nicely to come off slow off the pitch.
Did, yeah.
So you could say he's as I said, he's the president of SAVCA here in Adelaide, so he's the a hands-on president. So Spock, former Spock player. So
There's like a bit of love in that weapon too. The old Millie Champion Hall. It's seen plenty of runs come off it over the years, no doubt.
Got a few red marks on it.
Yeah.
piece of wood.
Yeah. And they break easier these days than they used to back in the old days.
Oh.
Yeah.
So 2 for 60 off at 15. Now you might recall this because vintage.
Yep.
Talking about bats, I think in the series 70-71 when Bill Laurie got dropped, I think for the last test, maybe the MCG, and then opener put in a bloke called Ken Eastwood, the Victorian opener, and the bat he came out the bat with. This is Test cricket, had that much tape on it and everything, and it looked like he had it for 30 odd years. And Ken, I think it's the only test he ever played. Made a lot of runs for Victoria at Shield level, Ken Eastwood, but one of those guys just couldn't make the transition, or perhaps didn't get the opportunity to have a long career as Wenham bowling to.
But back in those days, you had good cricketers.
Yeah.
Where you couldn't get it. You could be making 1,000 runs a year, but you would not break into the Australian side.
Yeah. But also, you look at these days, I suppose, with the sponsorship, I mean, bats blokes would have.
Yeah.
A bit like tennis players.
Yeah.
Have a bit of a
dig into the bag, you got another 10 ready to go. I think back in the old bats balls, I think it's when you got a good one, you didn't want to let it go. So you hit the well, you just put whatever tape and glue you could into it and make sure it stayed going.
Couple of nails.
Absolutely.
Well, Ken certainly looked like that when he made his test debut. As Sinclair plays it back down the pitch to Willem.
But you know, you get your favourite cricket bat, and you will not use another cricket bat at all.
Have you got a favourite bat?
It doesn't feel
Oh yeah, I've got a favourite bat. Yep.
He's running again. Full this time. Sinclair looks to try and push it down the ground. It'd be like you go to training and you left your kid at home and use someone else's bat. And it's just not right.
No, that's exactly right.
Doesn't feel right in the hand.
Yeah, and you
doesn't pick up. Hasn't got the balance. Hasn't got the sweet spot that you know where you need to hit him.
So Wenham into Sinclair. Once again,
and you
no
get
run.
guys who haven't got a cricket bat, and you say, "Well, use my cricket." No. Use someone else's cricket bat.
Yeah, of course.
It's like your prized possession.
Yeah. Well, I'll lead into this in a minute as when I'm coming in here to Sinclair. Plays it back down the pitch, does his own fielding. So in that sort of case, end of over. 16 overs gone, 2 for 61. So in that case, if you had a bat, you made a lot of runs, and you do cracks or breaks, it's like losing a member of your family.
Oh yeah, you send them to hospital and get it repaired. You know, you've had some cracks that you could buy a plastic sleeve where you get like a hairdryer and it'd shrink it, so you wouldn't get any more cracks in it. It was the best thing ever. You oiled it, you batted it in, and put the sleeve over it, heated it up with the hairdryer. Perfect.
So it'll be Collins to continue here from the Sir Donald Bradman end. 3 overs, 1 for 16. Been a little bit expensive, but he has got that wicket next to him. He'll be bowling to Benson, who's 32 off 46. So
and he's starting to size a few balls up.
Yep. So
shot.
Flicks that one nicely. On, so single to Benson. Now I was going to ask you, as parents, I had 3 boys, all play cricket, so you know when they get the new bat for Christmas, you know what happens, the knocking in process. Isn't it one of the worst chores you can actually come across as we go back to Collins? Sinclair.
It's a boring thing to do.
Oh,
you just get a bat,
8 hours or something, and you get the mallet and you're sitting there watching the TV and say, you're old enough now to do it yourself, give it to the kids, and after about 2 hours, have we done it yet? 8 hours? No, so
that's why you just buy bats now which are already knocked in?
Yes, yeah, I was going to say, because I tell you what, that was a bugbear of many fathers, I reckon, around Australia. As Collins comes in.
Benno's gone for the big week.
That one was going to end up on West Terrace if he got hold of it, boys. Might have even landed in the Comfort Inn car park.
And selling on Connell Street. I had a great pleasure working in a sports store years ago, and I used to have the old manual bat roll on. That was my job, to get the bat, someone to buy it, and I'd roll off the edges and all that sort of stuff.
The old rolling pins.
Yeah, bloody oath.
Yep, and Collins and again to Benson.
Oh, well fielded.
Yeah, leaf doors and the
slips.
slips. Good work by Leafel. And also changes the grip on the bat. That's
well,
get the cone.
Well, you don't use that anymore. They've actually got they've got an air machine which actually
sucks the air out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you just let it go and it just sticks straight on there.
Aggressively punches that one away for a single. Benson 34.
Those old days of having to roll it one way and then roll it back over the other way. Fun and games.
And then you get the crease in it. You've got to roll it back up. Roll it back up.
Oh.
Sinclair, aggressive, pulls the ball. A chance there, Benson backing up, but he got back in time. Good fielding out there.
They've been good in the field, haven't they, Hills?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right
and
on their toes.
I've noticed that they've had, instead of one guy backing up, they've had two guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Where in the previous innings they only had one person. You always have two people backing up. Because if that first person misses it, well, then you got the other one backing up.
And I don't reckon they've had their field quite as set as deep either. So we might take a break with a score of 2 for 64, Eastern Zone after 17 overs on the Hodgson Print scoreboard. Checking some of those details for you. Lallard 6 overs, 1 for 23. Hallam 4 overs for 9. Wenham 11 from his 4. Collins 3 overs, 1 for 19. As we're back with David Wenham once again. Benson muscles that one through mid-wicket.
And
There's
deep mid-wicket.
coverage out there. That will just be the one.
Single. Leaf doors. Good arm there.
Sinclair has come out with some intent, hasn't he? Out of the shed, pushes it down
For a single.
mid on. That was a nice gap. So we're getting closer to that halfway stage, boys, at 20 overs, and we've sort of looked at 100 as a benchmark. So they've got a bit of work to do, haven't they?
Yep. I think Dave Benson's eyeing off mid-wicket there. But you have to be a game man to hit against the wind with that big boundary.
Well, Benno's just a man for the challenge.
There you go.
Oh, he
There
shanked
he
it. He has
goes.
shanked it, but he's managed to find it drop safely.
Oh, we'll be aided by a bit of juggling act there. Circus in town. Little fringe.
Kept with the one run.
So moves to 36, so he's 4 away from taking a break. Sinclair's keen to keep the momentum rolling, so whoever comes in next will need to get on with the job. Slower starts, just push that extra bit of pressure on that middle lower order, doesn't it? You've got to come out and go
Short
from ball one. You don't get a chance to have a look. Sinclair in defence, that's it back.
And giving Tell credit, he knows where these players hit, so he's placed the fielders
Yep.
where he knows the ball's going to go to.
Oh, that's a very good delivery. Just a little bit of extra
Great
on that one.
delivery. Yeah.
Maybe possibly a little bit of drift.
Yep.
Change in the field, deep cover.
One up, one back. We saw that employed by Eastern Zone in the latter overs, the first session. Gives that a bit of air. Sinclair just pushes it back. And another over done by Dave Wenham. He certainly gets them through. 5 overs, none for 14. 2 for 67 on the Hodgson scoreboard.
Back here at Cowan Rolton Oval. First ball of the next day from Dave Collins. Single to Dave Benson. Pushes the score along to 2 for 68. Trust you're enjoying our Dartfish worldwide coverage. Historic things. Trailblazers here, Pat. So
Yeah, it's a privilege. Really enjoying every moment of it as Sinclair pushes the ball out to cover. And again, no run.
and countries South Africa, Pakistan, etc. taking it. Wales. Going into Victoria with subtitles.
He's always
and
dropped it.
no, couldn't hang on to it, it slipped.
Had 2 attempts. It was a relatively easy catch too. It
Yeah.
wasn't down but low and wasn't high. It was just
See the replay of that if we can. Some WC.
Looked like it was in the right spot, didn't it? Just maybe got on him a bit quicker than he expected. I'll just take this ball and maybe head
Yep.
back to that replay shortly. It's
The
Collins.
unlucky Collins.
This time Sinclair turns into the on and pick up a single. Score goes to 2 for 69.
led a charmed life, but he gets the job done. That's the way he plays. So
Well,
41
that's
of
right.
his 54 as he retires. 2 for 73.
Yeah, if you don't get him out early,
Yeah.
he will go
That's
and
what he
make
does.
it's good. But he's just got to, as he did, he just built on his score, and then he started to get aggressive towards the end, and that's what you've got to do in this form of cricket.
So he might come into consideration for the T20 sunglasses mounted the Max Award, of course, thanks to 2020 Vision, a set of 5 interchangeable lenses, fielding glasses, or whatever you want to use them for. Thank you very much to Benny Tippett, part of the Dartfish team, for supplying that. And glasses developed by a cricketer for cricketer.
Makes sense, doesn't it? It's going to be a tough decision to
So
make.
you
You've got
might,
some good.
double B, you might have to get a BW, you might have to get a pair for next year, so you can't blame the sun in your eyes when you drop all those catches.
I don't drop catches, mate. Well, I won't admit to it.
Alright, so you're through 19 overs, 2 for 74 Eastern Zone, chasing 219.
Or as you said, they look pretty stylish driving the truck.
Well, that's right. If you're not the part, you might as well look the part.
So the man we talked about, Alan Favell, has come in. It's a great name, South Australian cricket. His father Les, state skipper for a long time, 19 tests for Australia. Alan played just the one Shield game, perhaps a legacy of living up with such a big name. But pretty handy cricketer for East Torrens in his day.
One of the attacks straight away.
Away with the
Gone for
boundary.
4.
And 7 innings this year previously, boys, 117 at 29. So yeah, handy performance. So yeah.
See in the S&WC company replay there, he's down the pitch using his feet. They don't spin if they don't hit the ground.
Well, that's true, yeah. He's come from a good pedigree, hasn't he?
Yeah, yep. And just have to love the attitude as we come back to this. Is, when I'm in again to Favell. Once again showing the aggressive. Actually, shades of his dad out there too, the stocky Les, who used to say go out and make a game of it, and bring the crowd in through the gates because they come to see attacking cricket. So
That's right.
Alan Favell already showing an intent here. We'll get asked Dave Vinham.
Yeah, he could be trying to put Dave off his
Yep.
line and length
Yep.
by
Upset the
attacking him
bowler.
early on.
Yep. Venturing forward, that one off the pad. No run.
Certainly keen to get down the track and puts
Absolutely.
a bit of air on the ball.
So as you said, we were just about on the halfway mark. I think Hills are around about the 100 mark or 98. So currently 2 for 78. The easies. On the track once again, but out to the fieldsman, so it's no run. So I don't have a bit of work to do here, Pat.
Well, still just the 2 wickets down, so they certainly
Yeah,
have
once again the
some
benefit.
men in the shed, and obviously Benson can return.
I think we're on the field there. Otherwise,
Benson
Singh
there.
unmoved.
He seems to be making them go through the air a bit quicker.
Yep.
He was first couple of overs he was a bit slower, but then he's just like
Bowling to contain
quick,
it more now.
yeah,
isn't he?
darts.
Yep.
So Wenham completes his 6th over. He's done for 18. And 2 for 78 is the total for Eastern Zones that chase Hills Fleurieu is 218. So, gentlemen, just your impressions of the first half of the chase. How do they sit? You experience over 50s cricketer here.
Yeah, 78. I'd be more happy if they were around about 90 for the first 20 overs, because then you can actually build on that. So you double that's 180. So then the last 10 overs you can build up onto that. The runs that you're short, but would have been better if they were probably around about 90, 95 in the first half of the score, and then that does take a little bit of pressure off, and then you can really attack in the last 10 overs.
I think that key is the fact they've still got wickets in the shed there, only the 2 down. Benson to resume. Maybe the question mark over the Hills Fleurieu bowling through this middle section of the game. I mean, where they're going to go, who they're going to use. So, pretty evenly poised from there, I reckon.
At the moment, yeah, I still favour the Hills. Just that anything over 200 is hard to score, hard to catch. But you never know in the game of cricket. Funny things can happen.
It's a funny old game, as they say.
Ooh.
Yeah, she's hit a couple of loose overs. Yeah, right back on track. 3.9. We're just under 4 at the moment. So He said they're quite capable of upping the ante, as we saw Favell in just his 7 balls that he's faced. He's on 5, but he's got that attacking intent.
Yep.
As you said, attack the spinner, upset their line and length, etc. So interesting to see how it all plays out here at Karen Rolton number 2 ground here in Adelaide. Trust you're enjoying the live stream. This is the over-50s South Australian Cricket Association Veterans Cricket Association Grand Final. Fleurieu Fleurieu are the current holders, and Eastern Zone looking to win back the crown that they held for the first 2 years, lost it last year. Jeff Pistola with you in the commentary with Pat Silcox, and also being joined by a man who's had the pleasure, I said that loosely, of being runner-up 3 times for the mighty Adelaide Uni Blacks, Mark Finlayson. So just getting onto that, mate, memories of the grand final. So was there a chance that you might have won one of them?
I can't remember the first 2.
It was last year losing to Hills Fleurieu. Yeah.
That one hurt because we didn't play the way we should have.
I think Hills outsiders come from,
They
just
were.
snuck into the final.
No, they just snuck in, yeah. We actually had to beat Eastern Zone for Hills to come in, I think it was. But yeah, you always have the sad memories of the last grand final you're playing, and they always hurt. No one likes losing grand finals.
So your aim, obviously, next year, last year, in over 50,
yeah.
So I'd like to go out with a flag, obviously, before you graduate to over 60s.
Oh, well, I actually,
Adelaide Uni have over 60s?
yeah. Well, they actually, I qualified for the over 60s because you come as what they call a junior player.
Yes.
So,
Junior player.
Yeah, I know. Makes me feel good. But it's really.
They just throw you in to get a bit of experience in the older grade.
Yeah, make the old fellas look good. But no, look, losing grand finals is not always good.
Yeah.
But no, Hills last year they deserved it. They played like they beat us hands over foot. They bowled tight. They batted well and they fielded well. We lost. They took some catches where you wouldn't think they'd take catches, but catches win matches.
And as Andrew Carthew alluded to before, also said increasing the number of teams. More regional, which must be a bit of a, perhaps get Mildura involved would be great. Just the Triple A would be fantastic, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, if I could get the clearance from the boss. But to your point, Mark, about grand finals, I mean, every one you play, you never know when you're going to play another one, or if you will. So I said that hurt of losing one, you think, well, this might be my last chance to win the flag, So
Exactly.
that's why it's important for both of these sides today to make sure they can cash in and take the victory home.
You go from a big high playing in a grand final, and when you lose, you just go to a big low.
Yeah. Yep. All right, so we're just about ready to resume our second session here of the Eastern Zone Cricket Club as they chase down the target of 219 set by Hills Fleurieu earlier today. 2 for 78 after 20 on the Hodgson print scoreboard. Favell is 5, Sinclair, who's on strike as we resume, is on 7. And Dave Collins ready to go in his 5th over. He looks in readiness for the start up again as we get underway. Sinclair defending. Now the field pushed back a little deeper. There will be some more singles on offer here, boys.
Yeah, and that's where the players fielding out in the outfield could be on their medal, like walking in to stop. Because you're flat-footed, you can easily get that second run. You're on the march straight away. You don't get into one run.
There's always a lot of pressure. You get into those last 5-10 overs. The field is.
That's right. Oh, it's fallen short.
Dropped short there. Well bowled by Collins. Favell again looking to play positively there. Might get it where he wanted to be. Bring it a bit down to off. Making some adjustments. This one outside the off stump, beautifully taken. Towards the keeper. Again, Favell just looking to try and work that through point. Doesn't quite connect. So good start on resumption here from Collins, getting through some good deliveries here, putting the pressure back Onto the Easties with that run rate.
Oh, that's up in the air as well.
And getting through his overs quickly also, that puts the pressure on the batsman, doesn't
Does.
mean the
Sure
settle
does,
think
yep.
about the last,
Yep.
does it? Yeah. So also Wyndham's the sort of same variety type of bowlers. Collins in, field there, but
before.
umpire Stanley having none of it. So once again, quickly through his over. It's 1 for 27, 5. 10 off his first.
Yeah, 5. Thank you to Hoggy Estate Wines who've played a major role in this. Looks like a change of bowler out here at the moment. Looks like there's
Gavin Reid.
Gavin Reid's going to come on. So Gavin Reid, 9 wickets for the season at just over 10. So pretty handy.
According to the bio, bowls straight off spin.
Wow,
If there is
straight
such a
off
thing.
spin.
Not sure if that's a great credit in his cap, but certainly taking a bit of pace off. The ball's deposited out towards deep mid wicket.
Is it the same as straight deliveries that off spin?
I'm not sure if we actually compiled all this notes for his profile. I'm not sure whether Gavin would be overly happy with that.
Set that played for the outbacks.
Oh, it's well bowled.
Wow.
Nearly got
That's
through.
Yep.
Dropped.
Didn't it? I think this breeze will come into his liking. He'll give him a chance to dip that, as you mentioned, Mark. And rather fortunate for
So
Favel. He gets away
Favel
with
getting
it.
2, but yeah, as you said, rather fortunate. Favel, that's more aggressive as hits a
Shot
shot on the
that
ground.
one.
That's a great shot.
That's gone for 4.
So that just breaks the shackles a little bit for him.
So look at that SWC company replay down the track, and that's the way he's played it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Using the feet, getting to the pitch of the ball, and has timed them
You hit it
very
along,
nicely.
You hit it along the ground, they won't catch it.
It's true.
It's the old theory, which is true.
Yep.
So just adjustment in the field there. So Reid all ready now. Into Favel.
Well fielded. Hit the 1.
He's timing really well, isn't he?
He is, yeah.
Square there.
So an expensive start for Reid. But they've certainly done the job from this end right throughout the innings so far. But 8 runs from his opening over, 2 for 87. Eastern Zone after 22 on the Hodgson print scoreboard. Interesting point of the game, isn't it? Where it looks like the Easies are starting to ramp it up a little bit, showing a little bit more intent, trying to push that run rate up, and stay on pace here for that target of 219. So we're back with Collins now, and he's 6th over, 1 for 27. Full of length ball allowed to pass.
Take by Telf.
Yeah, both keepers today have shown, of course, Carver for easies, and now at the moment Telfer certainly showing their wares.
Oh,
That's one through the
gone
slips.
through slips.
Go.
Good go for 4. That's just gone over the boundary. The second one has gone through the slips,
Yeah.
where they first
Yeah.
could have snaffled it up.
Picked up the old boundary or two in the last 5 or so minutes. Certainly helps that run rate along now up to just over 4.
So Favel 16 off 18. Sinclair 19 deliveries, and more subdued, 9, but perhaps he's playing the ankle role. Favell will be the aggressor here. So look to lift the run rate. It's up over 4, so they want to see it going up. That's for sure. In the 23rd over, 2 for 91. No run there. Collins quickly through his overs. And once again, Favell shoulders arms, allows it to go through to Telfer. Shot.
Beautiful shot
Nice.
from Favell.
Yep, nicely
Finds the gap,
glided.
and that will run away to the boundary. He really is setting the tone here after
Sure
the
is.
drinks break. Moves to 20 from 21. And let's have a look at that there. Just a bit late on it, but you can see there into position early and managing to find the gap. Timing immaculate once again.
Yeah, brilliant.
And that, of course, on the SAVCA company replay. Back compact in defence as we return line in the O for Collins. 1 for 35 off 6, 2 for 95. Eastern Zone is after 23 overs in the Hodgson Prince scoreboard.
So you get the feeling now, guys, 17 overs to go. There's got to be a point where they pull the trigger and really start going for it. As I said, obviously Benson can come back in, but there's still plenty of batting sitting under the tents over there. So fair assessment.
Yeah,
double.
they well, they're on 24
4.13.
so
4.13. They need to be up over 5 in a bit.
yeah, it's going to come down to the last 10 overs, I'd say, and what batsmen are left in the shed.
So Reed continuing to Sinclair. Pushes it back past the bowler.
Just happy to rotate that strike because didn't he know that Favell's in the zone, he's hitting them well, so he
Exactly
wants
right.
to feed him the strike, keep him
Well,
going.
I know
keep
now
momentum
that
rolling.
just put someone on the boundary at deep mid on.
The offside, hustle through for the single.
A few fans want to been streaming the game on See It Live, just flying in. You can hear the chopper in the background, boys, coming in.
I think he'd be going to the hospital, I think.
From the ground, vibrators, it hovers above us. Read again, gives it some
Full
air.
toss.
This time Sinclair tries to find the gap. Nicely cut off. They will still get through for the single, so they're almost going to run a ball now, aren't they?
Yep.
Certainly getting that score ticking
And
out
that's-
nicely.
They've got to bring them back down from getting that 6 runs and over, 7 runs and over. They've got to try and back it down to 4, 5 and over.
Favell's out again. It's the onside mid wicket.
Of course, for our international stream viewers, the Royal Adelaide Hospital just over the road here from the venue of our game this afternoon, so that's probably why you can hear the noise in the background. So reading again. Sinclair laid back, was looking for the late cut, but didn't make contact. So Reed coming in for the final ball. Second over. Simply going once using his feet. Back to Reed. So none for 12. His figures off his 2. Two for 99. 24 overs gone here for Eastern Zone in their chase. So boys, how do we look at from a Hills Fleurieu? The attack's going alright, but well, we look at the figures there, perhaps been a little bit expensive. Reed, we continue with him. Collins going along nicely, but
Get the feeling they need a wicket, I reckon,
Yeah.
in the next couple
Yes.
of overs.
Yeah.
Just to get someone new out there, put that extra bit of pressure on, they can bring the field in. 'Cause, these two are scoring pretty much at will at the moment.
Collins 6 overs bowled for him. Ooh,
Beats the keeper.
That's beaten everything.
Should be cut off. They'll get back for 2 as Hallam returns from the deep.
big bite.
boys.
That'll get them. That's what, 101 score? It's been ticked over.
Comes up, yep. Now, Mark, I was going to ask you, how much does it upset you, this the retirement situation? You've got a guy in form, you know, and suddenly a new batsman comes in. Situation, 40 over game, he's got to be.
A good shot again from Flavel, isn't he? Hitting well.
The new batsman have to be ready to go, wouldn't he?
Oh, exactly.
You know, like,
Yeah. When
especially in a run chase like this.
well, that's
So
exactly
Flavel
right.
going very well as Pat just scored as he hit another boundary. So he's only got another 12, 14 runs he can be out there.
Yep.
So actually the next guy, it's very important for him to bang.
To get
You've
his
got to
eye
get
in.
quickly get into the go.
That's exactly right. You've got to be up and ready to go, bang,
Yep.
straight away.
So back with a square, single once again for Flavel. He's scoring runs at will now, Pat.
Just seems to be controlling the tempo of the game.
Yeah, you can see that
Exactly.
experience he's had first class, but also many years with East Torrens.
You've got a bit of a change in the field. Deep mid wicket.
The sense that maybe a bowling change just to break it up a little
Yeah,
bit.
for sure.
Seems to just be letting it go, and runs are coming pretty comfortable at the moment for the Yeezys. Line a miss from Sinclair.
I mean, you look at the situation here, Flavel 27 off 27 balls, Sinclair 24 balls faced at 11.
That's right.
So given the fact Flavel has to retire if he gets out, you've got a new batsman coming in and
It's
Time
just
to
got
go
out.
from Telfer.
Was
So
it a
the
stumping?
umpire's not interested.
Not
which is
interested.
Very smartly done by the keeper.
It's very quick.
so
Isn't he?
just getting back to what you were saying, they need someone to come in and use the replay.
Oh, that
good
is
work there for
very
Michelle.
sharp, isn't it?
Because
The
S&W,
S&Ws,
yep.
Company.
You do not want to be stepping out of your crease
No.
with 12 behind you.
No, good work there.
Maybe Hallam back for an over or two from
Yep.
this end, just to maybe pick up one of these two, just to bring a new man to the crease.
So the easies, as we said, fast approaching that go-to time. It's just so Collins, one delivery to complete his 7th over. Sinclair gets this one away.
Possibly they
Good
could
man.
bring Wellham on from the other end and get the batsman to try and hit against the wind.
Yeah.
Over the cover. He has to bowl outside off stump,
Yep.
hit against the wind instead of bowling on leg side.
We've still got 2 overs to go, so that is an option.
Give it a shot.
So 25 done. 2 for 107, chasing 219.
I guess the interesting part from a captaincy perspective is you need to have a few up your sleeve at the end, and who are we going to use in the death, you know, so I guess that's going through the Hills Fleurieu mind out there as well. Ballard still has 2 remaining. Collins has got through 7. I guess it's just where to next in the next 5 or 10 is very important in the outcome of the match. So Reid, his 3rd over, 1 for 12, 2 for 107 Eastern Zone, chasing 219. Pierce the gap there at extra colour. Unable to do so. He's just getting bogged down a bit, Andrew, at the moment. And a rush of blood coming shortly. He just rocks back and tries to find some space there on the offside again, to no avail.
Just looking to smart, you got Leaf Dawes. He's picked up a few wickets for you. Adam Wooler has actually picked up some wickets too, 7 and 9 respectively. So perhaps options that they
Oh,
can
bowling.
use.
Got
Oh,
straight through. No,
oh.
missed. Wow.
I saw the bail go off.
So did I. Must be truthful. I thought, yeah, something flying, but
Chance to have another look at that one. Telfer just probably not quite down low enough to grab it with the hands. It was almost a
I
rebound
think-
off the pads.
I think
to
you
go
probably
through.
thought it bowled him as well.
Yeah, you could be right. Slip in play for Reid as he bowls to Flavel. Again, trying to just cut that off the off stump there. side for a single. Just a gentle word between compatriots there in the over.
Back here at Karen Rolton, 2 for 109. That's Collins coming on for his 8th and final over, 1 for 41. Behind to Favell. Tried to flick that one away, but through to the keeper. So beautiful autumn conditions here in Adelaide for this grand final over 50s Veterans Cricket South Australia Association. Once again, nicely guided away through the vacant slip area. Third man comes up. So an extra single there to Favell. Sinclair on strike. Really needs probably to get a bit of a hurry on here now. 12 off 30.
Yep.
As I said, getting the Gord's go time. 2 for 110 in the 27th over. Chasing 219. You think you've got to pull the trigger here sooner or later. Batsman in the shed. Of course, only the 2 wickets down. So Collins, who gets through his overs pretty quickly. Sinclair puts this one back straight down the pitch. Collins fields off his own bowling.
What to do is to start to sacrifice a wicket or two.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's putting pressure on the
It
lower
is.
batsman.
Exactly. So Collins in again.
Sinclair's maybe just done that. I reckon he's
going to fall safe.
Over the top.
1 in 1 bounce. Well done the ply today. So
Over 70s it probably would be.
But he might be the man to go the long handle now. He's been out there for 32 balls for his 13. So pretty easy. Get out, as they say, I guess.
That's right. So Favell on strike. He's 29 off 31. So there's a comparison. 13 off 32. So Favell.
Oh, it's a very
Where's that one gone
delivery.
Collins can't
everybody.
believe his misfortune. Favell will come back for a well-run second.
No luck there for
No.
Collins,
Cracker ball that one.
wasn't it?
So they're off Nelson. So move on to 2 for 113. Favell on to 31. So as I said, expect the looming of Favell perhaps retiring when he reaches 40. So he tucks this one around the corner for another single. So the next incoming batsman will be very important, I suggest. As I said, Sinclair really.
Yep. Sinclair's. He
Yep.
should be a lot more on. He should be around about 25 off 32 balls,
Yes.
not the 13.
Yep. Yep.
He may have the option of playing a bit of an anchor role. You bring a bit of a hitter out, and
Yeah.
as the next batsman that he can just juggle the strike around.
So
Perhaps.
now Sinclair's got to
Yep.
build up now. He's got to take the reins.
Back with Gavin Reid from the Port Road end here at Karen Roll number 2.
So all these questions being asked here as we start to enter the final stages here of the just over 10 overs to go. As Pat said, the over 50s SA Veterans Cricket Association Grand Final. Who will take the flag? It was Fleurieu defending the crown. Eastern Zone won the first 2, and they'll be pretty keen to get back for their 3rd here this afternoon. But at the moment, I'd sort of favour Hills Fleurieu. Reid in again. Toss turned away back with a square. That'll go away to the fence or the rope. So that adds a little bit of relieves a bit of pressure. 2 for 118. Favell the aggressor. 36. So perhaps retirement in the wings for him. He plays this one back down defensively. No run.
Since he's come to the crease, hasn't he?
Absolutely.
Really
Absolutely.
dictated
First
terms.
ball.
Yeah, he has, yeah.
So Richie actually a runner ball who scored at the moment, 36, tries to provide that one away, but through the waiting gloves there of Telfer.
Now this is where the bowlers now have to tighten up now as well.
Yep.
Don't give the batsmen so many loose balls. They've really got to bowl stump to stump to stop them from scoring.
So just a bit of a field change here, sending the man into the deep, right in front of our commentary spot here, the Port Road end. Karen Rolton number 2 here in Adelaide. Good use of the feet there by Favell.
After 2.
Just out.
Gee, that's a good effort out in the deep.
Oh.
Oh, what a throw that
That
was.
was a great arm out there in the
Very,
deep
very
by the
good.
Hills Fleurieu.
Had to make him work extra hard for
Favell
that
scattering
second.
back.
Just looking at it made my shoulder go up.
Favell now at 38, 2 for 120. Almost the end of 28 here at number 2. Gives it a bit more air and he's down the pitch again, finding that gap.
It's almost an identical shot.
Single.
Yeah. Happy to see them giving the 1-2 over there. After 39. And that's the over from Reed. Up for 20 from his 4. 2 for 121. 28 gone on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard. Of course, a lot of sponsors helping us bring you this live stream on Dartfish this afternoon. Hoggies Estate Wines, Saxon Sports, Hodgson Prince of course, Nelson Teamwear, NXI Sports, South Australian Cricket Association, S&W Seed Company, the Veterans Cricket Association of course, and regulars Adelaide Starbus, Dartfish, Roll the Dice Racing, Sports Interactive 2020 Vision, of course our good friends at M&G Hotel Group as well, who can look after your accommodation needs over here in South Australia, mghotelgroup.com.au. It looks like we have a bowling change, boys.
Yep. I was just going to say it's been fantastic work by the SA Veterans Cricket Association to get all these sponsors to come on board, and we thank them very much for their support and what they've done to put this package together and profile veterans cricket. As I said, a change of bowlers, Wooler, who I spoke about. That's
Rubbish.
That's 6.
Going to clear the boundary.
That's a great catch taken over the rope. No, might get the catching award, but doesn't stand. As I mentioned, Wooler into the attack. 9 wickets at 19 this year so far. But,
Very handy, but nice way to Favell to finish up his stint with a
yeah,
6
maximum.
over fine leg there, so he'll
So
depart with
retires.
45.
So does he come into the equation?
Being in
Boys,
the
it's
mix,
hard
he's certainly
job
been in
we
the mix.
have
He's been one of the more impressive batsmen we've seen.
Tell you what, you'd be asking for someone an all-round performance here with the bat and the ball, but we haven't actually seen it yet.
Not a great deal. I mean,
Unless someone comes and gets
Dave
it.
Williams bowled okay. He
Yeah.
certainly batted well. So
Yeah.
45 off 40, Fav.
Yeah, did very nicely. Certainly got him back up there now with that run rate around 4.5. See what
New batsman to the crease.
so that Kelly, is it?
It's Kelly, yes it is indeed.
Short, he's trying to muscle that through the offside. Almost dragged it back onto the stumps.
Matt Kelly, just a 3 innings this season, boys, 93 and average of 93.
Hasn't got out there.
Hasn't got out, that's right. 40, he's made a 40 not out, so yeah. Man without an average.
Nicely picked off the toes. And he'll move that one out towards DB wicket, picks up a single.
Of course, known as Mad Dog. Mad Dog Kelly. We certainly need him to go mad with the bat here for Easton's hopes, I'd suggest. That's it on 2 for 128 and the 29th over. So Wooler in. Round arm action there.
Yeah.
Slinker Wooler.
See what Sinclair elects to do here. Try and move on. Just try and push the singles around. Let Kelly do the heavy lifting. Squeeze that one. Square leg, no run. Just dropped on a nice line of length now after a bit of a dusty start. Short this time and again
No
Sinclair can't
run.
find the gap, so he's getting frustrated out there at the moment, isn't he? Into the over, 29 gone, 2 for 128 on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard.
So pretty all round performance here. Carver was 6, Benson 41 retired of course. Ramage 15. Sinclair still out at 13. Favell chipped in with 45 and Kelly just come to the creases on 1. The easies. said, chasing their third title in 4 seasons of the competition here in South Australia.
Reed to bowl to Kelly. Field is pretty well set. With some air, Kelly attractively plays through the offside. Can't find a gap.
Once again, the siren ambulance racing past here. Adelaide.
Kelly back and across and allows that one to go through to Anthony Telfer.
How long before the innings chasers needs some treatment, boys? Are we getting towards
7
urgency?
overs ago. 7
Urgency?
overs ago.
7 overs ago, we
Yep.
talked about it, so nothing much changed. It's reading again. Kelly defensively, classic defensive shot, but I think at this stage they really need runs more than defence. Still tight bowling from Hills Fleurieu, turning the screws here. Read in. Kelly once again plays it back down the pitch.
Keen to use his feet that time. He's starting to wonder whether he's again counting balls upstairs, thinking it's about time he needs to have a go at one. And then a shot selection, isn't it? Picking the right ball at the right time.
Well, exactly right.
Comes down inside edges. Gets it down to mid on. It'll be good for a single. Take the score to 2 for 129. And Reed certainly tightened things up, hasn't he? He was pulled right in, almost through his 5th over now, up for 21.
And that's what the spin bowlers should be able to do, is tighten the batsman up.
This one falling outside of stump. Sinclair again picks out the field. He's hit some nice shots this afternoon, but hasn't quite found the gaps.
We bowlers are lucky that one didn't go for 4.
Right, so that's the end of 30.
So boys, the equation is 10 overs to go if I'm right. We haven't got Andrew Carfy's accountancy brain, but 90 runs needed for victory. So 9 and over, boys. Yes, we worked that out very well. So yeah, the real challenge down there now, fellas.
Well, it either makes or breaks you.
Yep.
So the challenge is up to the Eastern Zone side now.
And as we know, they do bat deep. Situations, you'd love to be able to bring those blokes back in every time, but of course you can't. You just tell the other blokes out and go out and get out.
That's right.
So now Wooler resumes. Bite him off and well taken at ground level by Telfer there. No run. So Kelly just at the crease, only 8 balls faced, 2 runs to his name. We'll certainly be looking to get that rate up. That's a better shot. Square. Deep leg, deep point, and the bat, so 1 run. So they could probably concede all the singles they want now.
Well, that's all they can do now.
Yeah.
7 overs is going to put Eastern Zone behind.
Yep.
So yeah, give them a single each ball.
Some pressure on the batsman now, particularly this man Sinclair. Senior partner's been there for a long time. Somehow that misses everything.
Something.
Will be cut off here by Hallam, I reckon, down the 3-man boundary. So 2 runs, the result. 5 on the boundary. Mid on, mid wicket, it's square, and deep point, and the 3rd man as well. So well protected. Sorry. This time,
Just another single.
Mention Mark, just the one. They need more than that at this point in time. To play into Hills Fleurieu's hands at the moment, isn't it?
Sure is. Yeah, he's placed his fielders on the boundary, so give him a single.
Across the line goes Sinclair, but he gets it out to deep mid on. They're looking at a second, but they'll cut off out there, and a good throw in as well. 2 for 133. We get close to the end of this, the 31st over as it is. Oh, worth a shout. Might have just pitched outside leg. Umpire wasn't having a second look at it. So they get through for the leg bye. 2 for 134 after 31. That's Eastern Zone and the Hodgson Prince scoreboard.
O50's South Australian Veterans Cricket Association Grand Final. Boys, just for that last promotion now, let's hope it's not too long before we get some of those overseas travellers back in to enjoy some of that great Coonawarra wine, particularly from Hoggies Estates. So Mensforth into the attack. Look-alike for one of them. There's a bit of a thing they bowl with the floppies on. I haven't seen a lot of it near 2-in-1 match, but anyway.
Sun smart.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, particularly here in this harsh Australian sun. Not a bad day for autumn. Sun out, turned around the corner for a single there. Sinclair. Small steps for Eastern at the moment. 2 for 136, chasing that target of a total of 219 to take victory here in this grand final. So Mensforth, he comes again. Kelly dances down the pitch.
Stumped. Yeah, I believe we'll check that replay, but just held that one back, Mensforth, didn't he? As Kelly came advancing. We check it on the SAVCA company replay. Just nice bit of flight, and it was beautifully taken by Telfer.
So
he hits him.
So he advanced down the pitch on his way off. So nice work there by Telfer. So Mark Finlayson said one of the best glovemen in the competition, of course, state keeper. So handy glove work there. So another one's gone. The third wicket down for Eastern Zone.
So Harslett's come out at this important juncture in the game. Just looking back, boys, at one of the previous games between these two clubs back in January. 44 not out.
Yeah, I was going to say, and you want this bloke to come in because he scored 140 runs with no average. So
yep. So obviously looking to really get on with the job now.
And pretty confident here. Batting without the helmet, without the cap, in fact.
I don't think we saw any of the Easies wear a helmet. They've either been in the caps or without. Yeah. Which is unusual in the modern day, but that's a nice start from the big man.
Late cut.
Yeah, a nice bit of bat on that too. He'll take a bit of cutting off. He'll get back for a second.
He's not the quickest man between the wickets. Yeah.
Might be relying more on the boundaries, you think?
Yeah. Proppy actually as he turned around, so
might be just recovering from the 8 overs on the trot.
Well, it might be just his natural running act, but you could be right there because he tore pretty hard with the ball on the trot. It's just breeze out there. You can see it, reflected in Mensforth's lights, and that's a lovely shot. As you said, he why worry about running?
They're giving the licence, I think.
So certainly showing a bit of aggression, which is needed for the Easies. 6 off his 2-ball faced, and up the other end we've got a man who's been out for 39 on 15. So
he's actually slowed right up with his batting because he was 11 off 30, I think it was.
More defensively. Second bite of the cherry to protect a bit of byplay between Telfer and Haslett there.
So survives. Mensforth picking up an important scalp. There's Matt Kelly. So we're at 3 for 142 after 32 on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard. Chasing 219 for victory. Eastern Zone. Look at those bowling figures. Pick of the bunch. Probably Stewie Hallam at this stage. 4 overs, 1 for 9. None for 9, sorry. Blallard 1 for 23. Collins 1 for 46. 1 for 8. So, question for me. So they bring back Hallam, we'll just continue to take the pace off the ball. Because when the pace is there, you can certainly use it.
I think the ball might have softened up a little bit by now. It's going to be harder to score runs.
Yep.
When the ball's new.
Back with Wooler. Down the left side, Telfer's managed to take
Wow.
Great effort that was.
I I'd like to see that again here on the S&WC company replay. Cricket's a flat. Wow. One motion.
Yeah.
Fantastic work.
Not sure if he saved the wall. I was too busy watching the acrobats. but,
Absolutely.
He's very agile for an old fellow, isn't he?
Absolutely, I was going to say.
He keeps himself in pretty good nick.
Yeah.
It's one of his life as a keeper's difficult at any age, I'd suggest.
Oh,
but
exactly right.
doing a very good job there.
Time it's taken
Is that gone?
long
Wow.
strong
Oh,
over
that's
the
six.
boundary for 6. Sinclair finally gets the connection he's been looking for. And that's certainly the run rate as we watch that S&WC company replay. In the slot and away it goes.
It was all timing, wasn't it?
Yeah. Very graceful.
Ooh.
Clear the rope comfortably.
Well, I'll tell you what, a couple more of those and
Make it interesting, yeah.
never say never. Let's go back to the board and suggest the easies. But Sinclair, a few more of them will go a long way. This is well filled there by Doors. Doors good work there. Hills Fleurieu.
So I figure the remaining 3 or 4 in this over from Ward will be outside off stump. He won't allow the ball
leg
into the
stump
body
again.
there to get dispatched over the boundary. Oh, that must be close. Umpire
give it
sends
in.
it out.
Umpire.
Hitting across
Stanley,
the line. He
yes.
fancied his chances to go over mid wicket once again.
He's
Just a
getting pretty low.
bit of pace off the ball. And wicket to the Hills Fleurieu Combines. We check the replay for S&WC Company.
Oh,
Just
yes.
swinging to leg.
That's
and
taken
was in
middle
line.
stump already.
So another fresh batsman. Bruce, that's the key, I guess, for Hills. They keep getting new men out there who've got to try and find a way to get a start.
As Mark Henderson said, they've got to come in and ready to go.
Yeah, exactly.
No chance in this situation now to settle yourself in, given we're in the 33rd over.
No time to block a few.
Not easy to do that.
Really got to start.
Yep.
Go from work, ball one.
As another chopper comes in, is that the stretcher off the easy batting list? And look at this situation.
Well, I did see some ice baths in the change room, so a few guys probably will need some ice baths.
Peter Judd's made his way out to the middle. Experienced man for a situation like this. What has he got in store? We need to get on with it straight away. Willer comes in from the Bradman drive end. Outside the off stump, Judd just looking to try and push it through the offside.
So he has had 3 innings this year, and 67. His average is 67. He's been out 2 not outs. So yeah,
Very good batsman too.
well,
Yeah, very straight.
see that chopper getting very close here.
Land on the ground. Careful. Running that direct follow path, like we said here in the box. Judd tries to walk this to the onside. They're pretty deep set. Just pick up a single.
Has been the occasion, guys, in the community cricket in various areas where ovals are designated as landing spots for emergency helicopter, and there have been cases of games in the middle of the game they had to call it off, allowed to chop the land,
Wow.
so they take someone away from an unfortunate road accident or something. But end of the over here, boys. Eastern Zone 4 for 149 off 33, so 7.
There we go, 70 from 42 is
Yeah.
the equation.
42.
Yeah, a few sixes, eh?
Going to take some work, isn't it?
But still innings possible.
True. Parslett looks like he's a goer, so he might be the man for the job. He won't be on strike straight up here as Hallam has returned from the Pool Road end. Well, to Peter Judd. Got through his first 4 for just the 9 runs. Certainly got some really good runs opening stint. Certainly pretty vocal where he wants the field to be placed.
Is this a chance for the batsman? Yes, coming in.
He's still like bowling and defending the bigger boundary, I guess, to the onside. A couple out. Wicket moving on. Pretty much ringed up on the offside with a deep extra cover. Stewie Hallam,
So
top of his mark.
contract here, 10 runs per over needed. That's an aggressive start.
Cover.
Judd. Said Hills will be happy to concede singles all day long now. So just
Run the ball's fine at this stage, isn't it?
tempting the easy boys. You've got to go over the top here.
Well, they've got 2 new batsmen in, so they should be ready to go straight away.
6 off 3, so he showed his intent already. The boundary included, obviously.
Hallam again. That's quite ready to go. There's a bit of boundary in the middle. Talk coming from the marquees over there, so I'm not sure what's happening over
Getting
there.
a bit restless in the members. Too many Pims here at Karen Alton. Why not? Lovely afternoon, autumn afternoon in Adelaide.
Hallam short of the length.
Oh,
Haslett,
well fielded.
Beautifully cut by Dawes there at mid-wicket. He's got a fair bit of real estate to cover there.
Would
It
have
didn't
been,
allow them to get a second.
would have been an easy 2 there.
No doubt about it. Let's see if we can capture that on the S&WC company replay. Hallam bangs it in, Haslett swings it, and gee, that's a good effort from Dawes, isn't it?
One of the fittest guys out there, and probably one of the youngest. And, as I said, still playing regular cricket up until last year.
Full of length from Hallam. Needs to get back, can't quite cut it off.
Here we go.
Members ends the go, although Judd, I think, just makes it. So the pressure stakes are high now, aren't they? The death overs, the run chasers on.
Bill would say it's all happening. Just waiting for a field adjustment here from the skipper in Telfer. So Hallam, top of his mark, steams in from the Port Road end.
Full of
Arse it.
length.
French cup.
Gets it fine. Just the one though.
So now you know what their intention is, of Hazen's intention of doing is he's going to go back swinging.
Absolutely, you can tell
So
that.
he's just got to pitch him right up to him. So you give him the single, don't give him the chance to hit a 4 or 6.
So 4 for 153 in the 34th over. 4.54 to run rate. As I said, they needed 10 at the start of the over.
Just gets it past the keeper. Good enough for a single.
Oh, good piece of fielding and appeal there, but umpire scored Stanley unmoved.
4 for 154 now as we towards the end of this 34th over. Run rate continues to climb.
The batsman will start taking a risk. You've still got batsmen this yet, so take a risk.
Hallam once again. Full and Haslett down the ground, just the one. If the fielding is tidy, it is. Cut off there, so that is the end of the 34th. 4 for 155, chasing 219.
I guess it's the old adage, guys, as E Double just said, you got wickets in hand, you might as well throw the bat. You know, what have you got? Lose the game, but
Yeah.
you might win it, who knows?
Well, that's
you know?
right. You
Yeah.
only need a 6 and a boundary, and then it puts the pressure back on the field.
Absolutely.
Haslett will try and hone in on this short leg side boundary here.
Yeah, he's looking over towards mid-wicket there. They're going to shift someone right on the boundary line.
Put someone out at deep mid wicket. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out. This could be it. Haslett can do for us. Currently 9 not out. Short outside off stump as well, bowled.
And
Hard
that's-
to get them away. What's the wide? He's
That's
gonna
what you've got to
much
start
like that.
doing is bowl outside off stump and make him play the full shot to try and hit it on the leg side. Like that. Oh, that's
Maybe
just gone over the bar.
With no run, a dot ball is just as good as a wicket at this stage. Run rate continuing to push through the roof. So going to focus for Waters. Final just outside off stump line. This time he drifts into the pads. W. Doors quick in. Makes Judd earn that leg by as it were. 156.
So the 60 plus year old hamstrings there, scampered through.
there's a man
There's a
underneath
catch.
in the deep. He will
Oh, he
just
dropped it.
get his hands to it. It was a good effort to make the yards there, but couldn't quite hang on. Clem's certainly made some ground there. We might catch that on the SAVCA company replay. Judd got it high up on the bat. Collins, I think at the last moment decided I'm going to have a go. I think he was going to get up in the half volley initially. Good effort all the same.
Judd survives. Moves along to 5. Hassler on strike on 9. Swing and
brings it back and goes under the
He's
stumps.
bowling him very well.
Smart, isn't it?
It is.
that was a big
He's not
swing.
giving me a shot on leg side.
That was a big swing for a result. The ball went a couple of centimetres.
That's right.
He hasn't shown any penchant to want to hit inside out through the offside.
Exactly.
He wants to go leg.
Once again.
Full. Oh, jeez, he got away with that one.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit early through the shot. That could have well have been
Someone
over the
should
top
be
of
at
the
the
trees.
stumps.
So Wooler has to do his own fielding there.
Did a good job. But it's a pretty handy over in the context of the game at this point, isn't it?
Absolutely. So he's 4 overs, 1 for 19, 4 for 1 at 58 here on the S&W scoreboard. So back live, Hallam in, the Port Road in. Hassett turns him on the leg side. Hallam does his own fielding. Nothing like a man who defends his own bowling there. But
He's a competitor, Stewie. He won't want to give up any runs
So-
even at this late point of the game.
pretty good. Start of his 5th over, none for 15, so been pretty handy with the ball. He's sort of 4 for 159.
This hasn't really given him anything to hit all day, has he? He's just put it
No.
in spots been really hard to get under or hasn't bowled anything short.
So 60 off 5 is the equation. Run rate 4.52. We really need to up that.
Just keep it to 1
Yeah,
run.
deep there by Judd, but just a single. So as I've said, they just concede singles for the rest of the innings and they'll still run quite comfortably. So we need a few big hits over the top. So Haas showed his intent. He's on strike, 10 off 12. So he's been pretty active already. So Hallam turns the top of his mark at the Port Road end. Steams in. Beautiful afternoon conditions here.
Keep it to 1.
He's hit that well though, isn't it? It's
It was, yeah, good
deep
timing.
wicket.
Oh, great arm.
Great arm. I just think they've had the edge on the easy boys in the field this afternoon. Hills
Yeah.
Fleurieu.
It's a bit sharper, haven't they?
Yes,
Through the course.
absolutely. And of course, a few catches put down, unfortunately. Steve Parsons, a couple he put down, unfortunately. But yeah, Hills just a little bit sharper, which has aided their cause pretty well. So 4 for 161. To Judd.
Keep it to 1.
He did that pretty well. Try and push the second.
Come back.
Haslow's going to have to work hard and get home.
The big fella, Usain Bolt style there as he came back for that second.
163 for 4. Ball remaining in this 6th over from Hallam.
Just saw it over his bat there, Harston. He's done a lot of work this afternoon. Those 8 overs on the trot
He's
now,
had a good day.
running those quick singles. Mightn't have been part of the plan, but anyway, he's still out there fighting for his side.
Judd has hit that beautifully down.
Well fielded.
Really well stopped.
the
That
pace
was on
off
the
the
way to
ball.
the boundary. They'll come back for a second. That's going to make the big fella blow a bit harder. So nice timing from Judd. He's just starting
Yeah.
to rise to the moment now, isn't he? He's starting to
grafter.
get a feel for it.
Well, as we know, highly experienced cricketer, so can he cause a miracle here? Once again, Haas at the non-strikers in, just sucking in the big ones there.
Sort of got his mid off here at 3/4. He's not cutting off one. Potentially giving up 2. They're going to push him
No,
back
he's
on
going
the
back on the
boundary.
boundary now. So we give him the single just to
Yep.
keep him honest.
So he comes back right in front of the commentary spot. Here's the Dartfish fan. Trust you're enjoying our worldwide coverage here this afternoon, or wherever you're watching, whatever time zone you're in.
Swings to leg.
It's gone for 4.
Going to take some cutting off.
That'll
He's hit that
go.
very nicely. Just starting to time the ball well now, Peter Judd. And that's good over for Eastern Zone. We'll have a look at that one again on the SAVCA Company replay. Just angling into the body, using the pace of the ball.
Yep.
Bread and butter for Judd. And that moves the score on to 4 for 169. The completion of 36. 4 to go.
49
Of 50 off
24 balls.
It's still a big task, but
So
we can find some more boundaries in this next over. Put the pressure on.
things indicating on the Hodgson print scoreboard, as said, 4 for 169, 36 overs gone. So silly chance.
They need one good over. One good over.
One good
can make a
over?
difference here.
So Wooler to continue, figures of 1 for 19 off his previous 4. It'll be Haslett. Big fella, has he got enough energy to hit a few over the boundary? We'll see.
Still
Hang
some
on,
debate
call
about
back.
the fielding positions.
Fielding.
Questions asked about how many outside the circle.
Ah.
Sheep stations are high here.
Controversy
It's a
here.
grand final. It's a grand final. We've got to make sure we get it right.
Who said anything about social cricket in the over 50s?
No doubt. Both teams have come here to win today.
Absolutely. Great rivalry between these two guys, and played in these two teams have played in great spirit.
Just chopped down by
Swing there.
Haslett.
Here we go.
Comes
That was
Dawes.
run out.
Umpire deliberates. Gee, thought a long time about that. He doesn't go that way though.
I tell you what, boys, the go was the other end if we can see the replay of that, because Haslett would have been caught.
See if we can see the line there.
Following.
Let's have a look, Judd. Just working
Dawes
hard.
grabs it, and
Oh, yeah.
yeah, the
Yep.
big fella not quick off the mark.
Yep.
Probably moves like one of your B doubles, Mark. But, anyway, they survive. That's the main thing. They move to 4 for 170. 37th over. And once again, good fielding from the Hills Fleurieu combination.
Pressure's on them, isn't it? This is where it becomes tough the last 2 or 3 overs, trying to defend the target. Legs getting weary. Middle of the bowler. Judd playing it into.
You've got to play a good ball bowled into a bad ball and get the maximum runs. Don't have any chance now.
Yep. Again.
Oh, Judd gets on
Oh,
the
no.
fine leg.
Oh, he's dropping.
Not taken.
Drops there.
Might have
Might have done a finger.
Finger, I think.
It's unfortunate. The opportunity was there.
Well, it's probably because of the cold weather.
He's
Oh, no.
done a finger there. I
Popped the
reckon.
finger, I think.
Oh, not good.
Daryl Fisher down finally. Gee, timed that again beautifully. Judd didn't exist in the zone, just flicks it off the pads. As we watch again, Fisher just goes to ground, couldn't hang on to it in the SAVCA Company replay. So, stakes are high at the end of this SAVCA over 50s grand final. And it's Fish live stream as this time Hazen straight down the
Crossbat
ground.
Took Juddy's head off.
Timed it well. They thought about a second. Gee, that's a good throw
arm.
from the deep. Cuts the one. Gee,
Right.
he hit that well, didn't he?
Yeah,
Went
absolutely.
off with a band-aid, I think.
Yeah. Might have dislocated the finger or maybe split the webbing.
And got far to go to the hospital.
No.
Absolutely. Might have to get that chopper down. Wooler. In.
Full ball, Judd. Hits the cover.
No,
Just the
good
one
thinking.
again. Bowler, hasn't he? He's managed to get that ball outside the off stump, making it really hard to swing it to leg. Last 2 or 3 overs from that grab and drive in. So an exciting climax to this one. 4 for 173 Eastern Zone. Chasing 219. Wooler. Oh, he's coming back to side.
Oh,
Picked it beautifully.
done
It's the
it.
6.
Wow.
The big man signalled his intentions early. Bowler wasn't up to the
I'll
challenge.
tell you what, that's the Saxon Sports shot of the day.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get another look at that one on the SAVCA Company replay. Look how early he goes, and yet the ball's still pitched on the stumps.
I think he's been watching Glenn Maxwell.
Absolutely. The big show, Ian Haslett.
Probably need to have that ball outside off stump, so it was actually at him.
So he's made a good ball into a bad ball.
Yeah, absolutely. So
He moves on to 19 off 16.
this is where it comes into this place now, where it shows you who the good bowlers are.
Yep.
And they've played cricket long enough to know what to
Absolutely.
do in this pressure sort of situation. This is where you start bowling Yorkers.
As you
Because
said,
they're the
Mark,
hardest ball to hit.
the experience out there, they should all know how to handle this situation. So
Exactly right.
Hallam would be the first to have the blowtorch applied to him as he put bowling to Judd. He's 16, Haas up the other end 19, so these two make a nice little stand here. 4th 179. 38th over commencing. Hallam in.
Full length ball.
Swing.
Needs to be.
It's called by Mark Finlayson right up.
Just he's really up for the challenge. He's looking for the ball. He wants the ball in his hands. Wants to do the job. 38th over. Come down to the wire. Hallam full on the stumps. This time Judd works it through
Gives you
the
a
wicket.
single.
Couple one. Yeah. Haslett will he go early to draw, open up the leg side. Deep it off. Third man. Put it on the mid wicket. And covering single ring. And he's gone long and hard, and that's going to
That's
go
a
all the
maximum.
way. Right out of the middle of the
That's
bat.
a big six, that one.
And he really is.
I was just about to say, we know it's game with him and he answered the call.
Forget about that. Look at this, got it right in the zone.
He's bowled that short of length. A chance to
Yep.
And then Karen Rolton, number 3. This complex. Ian Haslett. He's on to 25 off 17. 4 for 187. So just closing.
Talking earlier, Jeff Birdie's little cameo at the end of the last time these two teams played, made 40 odd late
Yes.
innings. So seems to thrive on the death overs, the big boy.
Feigns a
Short of
movement.
a length up
What?
near
That's up in the air.
Who goes underneath that one? Telfer.
Oh.
They can't make a decision. Maybe the keeper was the man for the job there. Pressure mounting on the fielding side there.
Absolutely. Maybe a lack of talking.
Bit of a bump between the bowler and the batsman.
Well, Stewie won't give anything away here.
I think Haslett seemed to be more worried about the footwork before the ball was delivered. Of his shot, so skied it, but he got away with it. Goes on to 26. On 17, strike to Hallam. Third ball, 3 balls remaining in this over.
Nicely played by Judd through the covers for a single. Takes the score to 189. Interesting that Wenham hasn't been brought back to bowl wise. I thought he'd be a key player in these last couple of overs. But to keep the pace on with Hallam, and it's certainly paid dividends for the Eastern Zone this over. Haslett faces up again. 26 from his 18.
To go. See what he
See if
does.
he can hit another maximum here. The other
Wow.
round timed it well.
Now for a single.
Just the one run. Scored a 4 for 190. It's the 30th over. 219, of course, the target. So closing in on it.
Tell you what, suddenly they're getting
Getting a bit close, aren't they?
Yeah.
29.
Sure.
Only 2 overs to go. But it's,
Anthony
Back up
Telfield.
the
Telfield
5
might be a
runs
little
late.
bit sweaty in the gloves there.
yeah.
A bit closer for comfort. Hallam in.
Short of the length,
Judd.
swings to the leg. There's no one there. They'll get at least 2. It's running across the carpet
Well
nicely.
fielded.
Beautifully
Good chase.
intercepted out
And
there.
good
That's
arm on
really
the way back.
2 for Judd. He goes to 20. Haslett 27. Oof. 4 for 192. 38 gone on the Hodgson Prince scoreboard. Certainly looks a lot better than what it did 30 minutes ago. Brought it right back to the pack, haven't they? So 2 overs remaining. Maybe Hallam one more from this end. I'm still surprised that we haven't seen the return of Wenham. But he's still had a couple of overs up his sleeve. Jeff?
Maybe an injury. I don't know. Yeah,
6 overs, 1 made, no run, so he's got 2 still remaining.
mention, I wonder if Lallard, yeah. Started off expensively, he always bowls that couple of loose balls per over, so
One in short to
Craig would want to keep it tight here.
He's put over towards mid-wicket. You can see Harsman put his head.
So we certainly.
Yep.
So it's checking the field.
Tough for the opening bowler to come back after a big break.
So Lallard in from the Sir Donald Bradman drive, and Lallard moves past it. Not quite what he wanted, is it deflect off the pad out in the offside, but got a single, that's the main thing. So he moves on to 28. 4 for 193, tantalisingly getting closer.
Lallard again bowls to Judd this time. Swings and misses.
Swing and a miss.
Couldn't have missed the stump. They're certainly backing themselves in that short boundary on the leg side, aren't they?
Tell by his head where he wanted that to go, but got to make contact with him, but survives.
Good start from Lallard on return.
Every dot ball now very vital, boys, that's for sure.
Massive.
So Lallard in again.
Oh,
That's
Judge
the one
on
that
the
was
way,
on
and
the
away
again.
it goes.
I think the first one, previous delivery was a dress rehearsal.
Angled into the body. And
Maxim there from Judd.
he is timing them very nicely, isn't he? And that's one again on the yesterday company replay. Just an inboard, it's almost
Down
outside the
leg
leg in
side,
the air,
yeah.
just angled down. And that was just exactly where Peter was
So boys, down to 20 runs. Of what, 9 deliveries? So, excitement building here. Trust
To a ball, yeah.
Trust you're enjoying our coverage here. The exciting climax to this over 50s contest from Adelaide. So Lallard in again.
That's the
Judd.
outside
that's
off
what he
stump.
wanted.
It's a better
That's what
ball,
he wanted.
Lallard. Experienced campaigner, just off stump delivery there. So frustrated Judd couldn't get that to ball.
So 4 for 199. 39th over. Judd's moved smartly to 26 from his 20. Angles in again, and away he goes
Another
again
6.
to 6 more into the marquee. Just can't bowl that line on that short side. Judd down to
exactly
32.
right.
4 for 205.
See, the easy club members in the pavilion there starting to get a little bit excited. So 205.
Pitch him outside off stump.
It is easy from here, of course, but that's where you think they need to go. Gee, all of a sudden
Well,
they've got
Judd 32 off 21.
a real look at this now.
Lallard, let's see.
Fielded off.
Talking there between the batsmen. That'll do you. So end of the over.
They go, gentlemen. They need 13 to win.
13 runs off 6 deliveries is the equation here.
It's gettable, isn't it? The interesting thing will be if Judd gets back on strike, if he gets to 40, he has to retire, someone new comes in, that puts a different complex
Wow, yeah.
situation, doesn't it?
All these scenarios as we enter the final 6 deliveries is what's been a very exciting afternoon of cricket here. Trust you've enjoyed it on our worldwide coverage on Dartfish, wherever you're watching, internationally or throughout Australia. So just a great display, boys, of the veterans cricket here in South Australia over 50s, that's for sure. So
And hope it continues.
absolutely.
long
So
time.
obviously they're going to be one winner, but the old adage, cricket's been the winner today,
has been
boys.
the winner.
Oh, for sure.
And speaking of winners, we're going to start thinking about, not to put the pressure on you blokes, but yeah, well,
Be up
it
there.
could well be.
Stewie Hallam gets the last over into the breeze to try and get Hills Fleurieu over the line.
Pressure on him.
He needs this stuff on his body.
Sensibly, not
Yep.
silly.
Yep.
What a great contest here for the
do
last
not give
over.
him
2 very competitive individuals.
It's certainly shown a penchant to get to the leg side, Peter. Fall on the spot and a chance for the run out. Lovely
and a
return.
run out and got
That's
him.
great stuff. Really well played there as Harsman was committed to making the single.
been told the two guys batting at the moment have actually played for Australia, Juddy and Sarge.
Yep.
In over 50s.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The two men you want in this situation, isn't it?
Well,
World Cup
right.
players, so perhaps the right pair for the job, and big job in front of them. Said 13 required off 5 deliveries.
Judd down the ground, coverage at
Bounce.
deep mid on the bounce. They'll cut it off, just the one.
So we need a maximum here somewhere, boys. At least one.
Just before we go, guys, I'd like to wish my son the best of all for tomorrow. He's getting married tomorrow. So,
There you go.
but I give him it.
There you go.
He told me he was a smart boy.
Well, yeah, but, no, he's a good lad.
And his Christian name?
Nathan.
Nathan.
Yeah,
Nathan, all the
Nathan.
best to you from the Dartfish crew.
Hope you have a great day, mate. As
Absolutely.
comes in the Sergeant. Full and Sergeant down the ground, strikes it
A
well.
single.
Pressure's on the field here. They've got to get the ball in. They'll come back for it.
Oh,
No,
no,
they
no,
won't
no.
go back for a second.
Oh.
Lovely routine from the deep.
That was
He was on,
well
he was on
fielded.
another one, but anyway.
That was
Got to
well fielded.
remember Juddy being the older one, perhaps.
So,
No confidence in his
And
pace. So.
Sarge will be the fitter one out of it as well.
Yep.
5
So
for
they need
208.
3 fours.
11 to win.
11 to win off 3.
3 Wolves.
So,
Judd, the leg. Bit of space out there. They'll only get the
gonna settle
one.
for the single here. So,
So now the maximum really does come into play.
so Sarge, 47 not out. He rescued East for that win over Fleurieu last time. Can he do it again? 10 off 2. So the maximum is required here.
Where's he going to score it though? Big hits a leg. He's going to have to either go straight or inside out of it. Oh, swing and a miss.
There it is.
Might just about be it.
Could be unless there's a no ball. Bowled.
Yes.
Really well bowled from Hallam, wasn't it? Outside off stump. Sergeant just backed away to give himself a bit of room.
One delivery, one legal delivery remaining. 5 for 209, chased that 219 target. So, bearing any of that, Fleurieu may well retain the crown. Hallam on the way in.
Straight to the field.
Run.
Oh, he's not taking the
He's
ball to
home.
me, but it won't matter. as they
Won't
look
matter.
to come back
Hills
for a second.
Fleurieu. So it will be 5 for 210. So Hills Fleurieu 4 for 218 have restricted Eastern Zone to 5 for 210. So
Entertaining
Victory.
afternoon of cricket.
Great
It's
game.
Really
Great
good,
game.
batting and bowling from both sides.
A lot of
Over
runs
400
scored.
runs. Yeah, pitch played beautifully, didn't it? Over
Yeah.
400 on the day. Let's have a look at our key contributors.
good if we could get the full scoreboard up if we could, because we have a bit of a decision to make here.
Absolutely. we do.
Just the all-round contributions in this game, which has seen Hills Fleurieu retain the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association over 50s crown.
Players together in the middle there just to
And
exchange
successful
pleasantries.
have the presentations for you all, so don't go anywhere.
Let's wait for some of those box scores to come in. So Leith Dawes, John Mensforth and David Wenham scoring 40 for Hills Fleurieu. Favell 45, 41 for Dave Benson, 35 Peter Judd. Nice little cameo at the end from Ian Haslett as well. And multiple wicket takers as such, so yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to see. Maybe Haslett certainly, 8 over, he's 27, so nice to get hitting at the end. Wenham certainly
Wenham?
bowled
Yeah.
well, and he's 40 off 34.
Because what he did, at the time when he came in, and also with his bowling, and yeah,
It's a tough call, isn't it? It's a really tough call. I
I'm
think
out
it's,
of the better judgment of you guys.
I'm sort of leaning towards either Wenham or Haslett myself. I think Haslett bowled well, and he almost got them home with some big strikes in the end.
Yeah.
But does it go to a play from the winning
Dave
side?
Wenham, he's made the runs when it counted.
Yeah, in that
Like,
middle section of the game, really
When he
took
scored
it away.
sixes and fours,
Yep.
that's what's got him above
Yep.
only 8 runs. So you look at he's scored 40 or 34.
Yeah.
So I think
And he's bowled 6 overs for 18 or 19.
Yeah.
So yeah, looks like we're going in the David Wenham direction, Jeff.
Well, David Wenham, it is, but I tell you what, some very good contributors here this afternoon who could have taken away the 2020 Vision Award. But David Wynnum with his 40 important runs, and his bowling also very important. So yeah, he's the fitting winner of what's been a great award, thanks to the 2020 Vision for supplying. But just in summary, boys, thoughts on the game?
Oh, outstanding. Really good.
Cricket
High
was the
level.
winner.
Oh, it was a high level.
Oh, it's just
Cricket, wasn't it? Blokes.
it's just great for people over 50 years old getting out and playing the game and loving the game of cricket. 'Cause if you didn't love it, you wouldn't be playing it anymore.
Exactly right.
So it's just comes down to where it was all guys getting together and having some. It's fun and it's competitive, and it's just it's a great day.
Yeah.
It's a great day for veterans cricket.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It's a really high standard of play right across the afternoon, and of course some key contributors, as we mentioned, from both sides, Hills, Fleurieu and Eastern Zone. Peter Judd, 35 of 25.
Exactly right.
Yeah, no, outstanding contributors right across the board, and the best team gets through at the end of the day, but you could have gone all the way in those last couple of overs.
Well, it could have. Yeah, and I picked them by 40 runs, but Easton's proved me wrong. It came down to 9 runs. You know, it's good fun.
Where everybody keenly anticipating the 21-22 season, maybe the addition of some new clubs coming into it.
Well, yeah, the new clubs, hopefully some clubs from the northern side of Adelaide will come into fruition and see how it goes. You know, I hope they do get them and make it a proper full competition. And then I think they think about if they get enough teams, they can have a semi-final and then a grand final, which will be good as well, because it gives the third and fourth side a chance to compete in the finals as well.
So what a great afternoon for veterans cricket. The South Australian Veterans Cricket Association O50's grand final here at Carron number 2, and our winners Hills, Fleurieu back to back, 4 for 218 over Eastern Zone, 5 for 210. And a big day, and of course we've had some great sponsors that have helped us out across the journey. Hoggies Estate Wines, Saxon Sports, Hodson Prince, Nelson Teamwear, NXI Sports, the SAVCA, S&WC Company looking after our replays, the South Australian Vets Cricket Association, Adelaide Starbus, Roll the Dice Racing, Sports Interactive, 2020 Vision, and the M&G Hotel Group have all helped put this presentation together this afternoon, the live stream on Dartfish. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. We've just about ready for our presentations to take place out on the green. We might take this break.
Jivette tetraploid annual ryegrass is a late maturing variety that is quick to establish and ideal for grazing. To order your Jivette tetraploid annual ryegrass, contact your local rural store today.
Pass, pass, pass. Pass.
Last night we're actually in this area with 600 people and we won't kill it. Where are we going? What are we doing? Oh.
Last question too. Okay. All right, here we are after the end of the final. What a great game of cricket was, and as I said at the presentation, there could only be one winner. It was a great performance, quite easy, but man with the biggest smile in Adelaide at the moment, you know, 50's veterans cricket is Anthony Telford.
Yeah.
Well done, show us the shield.
2 in a row now. We're absolutely over the moon. What a game of cricket though, hey? To come down to the last over, we had a game against them during the year where we had them 5 for 30 and they were chasing 180 and they got it in the last over. So we knew that we were up against it and we knew that we had to get a big score on the board today. And luckily we did that to make it easier for us. So not that it was an easy game.
Pat and I were saying during the call, I suppose with about 7 overs to go, it seemed like you're home and hose, wasn't it, Pat? And then they sort of came with a rush there, easy.
Yeah, look, they did. Their tail and Chuka Haslett, he's the guy that won the game for them last time. He batted at 11 last time, so when he came out today, I said, "You're batting a bit high today, aren't you, mate?" But we ended up obviously getting him out, and that sort of slowed them down a little bit. But look, they had wickets in hand, so they could just keep going as hard as they did. So what a game of cricket, though. I'm just absolutely stoked for all my guys.
Yeah, it's been a pretty successful couple of years moving across from Sunraysia, of course, Anthony, and 2 wins on the trot, so it's paying dividends.
Yeah, it is, and look, there's been a lot of guys who are loving this 50s cricket from Mildura coming across. We've probably had 10 or 15 guys come across and join us through the years, so or over the last couple of years. So they've been an important part of what we've done today. So there was 3 guys there from Mildura today that contributed right throughout the game. So the depth of cricket in our team is really good, but the easy team, they are an absolute gun side, and we know that they'll just keep coming hard at us, and they did from ball 1 today. When Benson was out there just smacking us around the park, and he batted really well. And obviously Sarge with their bowling bowled brilliantly at the start of the innings. So we're just so happy to have won today.
as we said at presentations of the T20 Man and Match Award, Pat, there was about 4 or 5 guys who would have selected to be in. We went for Dave, didn't we?
Yeah, look, I thought he was important in that middle section of the game where he got the ball rolling, the momentum. We sort of had you on par for 200, but he was on it, really got you a look at that, and then he's bowling too. Like, I was surprised you didn't bring him back at the end. Was he a bit cooked, or he only got 26 overs? Was he in your ear all the time?
Yeah, no, everyone kept reminding me that he still had a couple up his sleeves. So, but I backed Adam Wooler. You know, he hasn't had much of a go right throughout the year, and for him to bowl the way he did today at the death, just off a couple of steps and just bowling his little outies was tremendous. And I had probably 6 blokes in my ear saying, "Get Adam off, get him off," and give someone else a go. But look, that's probably just an indication of the depth that we've got in our team. And you know, Dave's an absolute legend of the South Australian Veterans Cricket Association. He's a 2-time winner of the Player of the Year, and I think he was second again this year to Johnny Rankin. And he's 59 years old, so he still wants to keep playing 60s. And look, the performance today just indicates how passionate he is and loves his cricket. I think he said he's missed 8 games of cricket in 40 years, so he loves it.
It's an impressive record, isn't it?
Look, we've got to say, guys like yourself, Johnny DeGaris, we've been involved in O50's cricket, setting it up, and just the opportunity we got today to worldwide stream. Obviously, it took a lot of work from your behalf and also the sponsors who came on board, but it's just been a fantastic advertisement and promotion for O50's cricket in South Australia.
Yeah, look, it definitely has, and we couldn't have done this today without Dartfish and their support, but more importantly, the sponsors that we had on board. Hoggies Estate Wines. Gavin's an excellent juror guy, my first coach in junior cricket, so to Hoggy, thanks very much for jumping on board. To S&W, to Saxon Sports, and I'm going to forget someone, but M&G Hotel Group. I'm sure there's a couple of others that have come to mind, but so thank you to everyone that helped us be able to produce such a great show today. So.
Yeah, and both sides, it's a wonderful game of cricket, wasn't it?
It was, and I guess it all goes well for next season. We're talking over there about the possibility of getting 8-10 teams on board, so onwards and upwards.
Yeah, that's right. We've got Kensington have confirmed, and we've heard Goodwood are going to put their hands up, and there's probably a team out in Wollonga as well, and there's rumours from our peninsula as well, and we'll play our games at Port Augusta, and even the Barossa Valley is starting to sort of make some noise as well. So, you know, with the Nationals coming here to Adelaide in November, we'll put 4 teams into a 32-team comp, and there'll be the opportunity to play some really good cricket against some really good cricketers, and that Div 1 comp is probably 4 times better than the cricket that you saw today. That's the level that we're playing at now. And we love our cricket. All we want to do is just keep playing and you know, play with your mates. We all can't run, we can't throw, but boy, we give it a red hot go with everything else, and you know, we're just looking forward to, you know, bigger and better things.
As you said, you might have those disabilities you just mentioned, but the premiership winners, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Hey, because we had Andrew Carthy, your predecessor as captain, he had to miss this year with Achilles.
Yep.
He might come back on the side next year. But as we recalled after last year's fringe or something in celebration, so got anything planned tonight and that sort of thing?
Yeah, look, we'll have a quiet night tonight, I think, and who knows, last year we ended up at the fringe, we might end up never again, who knows?
Who knows, the world's almost.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, Anthony, well
Thanks,
done, not just to you and your team, but for the whole over-50s cricket community, what you've done, and fantastic, and as I said, Dartfish, only too happy to be involved and take it worldwide, mate. I'm sure we've had some reports.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
We'll let you get back to celebrating. So,
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, Pat, well, that brings us to the end, mate. Yeah. Thank you for being part of the team, glad to work with you, and great to be here. It's been a good game of cricket, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think everyone that's had a look at the stream today would have come away thinking that over-50s cricket is fair dinkum. Like I said, next year more teams coming in. The Australian Championships here in Adelaide, like it's all going forward, so can't wait for the new season to start.
Yeah, absolutely, and thank you to SAVCA for their support, and obviously being able to be here at Karen Norton over a great venue, and once again great promotion for the game, the growing game of veterans cricket.
It's a great setup here. It's a hub of cricket, as you called it a few times today, Jeff, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Good on you, Pat. Thank you for that. thanks to our production crew, the Dartfish boys been working very hard, particularly Matt, our producer, over in the van, still working as we're going there. And thank you for everyone throughout Australia and also the world online. Trust you've enjoyed it. SA Veterans Cricket alive and well, and hopefully we'll talk to you again soon in the future. So until then, Jeff Stoller on behalf of the Dartfish crew saying goodbye for now.